Drop. Oh, bowled him.
Bowling. That
Okay, so here we go.
10:08.
10:08.
That was Hill.
No, that was Lee Young. Okay, so wicket. Okay, so we've got a wicket button. This is an easy one. Bowled. Okay, Lee Young bowled. Next. And we wait for the new batsman. So we've got the North Sydney list of numbers here. And we'll wait for them and we choose him and away they go.
Score is on 6.
It is. Hill's on 1.
So even though that's not streaming, is that being recorded or not? Or is this
Not at the moment, they can't connect it.
Gee, that's disappointing.
It is. He's been here for a while, and the new batsman is, I think, Tony Cornwell. Is it 24? No, it's James Aitken. James Aitken in 24. There are Robs down here.
And there's okay, so it's the different initials.
They are. This is James. So apply a wicket, chosen him, bang. And you can see that he comes in and takes strike. Okay. Balgowan's got 1 wicket. You can see the wickets recorded here. And the beauty of this is that this records everything. So if we do have an issue, we can just go back and check what's happened. All right, that's the beauty of it.
I heard the nick.
No, I thought it was a drop catch.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought
hit
it
on
was,
top
I
of
heard
off
the
or
nick,
something,
and
It
then
was it was a Jaffa.
they didn't really worry about it, and they were still going off. I thought, oh, bowled tip top. Oh, beautiful.
So I'll do 2 more overs and then I'll switch seats with you, and you can sit here and I'll sit with you, but I'll get you to do it.
Good.
And the other key is you've got to keep talking because he's a very good scorer, so we're just going to keep communicating each ball. Right. Are they Penrith's Indigenous jumper?
Yeah, it's one of the ones. It's just one that they've designed for this year. It's a
That's
new one.
beautiful.
Yeah, Tyron Lydia, very heavily involved.
Yeah, because he's played in Parger for New South Wales. He's captain of side, actually.
Yeah, so it's very.
Oh,
That's out. Second slip, I think we said was Trezise.
It was.
Okay, so wicket caught. That wasn't the keeper, so we choose fielder.
Yeah.
Trezise at second. Okay, caught Trezise. Jeff's confirmed that. Okay, Aiken caught Trezise. Christ is irrelevant now. Next, and we'll wait for the new batsman.
On a hat trick.
On a hat trick. .39, Tony Cornwell, and it's WELL. Jeff Cornwell, and a pie wicket. And we're 2 for 6. And that's what the screen looks like. So you've got the score, the batters, the bowler, and your choices come here. Now, when you have a problem, say I've made an error, this back button will go back per ball. So if we make an error, and I'll deliberately make an error in the next couple of balls and show you how to fix it. And then at the end of the 4th, so the next over from this, and I'll push this to you, and I'll get you to start doing it. That's the best way for you to learn.
If you don't mind, mate, I might use the video on the phone for this one, just in case he gets it.
Yeah.
Go for your life. Pretty big day, because that'll go on the Penrith Facebook page, no doubt. You do that, I'll just keep scoring. Three slips in 2, Jeff. So-
It's gone to 3rd slip.
So Cam Balgowan on a hat trick, everybody. He's bowling to Tony Cornwell. He's got 3 slips, a short cover, mid-off, point, a very wide backward point, mid-wicket and mid-on. So Balgowan in on a hat trick, bowling to Cornwell. Gets it full, and Cornwell defends very nicely. So now I'm going to make a mistake. Okay, so watch. I've just put 1.
Yep.
And Jeff says, no, that was a dot ball. Okay, so now this back button gets you straight back to where we were. Wicket and wicket.
Yep.
And the correct call is a dot, and there you go.
Okay.
So if you find it easily,
What was the first thing you hit there, when down the bottom when you went?
this back button.
Yeah, you hit that, but then you hit something over there or not?
Because I had to hit the dot, the actual dot. Okay. Okay, and that comes up.
Yep.
All right. So I'll do it again for you. Okay.
Okay. So
1, which is incorrect.
Yep.
So now, sorry guys, I've made a mistake.
Yeah,
Back.
Yeah.
Event deleted. I had to hit the run up.
Oh, because that, yeah, to get the ball.
Okay, then I can get
Yep,
this. Okay, and dot. Got 2 dots after the hat trick. Thank you. And we're set. And that's how you make it. Even in the same over, when you say you got an error,
The thing I had to pick up was the run up.
Yeah.
Of course, has to
correct.
activate.
And that's the that's. I think it's a bit annoying that
Yeah.
you've got to do that every ball, but it is what it is.
Once it becomes automatic, it becomes automatic.
Dot ball to Cornwall at the moment. Yep. 2 for 6.
So there isn't a over progress like dot 1 2 2 0 1.
There's no linear. That's what this is.
Oh.
That gives you the progress in the over is this side here. Okay. What I was using yesterday, NV Play, which I used on the scoreboard here for some women's games, that's got a linear card option. It's on a computer screen. This is your linear card. This shows you what's going on each ball. That should be a wide.
Okay.
Okay, so run up. Wide ball. Automatically gives you 1 wide.
Okay.
We have to go and do something else if it's 2 or 3 wides, which I'll show you when it happens, okay?
And event, does that mean it's third over?
Correct.
Okay. We spoiled his double wicket, mate.
See down here, there's a plus.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
If you can't have wide and runs, but if you get 2 or 3 wides, you get that button and you get extras. Yep, that's how you do it.
So if a wide goes for 4, like it's a boundary.
Dot ball, that's wide plus 4.
Okay, and they get 5 runs.
That's correct. Okay, 2 for 7.
2 for 7, 2 for 5 for the bowler.
2 for 5 for the bowler. End over. And this is what Jeff was talking about earlier on. Now, this stays here. And Grant is 19, so I don't have to choose any other bowler. Start there, and we're ready to go. So, stay here.
Yep.
You and I'll sit there and you start. And you might as well do it.
Yeah, no,
It's the best way for you to go.
Absolutely.
And it's not that difficult.
Okay, yep. All right.
What were you saying earlier on? It was idiot proof.
It's pretty much-
If I could use it, I'm a
once
muppet.
you sort of
Hit run up.
it's pretty easy.
I'm a muppet. I can use it. So that's a dot ball to Hill. Up there's the dot, and just wait a couple of seconds and then hit run up. It's a lovely spot and to commentate from. When you're watching the replays of the view from here, it's actually a very nice view of cricket. The aspect's good. So call out dot ball and run up. Yep, there it is, dot ball. You can see what you've done over here. So the next ball, I'll get you to make a mistake and we'll go back and correct it, okay?
What's 5 plus?
If you get 5 runs or 7 or 8 on overthrows,
Yeah,
and that gets you choose how many runs there are.
And it works out. Sometimes the batter on strike, obviously you've got an ability to work out who's on strike.
Correct. So no, don't hit dot, hit 1.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, so we've made a mistake. So go and hit the back button. Okay, that's deleted the ball, which is what you want. Run up and dot. We've got 3 dots. Okay. Run up first.
Oh, yeah. Ball.
2 to go, Jeff.
Now, if I hit, I don't want to, but before I made there'd be no point in hitting back now.
No, because you haven't made a mistake.
No, but would it take you back to I suppose it's just...
I don't understand what you
thinking
mean.
out loud. I'm just saying, let's say I hit run up before I realised I'd made a mistake on the previous...
You still just go that. That's a dot ball. Just go back to where you got to get back to. And if you absolutely have to, you go into the over and you say you get a mistake, go back 4 or 5 times and recreate the over. Just if you have to, recreate the over.
The ball or something like that.
Just recreate the over back. That's why I got 2 scorers.
Yeah.
It's always easy to. You can go back and just take your time and fix the problem.
Yeah, but as you say, if you're in good communication with your...
That's right. You've
scorer,
got to
so I know
score.
that doesn't happen.
You happy with the maiden? So this is how you tell bowler, Grant, no runs off his over. See down the bottom here, it's got Grant's figures in that one over, and the score's been caught out at 2 for 7.
2 for 7 after 4.
After 4, yep.
Okay, there. And we've got Balgowan waiting. He's got the head off, so he's coming in. And you're set to go. All right. So used to, if you're, this isn't working, so rather than that coming across you, I'll put them over there so when he does get it up, he will commentate. And if he does get that working, I'll change sheets and I'll sit closer to that, if it works, which is frustrating.
Yeah, it's working. I'm assuming it's not a global.
It's not a global.
Okay, one up. Signal 4 runs to
Cornwell.
Yeah, he made 4 runs. 2 for 11.
He's played a lot of representative cricket on the Central Coast as a thrashing opener. He played representative cricket in the state championships for the Central Coast for years. And they actually opened and put him in there to score runs. He can whack them. I was talking to Sue Woodhouse yesterday about Helen Beatles 190 last week. She said there was 4s and 6s
Flying everywhere, yeah. Amazing how 2 very early wickets all of a sudden brings you back, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's amazing what the difference it makes in T20 actually.
Oh, yeah.
Completely stuff your momentum.
Yeah.
Got 4.
And this is my work iPad. Most iPads are maybe 2/3 that size. I've got big hands, and this size iPad, everybody goes, "Where'd you get that?" And I said, "It's a work one." This works perfectly for this
I think
because
I've
you've
got
got
the
more
same
space.
deal. And I've actually got, I don't know if it fit my big iPad because I've never used the keyboard before, but you don't need the keyboard.
No, you don't need the keyboard. In fact, that keyboard, the reason that's there is for stability, actually doesn't work anymore. I've got to get a new one, but it's there to make it stable.
Yeah. Swung out to the quick swing over. Third ball, it's hit for 4 by Cornwell. Well,
Bad ball, just a good shot.
You get value for your shots here.
Just a bit of width and
That was the only fault with that ball was just
a bit wide.
because he's hit that really square.
Yeah.
He's actually played this sort of wicket. You've got to play late because it's going to seem a bit like that dismissal ball was an absolute jaffa, dead ball.
yeah, over 700 runs scored here last week in the second grade game.
There won't be today, not with that wicket. It'll do a bit.
Got 4.
Also got the much more overcast breeze, so it's much more in the bowler's favour this morning.
It's a much fairer contest. This is the type of ground with 370 could be 360 on a dry day.
Got 4. Last 4. It's good to have commentary. I've watched quite a bit of John's games on stream, but no one's talking. You don't know what's going on.
I've been doing it for a couple of seasons on occasion for Sarah, and it's great fun.
I'd be happy to try and have that eventually. Or,
Dot
watch
ball
some
on
cricket.
8 off it, 2 for 15 for the bowler.
So scroll up with your finger and just see how many runs off the over. It was 8
Yep.
and 15, which is just called.
2 for 13, sorry, 2 for 13 for the bowler. And 2 for 15 for the score.
Correct.
Yep.
And we wait to see if it's green again,
Yeah,
which it is. So you can just choose a new over. And I'm going to switch seats so that you're next to Jeff. I'll keep calling, but it doesn't make sense for me to. If you're going to, the person who's doing that should be next to me. So I'll switch seats.
You want to
to take that chair, please?
Yep.
I'm slightly weight challenged and I can't sit on that thing. I destroy him. Okay.
One. Oh,
Okay, 2 runs.
two, maybe three. That's 2 to Hill.
Mm-hmm. 2 for 17.
Hi mate, how are you? Good mate. Did you find it on that page that I touched? I'm really pleased that was there. So that's your link for resources. If there's any issues, you go back to that. You need to have the ability. I take an iPad or a computer to the cricket just in case stuff happens. But if you go and find those playing conditions, print them out, have a copy for Simon and a copy for Skipper, and you can have your items already written so no one can argue. Anything for you, my brother. Take care. You too, bye-bye.
Top ball. We have 3 dots. Oh, 2 runs and 2 dots.
Single, so he's gone from the side, and as he's hit the pitch next to it, because it had been raining a bit, it had been a bit wet, his feet went straight out the front and his hand slammed into the ground. The game was stopped for about 45 minutes. Not longer, I think.
Gigi, just excuse me, I've got to take a diabetic needle, so
Yeah.
I've just got a needle out. Just thought I'll let people know,
Yeah.
just for politeness.
Good stuff, boys. Drop it short here.
I think we're up and running.
Is it flashing blue yet? I'll tell you.
No.
I'll have a look. Hang on. Yes, we are. Yep, it's going.
Could you leave the sound on for a minute? I want to do a sound check, Jeff, if you don't mind. Just finish this needle.
Yeah.
I can hear it picking up
Can you
something.
hear us? Yeah.
Okay, let me just put the headphones on. Just a sound check, please, Jeff. Is that coming through clearly? Check 1 2. Check 1 2 for sound. Just a sound check, please. Oh, that's beautiful. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 for sound. Oh, that's beautiful.
1, 2 to Hill.
Good morning, everybody, from Bon Andrews Park and in North Sydney for this second grade fixture between North Sydney and Penrith. My name is David Redden, and it's great to be here with you in commentary. Sorry for the slight delay in live streaming this morning. We've just got going. State of play here is that North Sydney was set in by Penrith on a cool, overcast day, and you can see on the track that there's quite a bit in the pitch. It's quite green. And our score at the moment after 6 overs is 2 for 23. Tony Cornwaller's 8. Callum Hill, the skipper, is on 9. Kane Balgowan has 2 wickets, which he took in consecutive deliveries. He removed Harrison Lee Young and also James Aitken a couple of overs ago. So Balgowan is bowling from the southern end. It's 2 for 23 after 6, and it's a very good morning to you all. leaving Cornwall that one. That ball just came back a bit to him. So the field for you, an entry position, almost a deep backward point, a very wide third man, point, cover, extra cover mid-off, then on the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, who is straightish, and then finally, so there are big gaps at square on the leg side. Cornwall's punched a couple. He played a beautiful square drive and overall two ago, and a lovely punch down towards the freeway. Balgowan on at the southern end here at Bon Andrews. And that's a dead ball. It's good to be back with you on Bears TV. Great to be commentating. Big weekend of cricket tomorrow. We'll be commentating both Sydney Kingsgrove Cup finals. The morning game between Bankstown and Sutherland here, and then the afternoon game with the Bears playing at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Balgowan in again. Cornwall defending a ball that just did a little bit. Straight back to the keeper, no run. Conditions here in Sydney, like they are mostly around Sydney, cool and overcast. Forecast only for 19 to 20 degrees. We're up here in jackets at the moment. Jeff's proudly wearing his Penrith jacket. The Panthers had a big win, as everybody knows, won the grand final last week. And you'll hear us talking a little bit of scoring in the background, so please excuse that. But I'm up with the scorers today. In comes Balgowan again. Jams that right up full, and Cornwall just squeezes it out onto his boot and out to short cover. The breeze this morning, when I woke up this morning, was a due southerly. It's changed a bit now. It's a sou'easter. So it's helping Balgowan move the ball away from the right-hander. Perfect conditions the bowl seam bowling is not hot, anything but. Pitch with a bit in it, overcast, and of course the lacquer hasn't gone off the white ball yet in the 7th over. So, and the wicket that he removed, the ball that he removed Harrison Lee Young with was an absolute jaffa, hitting the top of off stump. Cornwall carefully forward. Talking a minute ago about how late Cornwall's playing. He played that late because it was squeezed to point. North Sydney playing Penrith in all 5 grades today. Jeff, I think you were saying thirds at Bill Ball and 5s at Rance. That be correct? And seconds are here, for those of you that are out and about, seconds are here at Bon Andrews and 4s are over at Tunks. Balgowan in again. That's close. Perhaps missing leg. Umpire thought about that one. Ground's not in bad nick. You can see it's copped a bit of football during the season. They've replaced some spots. You can see it on your cameras there with a few bits of sand. But the ball is running well, and if you hit the ball well, it's clear. It's quite an easy 4. John, it's David. John, I'm commentating. I'll have to catch up with you later, okay, mate? I'm actually commentating. I'll catch up with you. Bye, mate. That's okay. Bye-bye. Sorry about that. Got a phone call there from a Stockton colleague. So inside edge there from Cornwall will finish the over. Up. That's his bowling figures. They actually don't come up, which is... So Grant to come on from the northern end. Cornwall hasn't faced a delivery at this. Cornwall hasn't faced a ball at this southern end yet. The breeze could be best described as light to moderate at the moment. It's not. It's certainly not blowing as heavily as it was this morning when I woke up in the northern beaches. It was very strong, howling actually. Cornwall's being very careful to try and get onto that front foot as much. He's a big man, Cornwall. Played a lot of representative cricket for the Central Coast, and he's used in limited over games up there to go out and whack the ball around early inside the first 10 overs. He's been a lot more circumspect here this morning. He's on 9. Hill is on 9. North Sydney's got a ring of 4. Backward point, extra cover and mid-off on the offside. Correction, Penrith. Cornwall driving, mid-off, no run. And this interesting position that Penrith have gone with again, they've got almost a deep backward point. It's much further around than a normal third man. He's about 15 yards further around at this end, and a regulation fine leg just under us. Here we're commentating it, and you can see where the camera position is. Pretty much at a very fine leg to the right-handed Cornwall. That's an inside edge. Had a bit of a hoy at that. Might be a run on the misfield. There is. Single to Cornwall. Scores 2 for 25. Those of you who love your cricket, a completely remarkable test match in Multan in the Punjab and Pakistan. Pakistan, who made 556 in their first innings and declared, were beaten by an innings. And I was speaking with Jeff about that earlier on. That's the first time it's ever happened in history, is a team making 550 and being beaten by an innings. Of course, England, a ridiculous 7 for 823. A triple century to Harry Brook, 317. A double and a half to Joe Root. And then Jack Leach taking 4 wickets in the second innings. And that is a completely... And it's, as we were discussing earlier on off air, that match was set up by the fact that England scored pretty much 5 runs and over for their innings. 2 for 25. And I've heard a few people saying this around the traps, but when you speak to people around and say, which New South Wales batsman is going to be the next man to play Test cricket for Australia, we may have found him yesterday. This enormously talented young man, Sam Consis, 200s in the Drawn Shield fixture that was played at Cricket Central against South Australia. And it's about time a New South Wales batsman really put their hand, a young New South Wales batter put their hand up. Grounding again. He'll try to work that to mid-wicket, couldn't get it, just hit it straight to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 2 for 25 after 8 here. Very good start for Penrith. David and Jeff were saying earlier on there was almost basically 700 runs scored here last week. Entirely different conditions today. There you are, over 700 here last week. And that's not atypical. When you get a good day here, 350, 360 might not be enough. That's the type of ground it is. It's quite small. For those of you that don't know, the ground to the right of screen is actually the Warringah Freeway. Sydney Harbour Ridge is not very far away. And balls can get deposited there with regularity. Balgowan on again for his 5th. Very full. Cornwall can only get it back down the pitch, no run. Just the one slip for Balgowan. Slow ball that time. Rolled the fingers under that run. Cornwall waited and gets an easy single to in front of mid-wicket. Score check for you is 2 for 26 in the 9th over. Cornwall is 11. Hill, who's been he's been stationary for a while. He's been on 9 for a while. Cornwall's done most of the scoring since he came to the crease. Driving Hill through. That should have enough to get to the fence. And it does. So Hill, a boundary for a lovely authentic cover drive. He moves on to 13, and UTS North Sydney at 2 for 30. In comes Balgowan again. Pulls the length back a bit, and Hill's good enough to work it down to deep backward point for a single. Change of field here. So first slip comes out. He's going to put himself into the edge of the block at that short catching mid wicket. They've seen Cornwall trying to whip the ball and through that area. So they've got a forward square leg and a short catching mid wicket now. In comes Balgowan to him. Slow ball again. That's 2 slow balls this over from Balgowan. And gentlemen, we've got a screen up here to look at as well. So, beautiful. Frog box is working. Everything's working happily now, so I'm much happier now. You can see how that sinks here, David, and that's why that it's all coming through properly. Last ball of the 9th. Driving inside edge again. That's the second or third time he's done that. He's got a slight hand on that. That might go for 2. You don't get many 2s and 3s here. And a poor throw comes in, and the second man backing up picks it up. That's the end of the over. After 9 overs, it's 2 for 33. 2 for 33. I'm just going to go off air for 1 second. Just got a quick phone call to make. Be back with you in a minute. Yeah, mate, go ahead. I've just come off air for you from there. How can I help, Johnny? Okay. Thank you for that. I thought I'd better call back just in case it was about cricket. I'll catch up with you at a later stage when I'm not commentating. Okay, is that all right, mate? Thanks, Johnny. Speak to you soon. North Sydney Oval today. North Sydney and Penrith second grade. I'm at Bon Andrews Oval next to North Sydney. Thank you, mate. Bye. All right, mate. Bye. Change the one in the bowler is James Lennox. Sorry for that slight delay. Just a cricket phone call in the background. James Lennox is the new bowler from the northern end. He's coming in to bowl with the situation interestingly poised. It's 2 for 33 after 9. The Bears. Good start from Penrith. Cornwall has stabilised innings. He's 23 off 13. And Hill is 14 off 20. What did I say?
23 or 13.
23 or 13, did I say? So I got the wrong way around. There you are. 23 balls for 13. Thank you, gentlemen, for correcting me. Dot. In comes Lennox again. Very full. All Hill can do is dig that out. A lot of cricket over here at this precinct today. The women's T20 Spring Challenge, Cricket Australia Spring Challenge is on today. Another double header. That's this afternoon. There's actually a night game tonight. Good as me, they'll be in Vest tonight. It will not be warm for that night game. That's over behind us. Driving. Straight to shortish cover. No run. So just to run through the field for you, on the leg side, mid-on, back toward the ring, a shortish mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. And then on the offside, that deep backward point cover. You reckon he's going to bowl a few out? He's got protection on that cut. A shortish cover just off the block and a deepish mid-off. Inside the ring, though. Effort ball, gets a full toss, gets it through, 1. And on this ground, that's 4. Hill puts the bad ball away. It's 2 for 37. Hill is 18. Cornwall 13. So if you're watching Play HQ today for North Sydney and Penrith scores, make sure you get on there and have a look at the scores. These two games, of course, out there at Howe, starting at 10 o'clock this morning. Cheeky little single to backward square. Cornwall on his motor, as they say. Another single to Hill. He's 19 off 25. Cornwall's 13 off 23. It's 2 for 38. Getting towards the end of the first power play, actually. Cornwall gets another full one from Lennox. Scorers confirm it's 2 for 38 after 10. That's power play 1 done. And they should be making a signal here shortly, the umpires, that we have a power play. Yep. And bowling change. Balgowan's bowled his first 5. It's Alex Kirkham to come on. And the I believe the standing umpire will make a power play signal in a minute. Change of bowler first of all. It's also a change of power play. Hasn't been signalled. That's fine. And North Sydney Penrith have put a man straight back to deep cover point really. So there's now. I'll just stand up and check those fielders on the fielding outside. So there's a third man who's gone back to around to a much more normal third man, fine leg. And now with the second power play on, there's a man at what's really deep forward point. There are 2 men almost in a straight line just behind point, but he's right out there underneath the trees. So they're the 3 out. So the field on the offside for Penrith, mid-off, extra cover, deep forward point. That third man's gone around now to deep backward point and a backward point, fine leg, forward square, mid-wicket on the edge of the block, right on the corner, and a deepish mid-on. But that mid-on and mid-off are right inside the ring. Kirkham in first rock. Good length, hitting the top of stickers. No run. Work to that. One man's on his solitary out there at backward point. He's going to have to be very mobile. A lot of ground to cover. The field would tend to indicate that he's going to bowl an off-stump line. Maybe a little bit outside because he's got protection with 2 men from cover point to deep backward square. That's the line he wants to bowl. Short one, Cornwall on his mate. He's got to go, Hill does. And this is an awkward place to field. There's going to be lots of iffy bounces. Just the single to Hill. Sticking with the same at the moment. Sticking with the same field for Cornwall. I'm just wondering if he might pull someone out and have another one on that leg side, given that Cornwall's trying to play a lot of shots on the leg side today. No, he's going to stick with that field. And as usual in short forms of the game, it's the cover and the mid-wicket that are in those the batter's eyes, and they're shorter. Good length again from Kirkham. He's hitting the top of stickers. And that's a difficult ball to get away because you can't drive at it, you can't pull at it. And at this stage of the innings, that's where you want to bowl. When it gets to the end of the innings, that is the wrong length because that's just step back or step at it. But at this time, that top of our stump is the perfect length. Right, if they're hitting the stickers of their bat, that's just about what coaches want. 2 for 39. Cornwall's 13. He's been on 13 for a little while. Hill's picked up his scoring rate. He's on 20 off 27. Cornwall driving. Short cover stop, the 3 runs there. That ball's on its way to the boundary. Single to Cornwall, he's 14. And Hill is 20. 2 for 40. That southeasterly breeze is not going away. The forecast is for the weather to stay pretty much like this most of the day. Jeff, I think you said that Penrith's at Raby tomorrow for quarterfinals of the Kingsgrove. Yep, Penrith's making the trip. The old draw shot, the hardest shot to stop in the field. Inside edge from Hill. And as I said earlier, tomorrow's Kingsgrove Cup up here on the north side is Bankstown and Sutherland in the morning. That's been played here at Bon Andrews in the morning, and then the afternoon set at 3 o'clock is UTS North Sydney and Parramatta. That, however, is over at North Sydney Oval. North Sydney's Oval's had a lot of women's representative cricket over the last 7 or 10 days. But back to Kingsgrove Cup tomorrow. After that's at 3, and Bankstown and Sutherland's in the morning at 10. Those games will be commentated on. Got that very fine. This has gone to the left of deep backward point. Goes down. Keeps it to a single. And the scorers have confirmed at the end of 11 overs, it's 2 for 42. Kirkham's first over. Just completed. That's gone for 4. Hill is 21. Cornwall 15. Just under 4 and over is the run rate. Change of gloves for Hill. Back to Lennox. And the 12th man's going to get sacked if he does that. My two Corey colleagues are chuckling away here. He's given him a set of left-handed gloves, which when you're right-handed is not overly useful. He got 2 right. It's even better. I thought he got himself a set of left-handed gloves. He's got 2 right-handed gloves. Exactly. I can't fully hear. I've got the headphones on, but Jeff just said 2 right-handed gloves. That's real useful. Useful as an ashtray and a motorbike, that is. Persisting with that deep cover point for Cornwall. So they with this, they need to bowl that off-stump line. There is protection in front of the wicket. And he's also got that deep point if he drops short. In comes Lennox. Very straight. Cornwall hits it straight back down the pitch. No run. It's quite a quaint setting here at Bon Andrews. An old school cricket ground. Nice fence. Trees all around the ground. Of course, to the right-hand side, you can see the freeways. That at the top where those cars are, that's the freeway. And the turn off that turn off where those cars are turning off the top goes over to Mosman and Manly. Straight drive again from Cornwall. Got a bit more of this one. Straight to mid on. One of the interesting things about commentating on Frog Box is that the viewer can only see that small box. The camera doesn't move, so you're often telling people what's going on. But yes, where those cars, that's the way across to where the really, really wealthy people live in Sydney. Cornwall driving, got that past cover. Mid-off scuttles around and keeps it to a single. Two for 43 now, the score in the 12th. I would imagine that Penrith will be very happy to keep North Sydney under 4 and over. These two have mounted a bit of a rescue job here. Was it 2 for 7 at the 4 of the last wicket, guys, or 2 for 6? These two have put on 37 already. Driving outside third of the bat, just squeeze it to short cover, no run. How you going there, David? All right?
Fingers crossed, touch wood.
Yeah. And back goes an extra man now to the deep square leg fence. So they've actually got protection. If Lennox wants to drop short, He's got two men at 180 degrees each other square on the fence. That's a beauty from Lennox. That's a leg cutter. Absolute seed. Beats him all ends up.
English conditions, aren't they?
Very much so. To me, what this feels like a bit of an English ground. That's the way it's set up. But yes, they are, as David said, English conditions. And to a certain extent, David's picked that up. Cornwall's been driving late, and that's why his drives are going square. And that's a habit from playing cricket in England, where the ball does move late, especially with those Duke balls. And blokes that have been across to play for England have told me repeatedly that, especially those blokes that play in flatter wickets, they struggle when they go to England because of the late movement, and it takes them a while to get used to how to bat over there. And you've just got to play much more under your eyes. And today, quite a lot of Cornwall's drives in the offside have been going square. So it's 2 for 43 after 12 overs. Hill's 21, Cornwall's 16. Kirkham coming in for his second over. The young man has none for 4. One of those rare days in Sydney where sunscreen will not be overly liberally applied. There'll be some on, of course, but Cornwall, inside third of the bat, just punches it down to mid-off, no run. Underneath edge, and that will race away on those bracket wickets. It's one of the first shots he's tried to play square, really, off the back. He's hardly played a back foot shot at all, Cornwall. He moves to 20. It's 2 for 47. Really, that ball went through where first step would be. There was, of course, no chance. Went straight to ground. Not sure how easy the horizontal bat shot's going to be here today, particularly on the offside. In comes Kirkham again. Driving. That short cover's working overtime with Cornwall. Kirkham in again. Not too much going to go wrong with that action. It's a good run up. Nice and simple. The mechanics look good. And that action looks sustainable. And that he should be able to bowl that over after over, the young fella. Still 2 for 47. Cornwall on 20. Hill is 21. These two have now put on 41 for the third wicket. Another edge. That might be a double again. Just wondering if you can get around to this one. It will be. Yep. 2 runs Cornwall. Got that very fine. Cornwall on to 22, and the score is 2 for 49. How you all doing out there in Bears Land? Hope you're enjoying the coverage on our Facebook page. Make sure, massive final tomorrow. North Sydney and Parent, of course. The finals the following Sunday again will be live streamed, and they're all at North Sydney Oval next Sunday, the 20th of October. Full toss. I'm wondering if that was a no-y. Don't think it was. No, it's just 4. And Cornwall loves those sort of, puts away the bad ball. That ball's on its way to Crow's Nest Station. And a big over for UTS North Sydney. That ball's still being picked up 50 yards past the boundary. It's almost under Berry Street. Score check for after 13 overs. It's 2 for 53. A big over there, 10. Cornwall races to 26. Hills 21. And just that last ball. That's the coach killer, is that last ball boundary. Lennox to continue at the northern end. Hill on strike. Now, just waiting to see how they're going to set up the leg side field. Yeah, they're going to have 3 in the ring. So the skipper will come back to that shortish mid-wicket. There'll be long on, mid-on and a square leg. Right, shaking hands with the umpire and down underneath us, fine leg. And then the same field on the offside. Mid-off, short extra cover, deep point, backward point, and deep third man. Oh, Hill's gone after that. Just gets it over mid-on. It won't go for 4. 1. Keeps it in. And the 2. So Hill going over the top. 2 for 55 now. Just short of a 50 partnership. And they needed a rescue job after Balgowan struck twice within 2 balls. Nice catch at second slip for the second of those, James Aiken off the first rock. Nice, the way you liked them at second slip, straight to you, sort of shin height. It's a nice take. In comes Lennox again. Squeezes it, and that's the 50 partnership. Just the single. Well kept, that was a poor throw. 2 for 56 now. Cornwall on strike. Good length from Moore. Just a little bit slower. Cornwall couldn't drive at it. Still 2 for 56. As Jeff said about half an hour ago, if we had a northeaster today, we'd be getting blown out of our scoring. It's still not real warm here, I'm telling you. They really are. You don't get much cool in this, actually, in Sydney cricket. It is quite cool. In comes Lennox. Defended out to short cover. No run. Just wondering if they're going to drop back the square leg for the end of the over. Not at the moment. Sticking. Oh, yes, long on's gone back now. So Hill's got an easy outlet single to long on if he wants it. Correction, Cornwall. And he thrashes a drive to short cover, who is the busiest man in Australia at the moment. Again, Lennox has got protection if he wants to bowl full. Last ball of the 14th. That hit the top of off stump. What a beautiful delivery that is. Just a Jaffrey. Bowled a leg cutter last over. And Cornwall's gone. Cornwall makes 26, and the score after 14 overs, we'll have a very short break in commentary, is 3 for 56. Or 14, yep. And Hill's on 24 by me. John Neville. Welcome back, and that's 2 deliveries today that have hit the top of off stump. Lennox showed in the last over he can bowl a leg cutter, and he's done it again there, and that's just an absolute beauty. Nothing much Cornwall could have done about that. New batsman is John Neville, UTS North Sydney's keeper, who won't be on strike, of course. They're sticking with Kirkham, perhaps a little surprise after he went for 10 in the last over, but of course he'll have a new batsman batted a bowl to if Neville comes on strike. The skipper Hill looking at 4 men on the fence. Deep backward point, fine leg, deep square leg, and a deep cover point. And the 4 men out. Maximum allowed in power play 2. There are a lot of singles for Hill in that field. A lot. In comes Kirkham. That's the genuine outside edge. That'll let the practice wickets forget about it. That's 4. Crashes into the fence.
I beg to differ. I think he's right at that.
Oh, I beg to differ. That was a genuine outside edge. If it was John Neville batting, you would have told me it was definitely a deliberate one. You'd have given me the glare because I'm commentating next to Dad up here. He'll be keen to see Junior go well. See, so that's 2 on 1. So there you go. Okay. To 3 for 60 is the score. Defending again that beautiful sticker's height and length. I thought he was actually trying to glide that perhaps the backward point down to the man down there, and he got it. I think Kirkham actually moved that ball slightly away from him. Yeah, just because the keeper went right. He wasn't late. He went 3 for 60. Hill moves on to 28. He's been there since the start. Oh, that is an absolutely unplayable delivery. Goodness me, that's a Jaffer. It reared up off the pitch, moved away, and surprised the keeper so much that he even dropped it. That was a Jaffer from Kirkham. You'll be trying to. There's certainly some life in this pitch if you rip your fingers over it. It's a pitch suited to seam bowlers. And that was virtually, well, it was unplayable. In comes Kirkham. It's a bit shorter this time, right under Hill's hip, and most opening batsmen in this grade of cricket in Sydney will be able to work your way. Hits the stump. They've got to take the stump out if they want to run out. And it's no overthrow. So a single to Hill. And this particular cricket ground's a little bit like Waverley Oval in that, in the one aspect that it's similar is it's got practice wickets at either end of the ground. Waverley's most unusual because I commentate football at Waverley, and of course it's a much longer ground than this, but it's got both ends have got practice wickets at it. Neville to face his first rock. Conditions still very much the same. Light to moderate breeze, very cool. People over here with blankets and jackets. In comes Kirkham. Very full first ball. Squeezed out cleverly by Neville. Down to 3rd man for a single, and he's away. Field or change for Hill again. Yep. That's live. That's why I've got it there, so I can just make my... In comes Kirkham to Hill. That's a much more authentic back cut. Longest boundary here today. Keeps it to a single. And that's over. After 15 overs, it's 3 for 63. Hill is 30. Neville is 1. Kirkham's got none for 21 off 3 overs. More after producing the unplayable last over to dismiss the well-set Cornwall. Will be bowling to Hill. looks like they'll leave the mid-on in the ring to start, and perhaps at the end of the over again they'll push him back. Just wondering whether no, in fact, the back goes square leg to the fence. And I'm just wondering when Neville comes to strike if they may bring in a slip. In comes Moore bowling to Hill. Correction, Lennox bowling to Hill. Works that past backward point, down to deep backward point for an easy single. That's the shortest boundary on the ground down there. The boundary fence comes in straight, and that is quite a short boundary. It'd be no more than, looking at the ring, probably 52, 53 metres at best down here. Neville on strike, so the deep square comes in. Skipper's just gone into, he's got the Allen Border teapot stance at the moment. I'm just wondering if he's going to go short at mid-wicket. He's trying to get mid-off. He's asking if he wants to slip, I think, or if he wants him to come in. So, indeed, the field does come in. The deep point comes into a regulation cover point, and the cover's gone short. So, you can see the short cover on the top right of your screen there, just on the edge of the block. And the skipper's at mid-wicket, just off the block. So, a bit more attacking field for Neville on strike. Very full again. Neville defends resolutely to the short cover. No run. 3 for 64 is the score. Neville is 1. Hill is 31. Type of day, gentlemen, that drinks we could quite easily do with a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, actually, this morning. Be lovely. Get someone whack the urn on for us. Jeff and David up here at the scorer's box with me. Oh, the other way around, I'm up here with them. It's lovely to be here with these two gentlemen. Neville on strike again. Neville, all 3 deliveries he's faced have been full. Just waiting for Moore to bring the length back a bit and try and get him to play on the back foot. David, were you saying that it was these two have played junior cricket together?
Harry Lee.
No, Lee Young and Neville have played all the way through the young representatives. That's right. In red and black too.
Well, yeah, John played for Lane Cove and
Lane Cove.
for Norths.
Okay.
For the rep team.
Rep team, yeah, okay. Again, Lennox again. That I was talking about that length. That was a bit slower, but he brought the length back. Since under 10s, I think you said. Is that right?
10s, yeah. And they in the last season of that junior thing, they won the Shield against the arch rivals, the Central Coast. It was a good way to finish.
Mm-hmm. They've got some very good talent up in the Central Coast. It's a booming area. There's some very talented young cricketers up there. Very. That's a lovely square drive. That should be 4. Yeah, it was. Fielder made a great effort out there at backward point. That's a lovely back, almost a square drive from Neville. That's his first boundary. Neville to 5. You keeping an eye on scores over at Howell Oval, will you, Jeffrey? You give us an update and I'll give everybody an update. After 15, 16. So repeat that. Out at first grade at Howell Oval, courtesy of Jeffrey. Penrith 1 for 45 after 16 overs. Penrith in thirds numbers. That's 6. Forget it. That's hitting the trees. Neville goes 4-6. And Moore decides to test out the middle of the pitch, and Neville hits him towards Berry Street. That ball's still going. 3 for 74 now the score. Scoring rate's getting there. And that actually will be drinks. So we'll have a break here in commentary. Hill is 31. Neville races to 11. And after 16 overs, it's the drinks break. 3 for 74. We'll have a spell in commentary. We'll be back with you shortly here at Bon Andrews Oval. It also stops the minutes for the batsman. Okay, so that's the correct protocol. who's batting in fifth?
Norths. 58.
Yeah, they are very similar. This is the most wickets by the sound of it.
Yeah. Fourth grade, we haven't got an update. Third grade, Penrith, 55 off 61.
There'll be some lower scores in top grade today with this weather. I'm imagining the Shield players won't be allowed to play for their clubs today.
Rain delay out at Penrith.
Curtis Patterson's playing.
But he's playing the Shield side.
He's playing.
Rain delay at Penrith.
I'll call that when I get back. Yeah. I think New South Wales has got that. I think New South Wales is at Junction Oval again this week. I think they've got. No, actually, I think that game's at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. I think they're playing the G.
There's some talk of. There's the captain of the Australian team.
Cummins.
Pat, yeah, Pat
He's playing, I think.
Yeah.
And Smith, I think. A lot of bloke came back wounded from that tour of Scotland and England. Hardy came back injured. Green came back injured. Green seriously injured. He may have to have back surgery.
They're talking about him not playing at all this summer.
He's got a few, unfortunately, he's got a few.
Yeah,
He's had that problems a lot.
Well,
Back.
he's got, no, I'm saying medical, like he's got kidney disease. He's got, some serious kidney ailment.
Yeah, that game is at MCG.
I thought that's what I saw. I thought that's what I saw. So do you have they've got a break. They've got a bit of a break.
That starts next Sunday.
They may actually have a one-day cup game in there somewhere, perhaps next week. So I'm not sure if you heard in the background as we're welcoming
New South Wales next Friday.
one-day cup G or City Power.
City Power.
Okay, so the one-day game for Victoria, New South Wales is on Friday at City Power. Then the Shield goes over to Sunday because they play them in blocks now, like they did in the old days.
No, it's actually played after the Shield game.
Oh, okay, so that's after the Shield. So the Shield game's first at the G, followed by a one-dayer at City Power. That's actually a very quick turnaround for the Melbourne Cricket Ground. That's only a couple of weeks to get the drop-in pitch right after the grand final, in which the Lions whacked the Swans. And also, what you do there, see how that says drink? So that now, that stops, that's what people can see on the screen. But when you go back, we're right to go. And there we are. It links into there. It is Kirkham. 17. This is the 17th over. It's 3 for 74. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday morning. That should be a wide. And is well kept. He saved 5 runs there, or 4 of them. So just as Jeff was saying in the background, there's been a rain delay at Howell Oval. Now there is a little bit of grace into the playing conditions, so they haven't lost any playing overs yet. In T20 cricket you don't get that, but in one-day cricket you do. Defending, good length there from Kirkham. The Hill defends to point. So yeah, just running through that. New South Wales next Shield game next weekend at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, followed immediately a couple of days later by a one-day cup game at the Junction Oval, or as it's commercially known, the City Power Centre, the headquarters of Victorian cricket, on the flattest pitch in the history of mankind. Well, sorry, other than a couple of test pitches in Pakistan, but City Power's the flattest deck in Australia. Whipping that off his pads, didn't get all of it, hit it under his pad, I think. And he won't be very popular. He's just hit the umpire, handles it with grace. That's our umpire. Still 3 for 75. Kirkham in again from the southern end. That's a lovely whip off his pads. But he's got a sweeper out there. Just a single. Neville back on strike. Off the pad, too high. That's hit him right on the thigh pad, and I reckon he's at least 6'1", 6'2", judging by Dad next to me.
Let's call it 6-2.
There's Dad there. There you are. I got it right. Right on the money. But that was clearly going over. Didn't need DRS for that one. Three for 76. Hill's 32. Neville is 11. Very full. And as most top order batsmen will take that, think he'll have to have a single to fine leg. One of the things I'd say about the groupings of Penrith's bowling in these first in the 17 overs, they've bowled very little short. Lennox dropped short to Neville in the last over and got whacked over square leg for 6. But the general length of their bowling's been ideal here today. It's not the sort of pitch you want to drop short. It's not that fast. Full ball, Hill whipping that down to mid-on. No run. And after 17 overs, the score here, UTS North Sydney, 3 for 77. I'll just reach over here. And Lee Young, 5. James Aiken, a first ball duck. And Cornwell, 26, the dismissed batsman. There are sundries, Jeffrey, there. 2 sundries, both wides. Is this Grant the opening bowler? Who are the spinners in the side today, Jeff?
Isaac Nichols.
Nichols is the spinner. Yeah. Grant to resume at the northern end. He's got the white pressure bandages on his arms. And for Neville, that short cover comes in again. Right on, you can see him at the top of your screen. He's right at the top of on the edge of the block. Neville gets it to, again, this slightly bumpy outfield. He keeps it to 1. And I'm assuming that field will go back to regulation more so for the more established Hill. Four men on the fence. Deep backwards. Actually, deep square leg, fine leg, excuse me. Third man and deep point, or deep cover point out there on the freeway side. In comes Grant. Square drive from Hill. Just a single. 3 for 79's the score. In comes Grant. Neville driving nicely, straight to the man at short cover. That's just about, in the first part of one-day cricket, that's just about the most important position on the ground. You have people with nice hands that have got excellent lateral movement, particularly when they're fielding in that box position. Just dials the length back a bit. Excuse me. Neville punches to mid off. No run. Just the 2 men out for Neville. Bowling to a 5-4. So he's encouraged. The skipper's encouraging Grant to bowl at the stumps. 3 men in the ring in front of square on the onside. That might be 5 wides, is it? It is indeed. I'm just waiting on the umpire to signal this, but I'm sure this is 5 wides. And it's
Total wides 5.
wide, 5 wides. There you go. Perfect. You got this lit. I've been live scoring for North Sydney for 25 minutes and I'm out of a job already. Mr. Redundant over here. 3 for 84 is the score. Neville sets off for a quick single, gets there relatively easy. He dived at the end, but he was safe. And when you speak to coaches and skippers, 5 wides are a real momentum killer for the bowling side, and they're a real moment because it's giving you 5 runs and an extra ball when you're batting. And there's no margin for error at this ground. That's a beautifully fielded by the skipper. Gee, he did well. Brilliant fielding. Keeps it to a single. Hill absolutely got that in the screws. After 18 overs, UTS North Sydney 3 for 86. Hill is 34. Neville is 14. Sticking with Kirkham. Can I just ask a question of you, Jeff? Is Kirkham at that age where he's got bowling invitations? Is he still quite young? Yeah, so Kirkham's going to need... He'll bowl in a spell and then have to have a break due to restrictions on young bowlers. Still got a lot of PG's cricket left in him as well. Hill back on strike. In comes Kirkham. Again, Hill's very efficient. When you get the ball onto his legs, he just loves like most decent top order bats. As soon as he gets near his pads, he's very tidy. And gets an easy single. Field will change for Neville. In comes the deep square. Are they going to leave the deep cover point out for Neville? They are. But the deep square leg comes into mid-wicket just on the edge of the block. Neville's on 14. It's 3 for 87 here at Bon Andrews. Oh, that is an absolute jaffer again. He's a couple of times though he's hit this length where the ball's just taken off. The keeper's taken that above hip height. I reckon that was the off-cutter, and Neville did well not to get a touch on that. That was just a seed and a half. He's got the ability to bowl a brilliant ball, young Kirkham. And as I said earlier on, he's got a sustainable action. If you watch his action, he builds up nicely, and at the point of delivery, everything appears, the mechanics of his bowling appear to be very good. And he comes again. Did that hit him on the lid, or it's through it? He was made a funny sound. Dot ball. Neville's already shown. Sent a shot across the warning bowls with the morning shot across the bow with short balls. He was trying to put that down on the Warringah freeway, Jeffrey. Indeed. Fences here aren't much to stop a big pull shot. There he goes again. In fact, he works out much finer. Gets around the fine leg. And just a single for Neville. 3 for 88 now. And Hill is showing me that he's set himself to try and bat through here. He's not taking too many risks. Whenever they put the ball anywhere near his pads or hip, he's trying to take advantage of it. Kirkham needs the ball about 4th stump line to Hill to stop him playing across the line. And again, gets the ball on his pads. The skipper's very clever at that mid-wicket position. Big, tall fella, built like a AFL centre forward. Almost a ruckman, actually. Big, long arms. He'd be a handful on a basketball court, I'd suggest. Through for 88. Last ball of the 19th over. That is a lovely whip again. Just wondering whether the skipper might move himself around into that position to put some pressure on for catching. Hill is 36. Neville is 15 after 19 overs. UTS North Sydney 3 for 89. Kirkham has none for 27 off his first 5 overs. Grant to continue from the northern end. And just over to our right, the breeze over there at a bit higher elevations really going. Where we are, it's not as much, but it's variable. It's just like tomorrow. The conditions have virtually not changed one iota since we got here. Cool breeze.
Assisting the shot to Cow Corner,
From there it is, yes, absolutely. And Neville's pull shot was helped by the breeze, although he did lace it. The inside edge onto pad there, trying to guide that down to third man. Grant pulled the pace back on that one cleverly. Australia, of course, a terrific thumping over Pakistan by 9 wickets in the women's T20 international last night. Australia going along very nicely. The concern in that tournament is that the scores aren't being very high. The pitches aren't conducive to high scoring. Another lovely ball from Grant. Sorry? And Healy's gone with a calf injury, and unfortunately that's what happens when you get to 30 years of age. Your hammies and calves can be susceptible, and of course Healy being a keeper puts enormous pressure on a lower body. In comes Grant. That might be 5 wides again. They're going to stop that one. And again, just that momentum killer. And it is 5 wide. So Penrith have given away 10 freebies in the last 3 overs. And again, up here, it'll be just to check that you've got the right number. It clearly says 5 wide, so all good. 94 for 3's the score, 3 for 94 in the Australian vernacular. In comes Grant again. Full, that's out. So Keane, Hill, who looks like he was trying to set himself, square drives one in the air. Keane takes the catch at backward point. And it's 4 for 94. We'll have a short break and be back with you in a moment here at Bon Andrews Oval. Welcome back. Dylan Johnson coming to bat. Wrap around the grounds in first grade in the Belvedere Cup. Randwick 2 for 103 at Coogee against Manly. Campbelltown 1 for 104 against West at Raby. Sydney none for 92 away to Fairfield Liverpool at Rosedale. St George 1 for 119 at Hurstville against Northern District. University of New South Wales in all sorts, 6 for 75 against East at David Phillips. Southern 1 for 73 against Sydney Uni at Southern Oval. Note Glenn McGrath Oval's out for a while. Blacktown in a lot of trouble, 5 for 81 around the corner from us at Allen Border against Mosman. Hawkesbury in all sorts, 6 for 68 against Parramatta at Old Kings. Gordon 4 for 114 against Bankstown at Bankstown Oval. Now there's still a rain delay at Howell Oval. Penrith 1 for 45, and that game's getting close to starting to lose overs with the timings. Penrith again 1 for 45 in the rain delay, everybody, out there at Howell Oval. A couple of 6-fers in there. Johnson's the new batter. Grant strikes. Lovely interception by Keane at backward point. In comes Grant for Johnson's first seed. Outside off stump, leaves alone.
Oh, there's the weather.
And there's a storm cell going south to north with that southerly breeze. That's what stopped the cricket over at Penrith. We're missing it. We're missing it here at the moment, thankfully, but it is going through the western suburbs along the line of the Blue Mountains there, actually. Defended to mid-wicket. He's a very clever fieldsman at mid-wicket there, the skipper, Jeffrey. Yes. Big, tall fella, but he's got long arms, but he's got terrific lateral movement. And now he's going to defend boundaries here. Back go deep point and deep square. Just doesn't want to give away that end of over boundary ball here. Full Yorker length. Bit of a mixed bag that over. 5 wides and then a wicket. Grant has 1 for 25 off 6. After 20 overs, UTS North Sydney here at Bon Andrews in second grade. 4 for 94. David Redden here with you on Bears TV. How you all doing out there? Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Absolute pleasure to be here with you as always. Doesn't get much better than commentating it over at these two grounds. I reckon this might be getting... Is this Kirkham's 6th? Yeah. What's it? Yeah, this will be his last. If he's under 17, this will be his last. Yep. I actually had a very good chat with former New South Wales and Western Australian first-class cricketer Mark Cameron, was heavily involved in cricket. I said, why do they do this with the young quicks? And he said, David, when the boys are very young, there's a particular bone in the bottom of their back that's not fully developed, and the young lads, that we have to protect them because if this bone gets affected, and that's why they get the stressies into the pads. And I was fascinated listening to him. He said, yeah, once they get to a certain age, that particular bone stabilises. But he said, time and time again, when bowlers are overexerted at a young age, they're finding it more and more. And the methodologies they have are to protect them and eventually give them the core strength, but to give them rest. In comes Kirkham again. That'll be 4. Forget it. That's on the practice wickets. And as much as Dad's sitting here next to me, I can guarantee you that was a genuine outside edge. That was not deliberately being trying to hit that. You happy with that, Dad? Thank you. 4 for 98 now.
Educated edge.
Yeah. Actually, Penrith could have taken a couple of wickets today with the first slip. Actually, just if you think about it, not being nasty, but there's been a couple go straight down first slip's throat today. Neville is 19. It's 4 for 98. In comes Kirkham again. Shorter this time. Neville looks very comfortable on that back foot. Punches to deep backward point for a single. Johnson has just faced the 3 balls. Hasn't got off the mark yet. This is his first ball facing at the northern end. Oh, that's another one from Kirkham. He's bowled a couple. That went the other way. That's just a beautiful delivery. That one, unlike the other two, didn't rear up. That was orthodox height, but just way too good for the new bat. You know what the hardest thing to do is to say the correct term, batter. It's very hard. Yeah, like commentating women's cricket a bit different. When you're commentating men, you've got to actually sit there and say, you've been saying batsman since for 50 years, you've got to say batter. In comes Kirkham bowling with the advantage of a sou'wester. Lovely square drive and Johnson's away. $100 up, just inside 21 overs. So the scoring rate's okay. Penrith from mine are slightly on top due to the amount of wickets they've taken. They've got 4 inside 21 overs. Remember, Penrith sent UTS North Sydney in today, and there certainly has been some, when they've bowled those effort balls, there's been some seam in it. A couple of deliveries have hit the top of off. The one that got Cornwall from Lennox was an absolute jaffa. Very full there from Kirkham. mid-on, scuttles around. That might be Kirkham done for his spell. He's bowled 6 overs now for 33. After 21 overs, UTS North Sydney 4 for 100. Neville is 20, Johnson is 1. Can't be too far away from a spinner, I wouldn't have thought. I don't think they'd want to bowl the spinner into the 50s. And this is a difficult place to bowl spinners because you can go yard very easily if you get it wrong. Grant to continue. Johnson with just the 2 men out. Deep fine leg and deep third man. Short cover on in the box position and mid-wicket the skipper's flying in and he'll end up on the square as well. In comes Grant. Driving. Just a mid off, no run. Couldn't go through the shot. The length wasn't too bad. In comes Grant again. That will be a wide. That was an effort ball. And went straight over the batsman's hip. 4 for 101. Wide count would be up to 13 or 14, would it? 13 with 2 5s in there. It gets it up quickly. Also, actually, if you bowl too many of them, that starts to affect you with your timings of bowling your overs out. Yep. Very full. That might be a leg bye. Just waiting to see the... He's got his hand out for a soft signal. Very good running. Excellent running, Johnson. And I reckon that's 2 leg byes, and it is. That soft signal makes such a difference when you're scoring. Makes it very easy. 4 for 103 now with the 2 leg byes. First leg byes of the innings, I believe. Two leg byes. Gets a fully. Gets a bit lucky there, Grant. Johnson new to the crease, hit it straight to short cover. Yeah, you got 2 leg byes. You got it right. Perfect. You corrected. Oh, was it right? Okay, good. Good. Very good. Again. So, saving that end of over boundary if you can. Back goes square leg and deep point. Again, the leg cutter. Whenever the seam bowlers have tried to bowl their leg cutter today, it's just, there's enough in this pitch. And when they get it right, it's very difficult. As you can see on your screen, the pitch has got a real, what they call a real green tinge, David, on it. In comes Grant again. Short this time. Neville knows that there's a deep square there and just bunts it in the air out to square leg. Second bounce, that's a single. Correction, Johnson, thank you. These two aren't actually different in size, but I think Neville might be slightly taller. He's in number 25. Neville on strike now. 4 for 104 is the score. Driving. Again, short cover. He's be putting his overtime payments to Penrith Panthers tonight, I think, Jeffrey. The short cover. Two to the bowler, wasn't it? With a wide and the single, yeah. And on cue, is this the young spinner Nichols? Thank you. Isaac Nichols, the young fella to come on and bowl his off spin. Be very interesting to see. He's got 4 men. Let's go and talk you through. He's got 4 men he can put out. He'll work with the skipper. I can't imagine there won't be at least 2 men on the leg side fence. So long on's gone back, right to the line. Deep cow's gone back, protecting that ball out towards the freeway. Deep points, he's in that sweeper position for the drag down. 1, 2, so that's 3. He's got another one if he wants it. He's going to have that short third man position at a point. He's got a short fine leg has been moved to backward square, so he's going to go with 3 deep for the moment. And Johnson and Neville, there's one shot that they've got here is the sweep. They've got a protector at short fine, but if they get the sweep going well, particularly square, they'll got a real chance to collect runs. I'm assuming that the skipper will go in. Nichols will have the skipper go to mid-wicket here, in between those two men on the fence. The man at 45's come right around a backward square leg. I still think that the sweep is on. There's two men behind point. And the finer of those has been brought inside the ring. So we've got a short third man, backward point, deep backward point, cover, mid-off. The skipper goes to mid-wicket on the block, a backward square leg in the ring, and then your deep fielders on the leg side, a forward square or mid-wicket, and long on. In comes Nichols. Goal should have been gone first ball. Johnson having a hoy and take that ball was where you like to catch him. Right in the apex above his head and went straight through. So Johnson a chance early in his innings. It's 4 for 105. And the skipper will be filthy. Neville driving. That ball has a bit of spin on it and goes straight to the deep cover point. Just the single for Neville. He's worked his way quietly to a strike rate of 100. He's got 21 of 21. Johnson 3 off 11. It's 4 for 106. Giving them a bit of loop. Yeah, throwing it up. Lovely straight drive. Another single. So that's 3 singles of 3 balls. It'd be interesting to see if he continues to bowl. He's getting the ball to the batsman's eye height if they decide to take him on when he throws it up. Trying to work that past the short cover, who's been absolutely superb today. No run. Neville making that a full toss. Coming down the pitch, this time beating short cover, and hits the sweeper at point for a single. 4 for 108. Mid-wicket goes further back towards the back of the ring to the end of the over. Trying to dab that down fine of the 2/3 men. Can't do it. That's a tidy start for the young spinner. Nichols has none for 4 of his first over. UTS North Sydney after 23 overs. 4 for 108. On a very cool mid-October day here in the lower north shore of Sydney. Grant to continue, is it? No, that's a change of bowler. Max Becker to come on at the northern end. Keeper drops the helmet back in the correct position. If I get a chance, I'll tell you a story how it evolved, that helmets had to be put behind the keeper. It's a fascinating story. One of many things that Mike Brearley did when he was captain of Middlesex in England. But I'll tell you a story about that if I get a chance. So Becker's come on. He's got 5 in the ring. He's dropped back the deep point and the deep square. Neville's well set. He's 22. And showing a propensity to be very comfortable square of the wicket, Neville. In comes Becker. Short. That should be... He's got it around the corner. And Neville taking advantage of a short one outside his hip. Gently glides around the corner for an easy boundary down here to fine leg. Very fine leg. Neville moves on to 26. It's 4 for 112. So there was a game of cricket that Middlesex in county cricket needed an outright. Mike Brearley was captain of Middlesex. And there was no rule for the keeper to have the helmet. Hang on, got to stop. They're refixing the umpires getting the helmet put in the right spot. So in those days, the helmet could be stored anywhere. So Brearley decided he wanted to get quick scoring to get a declaration so that Middlesex could win this critical game at the end of the season. I'll talk to you after this ball from Becker. Neville tidy. Usually say good cricket after that 4 followed by a boundary. So Brearley decided to contrive some penalty runs. So he put 3 helmets, 2 short legs and a keeper at mid-wicket and told his bowlers to bowl full. Middlesex ended up giving 20 penalty runs away in a real hurry because they kept on hitting the helmets, and they got the quick declaration and won the game and won the county championship. And after that, they changed the playing conditions cricket to put the helmet directly behind the keeper. When I first heard that story, I thought it was apocryphal, but it's actually been verified that that's actually the case. 113 is the score. Neville 27. Johnson, who's on strike, is 4. It's funny how people do things and then they'll react and change a rule. I think one of the better rule changes we were speaking about earlier today is that when you are caught out, there's no change of strike anymore. Certainly makes things a lot easier when you're scoring, I'll tell you. Johnson on strike to Becker. Beautiful length, and again beats him. By no means a flat belter here today. There's life in that pitch. It's actually proved a reasonably even game so far. 4 for 113. 2 balls left in the 24th over, so almost halfway through. Don't think there'll be 300 scored here today. Not on this track. In comes Becker to Johnson. That'll be a wide. 4 for 114. Becker into Johnson. Another wide. How many, please, David? Wides? 15? Down the bottom of your column over here. 15 wides so far. They add up. I mean, especially a score of 114. After 15 now. It hasn't matriculated over on here yet. It does now. Because I get that about 30 seconds after you upload it, because this is on delay. 4 for 115. Becker's got to get his bearings right here. Neville trying to work it to third man. Can't. Straight to backward point to Keane. Johnson's 4. Oh, I said Neville, did I? Thank you. Cheers. Apologies, everybody. Slightly weary after a massive day yesterday, but I'll get it right. Apologies to Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Mr. Neville's giving me the death stare over here. Works that just past the left hand of backward point. Third man comes in, can't stop the single. Johnson to 5. Did I hear still drizzling at Howell Oval? Thank you. Four for 116 after 24 overs. Expensive first over from Becker. He's gone for 8. In comes Nichols. And again, be interested to see how Neville and Johnson approach it. If Nichols continues to float the ball like he is, where they try and take him. They had a couple of balls to cover in the last over. He's got protection at deep, mid and deep long on. Again, for me, one of their options, if they've got it in their armoury, is a sweep. Johnson on strike. Oh, that's a good ball. Went straight on the back foot. I wouldn't be picking a ball up, son, like that. Just quietly. Well, the ball's got to... You just flick away the bat or just let it go. Slicing. Out to deep point. When there's laws of cricket specifically against that sort of thing, you should never put yourself even in anyone's crosshairs. Just let the ball go. Neville back on strike. He hasn't had much strike in the last couple of overs. Johnson's manipulated the strikes to a certain extent. Strike, that should be out, and is caught at short cover. 27. Trezai's another catch. Took a lovely interception at second slip earlier this morning. So Neville's out for 27. It's 5 for 117. 27 for Trezise. Back shortly after a quick break. New batsman in is Parsania. Oh, straight down. Think he's got enough of that. Oh, goodness me, not. Oh, he's caught it. Gee, I would have thought he would. That was over for all money. Takes on Nichols and gets found out and gets caught right on the boundary. Caught by Balgowan right out there at long on. And quick wickets here. Penrith right on top. 6 for 117 now. 2 wickets and 3 balls for Nichols. Parsania not showing any. To be fair, it's not a big boundary, but yeah. No. Yep. Yeah, I don't have much doubt that if it had been hitting the other 180 degrees, it would have gone over. Although that's a much longer boundary than that's the longest boundary at the ground any to left. And he comes. Rob Aiken, who holds all sorts of records in Sydney cricket. Had his problems with injuries last year, the great man, and coming in now at a very, very important juncture. Nichols has struck 2 wickets in his seconds over Neville and then Parsanian. Shrey Parsania caught Balgowan by Nichols for a second baller. Johnson remains on 6. There are 17 extras. 6 for 117 is the score. That's the point now with this, with that David's point about that breeze right now, and when he hit that ball, it certainly would have held up. Well, he didn't actually get it right in the middle. He just got it a bit high on his bat, and yep.
He got us home in the first game when they chased over 250. Parsania 49 not. Well, no, he was out.
Good first strike from Nichols. Aiken on the front foot defending, straight back down the pitch. Nichols has 2 for 5 off 2 overs. He's changed the game. UTS North Sydney after halfway through the innings, a 6 for 117. These two have got a matter rescue job, otherwise we might be in for an early day. Becker from the northern end. I believe he bowled 1 over for 8 in his first over. Does that sound right, guys? Thank you. Couple of wides in there and a boundary 4. And Johnson, who's faced 19 rocks, needs to stabilise. They've got time now. They've got 25 overs to build the rest of the innings. Short ball. Worked well down to third man for a single. Johnson to 7. Score is 6 for 118. In a few minutes' time, we'll give you some around the grounds in ones. Even with Aitken coming out the new batter, they've got the 4 men out, persisting with a deep point and a deep square at Penrith. Aitken facing Becker. Yorker length. Aitken digs it out. Aitken on the back foot, punching to his eyes at short cover. Around the grounds. Randwick, these scores don't look like that. They have now. Randwick 4 for 133 against Manly at Coogee. Campbelltown 1 for 153 against West at Raby. Sydney 1 for 134 against Fairfield Liverpool at the large Rosedale. St George flying 1 for 167 against NDs at Hurstville. University of New South Wales 6 for 112 against East at David Phillips. Aitken driving straight back down the pitch, no run. Sutherland 1 for 114 against Sydney Union. Something tells me that score hasn't changed since we last gave our update. Blacktown 6 for 97 at Allan Border against Mosman. Hawkesbury 6 for 105 against Parramatta at Old Kings. Gordon 5 for 142 against Bankstown at Bankstown Memorial Oval. And as Jeff just said in the background, Penrith and North Sydney are back. UTS North Sydney are back on out at Howell. It's 2 for 72 Penrith against North Sydney, that game at Howell Oval. Aitken driving again firmly, but straight to mid-off, no run. 6 for 118. Just wondering out there that delay might not have been long enough. They may still get a full game of cricket out there. I think it's getting towards an hour. I think it's 60 minutes, and then after that you lose. You get to 49s and 48s and whatever else. But I don't think that's been an hour delay. Could be a late dark finish. I'll tell you what at Howell. Aitken, that one on the thigh pad. Aitken is 0. Johnson is 7. After 26 overs, UTS North Sydney are 6 for 118. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Live streaming of the Kingsgrove T20 finals. Bankstown and Sutherland here at Bonn in the morning at 10. And then at 3 o'clock over at North Sydney Oval, UTS North Sydney hosting Parramatta. UTS North Sydney very excited. Sarah Byrne, the great secretary, was telling me first time they finished top of the pool for a while, and they're getting to host. And of course, the finals are here the following Sunday. In comes Nichols. I think really truly cricket starts next Saturday, doesn't it? The two-day stuff start next week, I think. Yes. So this is the last of the set of 50 over one-day games today, and then into red ball cricket next week on Saturdays. Johnson facing Nichols, driving past short cover. Trezise can't quite get there, and a single to Johnson. Keeper might be having a quiet word to his fieldsman over a beer tonight. Guys, I'm sick and tired of getting half volley throws from 35 metres. Nichols has moved his eyes slightly wider at cover. Aitken onto the back foot, lets it go, no run. I should say Robert Aitken, there's two players, so that's Rob Aitken out there. Very full length. Check your divots, please. That was right on the crease. Nichols has got a nice action for an off spinner. Bouncy, gets that arm up high. Starts off his back foot and then pushes in. Aiken trying to get it through point, can't. To the thiner of the 2/3 men. And now they're putting the long off back to give away that single happily. So deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. So there's a single there for Aiken if he wants to punch down the ground. Nichols' last ball of his third. Aitken takes that, slaps that out to cover, and he's away. Aitken is 1, Johnson is 8. After 27 overs, UTS North Sydney are 6 for 120. David Redden here with you on Bears TV. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Great to be calling some second-grade cricket here. Penrith most certainly on top. Those two, that double wicket over from Nichols. They've reasserted this authority. Still the sou'easter coming in off the harbour. It's actually football weather here today. This is absolutely football weather. Matt's necking Jeff out there with his hangers on out there at Penrith Park, giving it to Parramatta and the Roosters and Manly. Not too much to the Roosters, though, please. Of course, Isaiah Yeo, for the first time named captain of Australia. A wonderful achievement for a superb footballer. I actually thought Yeo might have won the Clive Churchill medal. He was brilliant in the second half.
I don't understand the voting in the last 10 rounds.
Say that again.
I can't understand the voting in the last 10 rounds, how he didn't hold that well.
In the Dally M as well. Yeah. I think that Hughes was a deserving winner, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, to put polls so poorly as he did.
Oh, that Aiken was beating all ends up, trying to work to mid-wicket, and it goes to third man. Becky getting them to hold up. It was interesting when watching State of Origin. Isaiah Yeo basically played as a prop and changed his game completely. In that, when he plays at Penrith, he plays that linking second 5/8 role. When he played for New South Wales, once Trebojevic had his first 10 or 15 minutes on, came Yeo, and he was just superb. And it doesn't happen very often, but it is always good to beat Queensland at State of Origin, let me tell you. Especially when you're a proud New South Welshman. Becker into Johnson. That's a lovely clip off his legs. Just goes straight to deep square for a single. Very pleased to see Lindsay Smith get a call up for the Australian squad as well. I tell you what, that Tongan side's going to be hard to stop. Goodness me, they've got some decent footballers. Tonga and Samoa, like New Zealand's been. Sean Johnson's come out of retirement to play for New Zealand. But those Samoa and Tongan squads are very strong. Oh, Alamotti getting to play for Tonga after a good performance from Penrith in the GF. Aitken cutting hard, straight to Keane at backward point. 6 for 122. I think that'll be some terrific footy. I really do. And remember, those of you that might not be aware, Samoa and Tonga don't exactly like one another. They have a very strong rivalry going back that transcends football, I might add. And they love play. They built the tripe out of each other when they get the chance, the two of them. Very proud.
When's it start?
Soon, the next couple of weeks, next week or so. It's one of the reasons that a lot of the clubs are going to have to delay their pre-season training because there's so many players playing.
Individual players will have to have 6 weeks off.
Under the CBA, that's correct. And that's why Penrith are not playing in the World Club Challenge. They've already stated they do not have the time to give. They are obligated to give players 6 weeks off by law, and
They're also travelling all the way to Las Vegas.
and they're playing in Vegas as well. Can you imagine how many Penrith fans will go to Vegas? Goodness me. Aiken, that familiar front foot down the pitch, defending. Aiken's 2, Johnson is 9. UTS North Sydney 6 for 122. Sorry to digress a little bit. Lovely to talk football and talk any sport. It's a long day, and after 4 straight premierships, you're entitled. So it's funny that this generation has been dominated by 3 clubs: Melbourne, the Roosters, and Penrith. It's just been for almost 10 years. It's been dominated by them. Yeah. And I would suggest to you that those clubs are by far the 3 strongest cultures, and that is something that Canterbury is quickly building. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with next year, Canterbury, I reckon. Nichols, Johnson cutting straight out to deep point. And interesting, there's hardly been a boundary. There was a boundary from Neville from Becker, the first ball that Becker bowled, and I reckon that's the last boundary. Nichols certainly hasn't given away one. They've just shut the scoring down. 6 for 1, 2, 3. Johnson to 10. Aitken on 2. Aitken, that front foot down the pitch. He's not going to get LBW to him doing that. He's a tall man when you meet him, Robert Aitken. He'd be 6'3", 6'4". Nichols is in the middle of a beautiful spell. 2 for 8 off. Yes, especially if he can drift that ball. That's drifted. That's the second slapping. That's beautifully fielded, actually. Lesser fields than that would have gone through. Aiken's played that slapping shot to deep cover, and that's what he's going to. As soon as he sees Nichols bowl with a little bit of width, he'll be going out to that boundary. Aiken to 3. Johnson is 10. 6 for 124. Fully can't take advantage. Straight to mid-off. Just got a bit lucky. And that's the side of throw I'm talking about, that the keeper's been peppered. He's been peppered with that today. And as this is from the ring. And if I was the Penrith keeper, I'd be saying to the guys, for goodness sake, at least give me a bounce throw or a fully. The half volleys have been regular and monotonous. Back goes long off to save the single. To save the boundary, sorry. Happy to give away single is Nichols. Tries to get it to that man, and over there at the beach, he gets Trezise stops it. Yeah, like Whale Beach that one was. Last ball of Nichols' 4th. He's 2 for 9, if you don't mind. Full again, and slaps that out to the man at deep cover. And a single. Johnson's 11. Aitken is 3. North Sydney after 29 overs. Going along slowly at the moment, to be fair. 6 for 125. Becker again from the northern end. You're killing this, David. I had to laugh when Jeff said it's idiot proof, because I said to myself, well, that suits me fine. A lot of parents use this. A lot of parents, when who don't know much about cricket, can use this reasonably. It's reasonably intuitive. It's a better product than when it came out. That's one thing that's for sure. Off the pad, that'll be a leg by, I reckon. Just waiting on the umpire for a soft signal. We've got it. Just the one leg by there. Change of strike. Aitken comes on the strike, yes. Just be patient with it. Press it again. There you go. And you've given a wide, so go back with your back button. Yep, and start again. Go again. It was one leg by. And you don't need to hit a run. You hit that, and you're set. And correct. Well, that one jumps up. Aitken took that up on right on stickers in front of his gloves. Yep. You're just watching the replay of that. Aitken got that pretty much in at the bottom of his number. Reared up at him from a length. Becker, after an untidy first over, has really dialed it back. He has bowled 18 balls and 20 balls for none for 11. Aitken puts that front foot down the pitch and hits it straight again. And Aiken's a little bit different batsman. He can play off that back foot square, but he loves to drive. And Skipper's got this well covered. He's got a mid-on, a short cover, a mid-off, and a mid-on. A mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and short cover, and it's making hard. Aiken's got to place it well to get it through that field. And again, we haven't had a boundary for quite a few overs now. Lovely. Gets that one onto leg stump, and Aiken just clips into backward square leg for a single. Someone's been beaten by half a head at Royal Randwick and decided they're not having a happy day. Spring Carnival on its way. And of course, the best race in Australia is tomorrow in Bathurst. Straight drive, got to go. Aiken's in trouble if he gets the ball got held up. Aiken was, if he'd have got that out of his hand quickly, young Kirkham, he was in trouble, Aiken, because he was only in third gear. Dramatic day of the practice at Bathurst yesterday. 2 complete wipeouts. One of them was David Reynolds. When you drive around it, it's at 50 kilometres an hour. That is an extraordinary piece of road, I'm telling you. Up there at the mountain. Not very far from my place. 6 for 128. Aiken whips that to wide of mid-on. Oh, that's nutmeg. That should be a double. Yeah. Just took his eyes off that one. That wasn't an awkward bounce. That was just a straight-up misfield. Double to Aiken. He moves to 6. And the score is 6 for 130. After 30 overs. So normally when you're batting well, they look to you to double your score in the last 20 overs. So I don't think you're going to see North Sydney make it 260 today, though. Nichols is bowling beautifully. And the only person that's taken him on in the air was dismissed second ball. So he's bowling with very good flight. He's most certainly not bowling flat. Jeff said he thinks that he'll push on up the grades. But he is not bowling flat rubbish, I can tell you that right. He's not bowling darts. And this would actually be a nice pitch to bowl spinners on. You just get a little bit of grip. And he's bowling with a perfect breeze coming across his right shoulder, letting him drift the ball away from the right-handers. Johnson defends resolutely. Touches eyes at short cover, no run. Onto the back foot this time, Johnson. Unnecessary throw at the stumps, really. Aiken had not moved. Another dot ball. Nichols has 2 for 10 into his 5th over, bowling beautifully. 6 for 130. This time drives and gets on that front foot, and despite the fact that Kirkham is at mid-off, the slight fumble, he was always going to make that single. Johnson to 13. UTS North Sydney 6 for 131. Aitken to take strike. He's on 6. Robert Aitken. Playing that slap shot towards cover. Can't beat Trezise. And of course, Robert Aitken's daughter, Emily Aitken, is a very talented young cricketer from North Sydney and bowls a lot like her dad. Bowls slow right armers and has got a front of the ball, the front of the hand delivery that's you can pick, but it floats and it does all sorts of things. They've got a bit of a wobble about it. She's a very clever cricketer, Emily Aitken. Long off drops back for the last couple. Aitken tries to get it to that man at the boundary. Can't beat Nichols. Still 6 for 131. Again, then he hits that sweeper. So there's the benefit of having the sweeper. That would possibly have been 4. Aitken a single. Nichols has 2 for 12 halfway through his set of 5 overs. What a set that's been. Aitken is 7. Johnson is 13. It's 6 for 132 after 31 overs here at Bon Andrews Oval in North Sydney. North Sydney and Penrith second grade. David Redden here with you on Bears TV. How you all doing? Becker again. He really has pulled it back. I think Becker went for 10 off his first over, didn't he, guys? 8. His last 3 overs have cost 7. He's really got them brain in gear. Short fine legs come in here. Nichols inside the ring in front of us. Aiken chops that down to third man. So there's the reason the short fine legs in. Long on off your screen to left has gone right back. Long on and square leg. So fine leg inside the ring alongside mid wicket. Of course, in the second power play, you only had 4 out, and those 4 out are third man, cover sweeper, long on, and deep square leg. Of course, deep square legs protecting the boundary that's downwind today. Johnson. That's a beauty from Becker. That's that ball that's just taken off a bit. Done it again. The effort ball really produces here today. Johnson is 13. Been there a while. Aiken is 8. They face 57 balls between them for 20. And at some stage will want to lift their run rate, although they don't look hurried at the moment. And as we said earlier, they really do need to set about rebuilding this innings. Johnson works it to third man. That's all he's got to do, just keep matriculating the strike. Aiken back on strike. Field is not changing. I think that Balgowan's going to come on at the northern end after this over. He's just signalled to him now, so might be Becker's last of this set. Yorker length to Aiken. Works it to the skipper at mid wicket. No run. Aiken again gets a full ball. Can't beat the mid wicket, comes around. He's got good lateral movement, hasn't he, the skip? Another dot ball. 6 for 134 in their 32nd over. Aiken, as always, unhurried, just playing as it comes. Johnson putting a hefty price on his own wicket, although he was dropped. First ball that Nichols bowled. That ball came back and he bowled a slow ball off cutter there, and Aiken got it off. Yes, as you were saying, you can just see him saying that was a faster off break. And that might be drinks, I suspect. 32 overs gone, 6 for 134. We'll have a short break here and be back with you soon. No, they don't back in their contracts. Remember, their best player is probably on 1.2 million.
So, yeah, why
That Penrith is sticking to the salary.
Yeah, but they're saying, so, back to the guy who's going to, is it Canterbury? The guy who's placed it long years.
Luai's going to the West Tigers.
Yeah, but is that because they're paying him more?
They're paying him more money.
Double. He's getting 1.4 million to go to the Tigers.
Penrith won't pay extra money. Well, they can, but then every one you pay extra, you then lose your younger players. So Penrith have got this thing that we won't pay ridiculous money just to keep a popular player.
Other than the best player in the world.
Well, they've got the 2 best players in the world. They've got Cleary and they've got Yo. They've got their core group of players, which they look at. I mean, they wouldn't have lost
James Fisher-Harris.
That's a personal reason. They let him go. He was under contract, but they've let him go. But no, they just won't pay like with Crichton. They won't pay and offer ridiculous money to keep players.
So this back ending of contracts, I think, happens in AFL. Where the first couple of years.
Well, that when the Giants started, but it doesn't as much anymore.
Right.
A lot of clubs have got themselves in trouble with that.
Yeah.
I mean, Penrith has been managed to sort of do that. I mean, you can't say they're rorting. You wouldn't think they're rorting the cap if they lose so many players every year.
So I'm just beginning to wonder when they've been saying about my club though for years that the Roosters don't have the salary cap. They've got a salary sombrero.
No, well, what they've got is
Uncle Nick.
They've got Uncle Nick with third-party deals. So
What do these guys have backdoor deals or things?
Not some of them are declared.
now, well,
You're allowed to have a third-party deal.
deals, and the two clubs that can get away with most are both Roosters and Brisbane because they've got access to those third parties.
And also, housing's cheaper in Brisbane than it is in Sydney.
Yes, that's
What's a
right.
third party deal?
So
You've got you
sponsor.
declare that you're working in real estate or
Yeah.
a car company.
well, what happens is they basically sponsor them. So
They do.
a company will come up and say, right, I'm going to give them an extra $100,000 a year, but they have to declare it. It has to be a sponsorship type of thing. But Nick, he just rings up his mates in the eastern suburbs and says, we want this, can you give them a sponsorship?
That's what.
Back here with you, 32 overs gone. The last session of this first innings. Nichols is throwing that ball up. Johnson went down on one knee trying to whack that through cover. And again, it's been a long time. I reckon it's been a full half an hour since the last boundary. They've really shut down the scoring. Johnson punches to mid-off. And young Kirkham's fielding in Whale Beach over here and gets a sandy one again. Keeps it in front of him though, just a single. Aiken will be thinking to himself, I've really got to start scoring and run a ball shortly. But gets one, he defends. Throws it up on the slight misfield. Aiken takes off, gets the single. Good aggressive running. 6-136. And mid-off's going to go back to the ring, is he? No, he's going to come back to long off. And a short cover comes slightly straighter to compensate. Gets Johnson onto the back foot, defending. In comes point, no run. So yes, judging by what the skipper did last over, we think that Balgowan's going to come on at the northern end. Full. Again, that sliced away to the finer of the two backward points. Nichols has the outstanding figures of 2 for 14 off 6 overs. And Balgowan jogs up with purpose to the northern end. It's 6-136 after 33 overs. Indeed, it is Balgowan, the opening bowler. You took 2 and 2 earlier this morning. Still bowling with a 5-4 field. Deep point, third man, fine leg and deep square. Here comes the leap. Aiken trying to slash square. Hit over the ball there. That ball kept slightly low. No run. Penrith would love to get into this lower order. Defended by Aitken. Aitken's 9 off 31. 32 now? 32. Johnson 15 off 38. 6 for 1, 3, 6 is the score. That time he's got that past the short cover. Didn't get all of it. Hit it reasonably high on the bat. Just a single to Aitken. He moves into double figures. He's 10. Johnson is 15. 6 for 1, 3, 7. Hope everybody out there in Bears land is enjoying today. And if you're listening and watching to us, hello, hello. Welcome and welcome again. And hope you're enjoying some good second grade cricket. It's a tough day here at the office for the Bears. Penrith on top. Johnson got one that came back into him right there. He's trying to cut that. And it was jammed for room. Just could only squeezed it to backward point. No run. Reminder, we're here with you all day today, and then tomorrow the Kingsgrove Cup finals. Of course, the Bears are on. Keep an eye out for that one. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, North Sydney and Parramatta. Some really good cricketers playing tomorrow in the Kingsgrove Cup final. Quarterfinal, technically, that is tomorrow. And again, in Balgowan's got a couple in this over to keep a bit low. The keeper's been down on one knee, keeping them. Bit faster than medium pace Balgowan, but stockier build. Getting the ball to skid on a bit. You would think if he hits pads, he's been right in line to pick up LBWs. And he comes again, bowling to Johnson. Drive straight back down the pitch, well fielded by the bowler and his follow through. That's a very good over from Balgowan. His figures after 6 overs, 2 for 23. UTS North Sydney after 34 overs, 6 for 137. And I imagine that the tactics here are for Nichols to bowl 10 straight and finish off with his seamies. Becker's got a few left. Kirkham's got room left once he's had his obligatory spell. Grant's got how many left, please? 4 or 3? Okay. Yeah, Lennox hasn't bowled for over an hour now, so... In comes Nichols again for his 7th over. Aiken trying to pepper that off that cover boundary, but can't get the ball past short cover. Aiken's hardly tried to play a shot on the leg side, pretty much because Nichols is bowling outside off stump. Short, this time punches back down the ground. A bit flatter that one from Nichols. But again, this breeze is absolutely perfect for a right arm offie. Rushes back to position. As you can see, pushes in off that back foot first. And again, straight to short cover. Honestly, you could almost pull one of those backward points around and have 2 covers in that position 5 yards off one another. So often is the ball going to them today. Just dials the length back a bit, and Aiken comes down the pitch and can't get to it. Defends to short cover, no run. Back comes mid-off to long-off. Happy to give away the single. Aiken, I'm sure, will be targeting that in his mind. He knows he's got an outlet single there. Again hits the same man at short cover. He hit that well, but straight to the field and did not have to move. 6 for 137. Full toss this time, and does get the single to the man at Kirkham. He's been put back to long off. Another very good over from Nichols, just the one off it. He has the outstanding figures of 2 for 15 off 7. He really has changed the game, hasn't he? And the score check for you after 35 overs is 6,438 UTS North Sydney. Johnson's 15, Aikens 11. Balgowan to continue at the northern end. How many has he got left? 4? 4 to go. So their seamers, the skipper's rotated his seam as well. So in comes Balgowan to bowl Aitken. Cutting, can't get it past short cover. There's a saying in the football code that I call in winter. He'll have Sharon poisoning at the end of the day, leather poisoning. I'll tell you what, Trezise is going to have Kookaburra poisoning in his hands. He'll have the reverse of Kookaburra imprinted on his hands. He's got so much of it today. Really has gone to him an extraordinary amount of times. That's an inside edge of the bat job, but he gets it to deep square. And interestingly, the fact that short cover's been hit so often indicates that Penrith's groupings again with their seam bowling has been very consistent. They're not bowling with much width, and they're making them bowl to their field. Johnson back on strike now. Squeezes that through again. Cooper taking that very low, so ball's starting to get a bit older now, and I'm just wondering if Balgowan wants to take a risk, because that ball's not going over the stumps, and with his relatively short stature, I wonder if he starts targeting stumps, if he can start hitting some pads. But he's again bowling very well. Johnson, does he? Oh, I don't think he'd have a boundary. Is he all in blue in your colours? Yeah, he is. Yeah, all are they? He's built the biggest picket fence in history. Oh, inside edge, straight onto the pad. If he keeps building a fence like that, President Trump will be calling him. Goodness me, he needs some fences made, old Donald. Lovely from Johnson. For his 16th single. 6,440 now. Aitken back on strike to Balgowan. Really hit that hard. Hit it straight back to the bowler, however. Balgowan has 2 for 25 off 7. Very good figures again from him. And it is 6 for 140 after 36 overs here at North Sydney Oval. Correction, Bon Andrews Oval. At some stage, they're going to have to start targeting the boundary.
That's right. There's 2 runs and over.
They have at least stopped. The one thing these two have done, what was it, 6 for 80, 6 for 110?
Well, they put on...
how many did they put on? Of?
23.
23. So it was 6 for 117. They've at least stabilised innings, but they need to hit the boundary soon. Wider from Nichols. That might be a chance. Well fielded. He has. Johnson's first scoring shot above a single today. Nichols slightly shorter, hits the stickers. No run.
We don't know what a good score is, as they say in the classics, until both sides have batted.
You don't. I would have thought 240 given this pitch. 6. Forget it. And maybe they've decided to put the foot down. Yeah. Authentic cricket shot straight back down over a straightish long on, and that went a long way.
Hitting into the breeze didn't make any difference on it.
Proper cricket shot that was. That was lovely. Oh, that is an absolute jaffa. Goodness gracious me. Nichols has just moved that slightly off. He's bowled his arm ball. That is a serious delivery. Johnson had gone 2-6 and then gets a seed and a half. Hits the top off stump. Johnson out for 24. It's 7 for 148. Back with you in a minute. Gardner. That's 3 times today they've hit the top of the stump, just slightly. 3 times. That was almost about as a log. That was an absolute jaffa. And in comes Harry Gardner after an absolute seed. Nichols has now got 3 and he's ripped through the middle order. And now they're into the lower order, and Aiken has to stay there. And
Yeah, it looked like they just hit the go button, and that's
they literally had. They'd hit the go button, and then he playing it a fully defensive shot, and Nichols produces a 3 for 23 for Nichols now. Again onto the back foot, Gardner, carefully. And as has been the custom, back goes mid-off to long-off right in front of us to take away that boundary. Easy single for Gardner. It's interesting. Sorry for those. Oh, now that's just matriculated. The scoring had frozen on the television on your screen, but it's come back to us in the last ball. After 37 overs, 7 for 149. Gardner is 1. Aitken is 12. Nichols, magnificent figures, despite it going for a maximum that over. 3 for 24 off 8 for Nichols. And produces one of the better balls today. So who's produced the Jaffas? Balgowan, Lennox and Nichols have all hit the top of off stump from my memory. Big thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Gardner new to the crease, has to stay with Robert Aiken. Here comes the bunny hop. There it is. Immediately works that to point for a single. And Robert Aiken's one of the most experienced cricketers in the history of Sydney grade cricket, and his aim at the moment is to be there for the 300th delivery of this innings.
I would add in the history of the world. I mean,
No, there's been players play along with him. Wilfred Rhodes played Test cricket for England in his 50s. W.G. Grace did as well, but yes, he's played an enormous amount of cricket. He's probably seen it all. Much quicker from Balgowan. Aiken was here when the crossweights were at North Sydney too. And
How many? Doug Walters played for North briefly.
mm,
I don't recall how many seasons he played.
neither
What
do
was his
I.
main club? It was,
I think Doug Walters played for Cumberland.
yeah, that's right.
Here comes Balgowan again. And Aitken's done that quite a bit today. Hit the ball straight back to the bowler. And of course, there's a story about Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly came from the bush. He was playing down the Southern Islands and was moved. He was played for St George for years and years. And then, because of the rules in Sydney grade cricket at that time, he got appointed to a teaching role in North Sydney and moved here and was forced to play for North Sydney. And took something ridiculous, like 117 wickets in a season. I think he still holds the Sydney first grade record, Bill O'Reilly. But that's how he ended up playing for North Sydney, through his profession. Punches down to long on for a single. Aitken.
Did he play at St George at the same time as the Don?
I think he may have. Those two came across one another when they were in the Southern. They were never the best of mates ever. Well, Bradman hated Catholics, and they played against one another in a grand final. Bradman was playing for Bowral and O'Reilly was playing for Wingelow when he was down there. That might be out. Gardner caught behind. Balgowan strikes again. And a lot of players do that in the lower order. They get caught playing horizontal bat shots without foot movement, and that his bat ended up at 45 degrees. And that's another wicket. So we may be in for an earlier day here. 8 for 151 now. Penrith right on top here. Yes, so Bradman made successive triple centuries in grand finals in the Southern Highlands comp, and but they played against one another, and O'Reilly had him dropped in a game by first slip who didn't see it, just went straight him in the guts, and he missed him, and Bradman went on to make 234. So. It's interesting. We've all grown up watching the late great Shane Warne play, but if you go to his record, O'Reilly had a much better strike. O'Reilly was a better striker bowler than Shane Warne on record. If you look at his averages and things like that, and O'Reilly was a totally different bowler. He bowled leg spin almost at medium pace. He bowled fast and he was at you all the time. But O'Reilly's one of the best bowlers that ever lived in our country, anyway. And mind you, so was Shane Keith Warne. And of course, when O'Reilly bowled with Clary Grimmett, they were unstoppable.
Used to write a good column.
Oh, he was brutal. He didn't miss, but yes, he did. Didn't like one-day cricket one bit, Bill O'Reilly.
I remember him writing
Pajama cricket, he called it.
He's one he coined the phrase, yeah.
about Steve Waugh.
Ferguson driving straight back down the pitch. So a successful over there for Balgowan. Here's the excellent figures of 3 for 27 off 8. UTS North Sydney 8 for 151 after 38 overs. Ferguson just to the crease is 0 off 1. Aitken 13 off 45. He's still there, the veteran.
He identified Wills and Robinson Crusoe in identifying Waugh as a talent very early, but he said he had to give away the hook shot.
And he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so long off's gone straight back for Aitken immediately here, rather than coming into mid-off. So what they're trying to do here is get Aitken off strike to get at Ferguson. So Aitken's got options to the left and right of the short cover. Shorter, and he takes the single immediately. So that is the perfect scenario for Penrith. They get Ferguson on strike. Now, I'm just wondering if mid-off then get Kershaw's being brought in. And I reckon Kershaw might have had his obligatory spell now. He should be able to come on reasonably soon. How many's he had off, please? What was the last over Ferguson bowled, Jeffrey?
21st, so
He's right. Ferguson, expansive drive to short cover Trezise. Scuttles around, no run. Still 8 for 152. Oh, gee, that skidded on, didn't it? Ferguson on the back foot. If he'd missed that, it was Red Rover all over. Yes, he was saying there that was my arm ball, my flatter one. Nichols. Very wide, and in fact called such. 8 for 153. A rare error. Nichols, this has been an outstanding spell. Onto the back foot, Ferguson defending stoutly. It's interesting, the only batsman that took him on was out to him second ball, caught on the fence. The others have been circumspect. I'm very surprised they haven't tried to sweep him. It's something that English batsmen do far better than Australians in sweeping. Talk about a rich vein of form. Joe Root's been unstoppable over the last 18 months. Is that rain?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a spit.
just have a look at the radar.
Nichols bowling to Aitken. Shorter. Aitken gets it up the top half of his bat and punches to short mid wicket. That's another great over. Nichols has got 1 over left in his set. He has 3 for 27. Superb from Nichols. Aitken's 14, Ferguson's 1. After 39 overs, North Sydney, UTS North Sydney, 8 for 154. I'll have a run through some first grade scores this over for you. Balgowan into Ferguson. Square driving nicely. Straight to Keane. Randwick, Petersham 6 for 188 against Manly at Coogee. Campbelltown, Camden 3 for 226 against West at Raby. Sydney going nicely 2 for 204 against Fairfield, Liverpool at Rosedale. St George, goodness gracious me, 1 for 245. Both Nikitaris and Patterson undefeated centuries there. Great to see Patterson gets runs against NDs at Hurstville. That'll be a freeway out there. Easts have already started their innings against New South Wales. New South Wales Uni all out 147 East, none for none. Sutherland 1 for 174 against Sydney Uni. Dietz is 84, Hopkins is 68. Blacktown 7 for 145 against Mosman around the corner from us and Allen Border. Yep. Hawkesbury all out for 128 against Parramatta. Great performance by Parramatta at Old Kings. Gordon 8 for 201 against Bankstown at Bankstown. North Sydney going okay at Howell Oval. Ferguson works that round the corner for an easy single. 8 for 155. And in the final game, Penrith at Drinks 5 for 106 against UTS North Sydney at Howell Oval. Adams 9. Gibson's still there on 47. Watson 11. De Kretzer 22. Brown 2. Bayless 6. The wickets, Mac Jenkins has 2 for 19 off 6 overs for UTS North Sydney. St George up there on 370 there, the way they're going. Aitken can't beat that short cover. It's a bit Groundhog Day, that one today. Aitken to short cover. Again, I'm sure the Penrith coaching fraternity will be pleased with their general groupings of where they've bowled today. By and large, they've bowled to the field they've set. It helps that they've got a very talented short cover and mid-wicket, but generally their groupings have been excellent. Once again. What was that? There's no way it feels like 17.3, I'm telling you. One to go in Balgowan's ninth. He and Nichols will finish within one over each other. 8 for 155. Last ball of the second power play here. That might be close. Aiken playing slightly across the line, but it was missing leg. Balgowan and Nichols have almost identical figures. Balgowan 9 overs, 3 for 28. After 40 overs, and that is the second player by a complete. Penrith an output 5 back. It's 8 for 155. Aiken's 14, Ferguson 2. Nichols has 6 balls left in his set. And I don't think it would be wise for Ferguson to take any risks at all. Yep, there is the third power play symbol. So we're into the third power play. So in the playing conditions are 2, 4, 5. So in power play 3, Penrith can have a maximum of 5 men outside the ring. Nichols to Ferguson. Does go the yard. Think that's 4 though. It is. We're obscured slightly here. 4 runs Ferguson. Lovely authentic cricket shot. And I'm imagining that I think he does. Yeah. Takes the single. Very good cricket, Ferguson. 4, then a 1. Aiken's got to continue he's been there long enough. He has to matriculate the score regularly now. Takes a big backswing, but has to pull back the backswing and then punches it to cover. No run. Flatter, and Aitken hits the sweeper. So good over so far from North Sydney. They've got 6 runs off it. 2 balls left in Nichols' set today. He's 3 for 33 off 58 balls. Wonder if Ferguson will take him on again downtown. Tried to. Threw it up. Invite him to hang himself. Hit it on the ground. Didn't get it anywhere near the middle. So Nichols comes to the last ball of his 10 over set. He's bowled 10 straight. Will he throw it up again? He did. That is a superb spell from Nichols. After his 10 overs, 3 for 33. He's changed the match in the middle order. UTS North Sydney, 8 for 161 of 41 overs. And that'll be a compulsory change at this southern end. And I'm assuming that Balgowan will also finish off at that far end, will he? I think so. And Jeff, who would you predict will bowl death today? Would Becker or Grant?
Grant, definitely, I'd say.
Lennox hasn't bowled for an hour and a half.
I think they might even go back to Curtin for a bit.
Okay. So Balgowan in for his last 3 for 28 off 9. He and Nichols have been superb today for Penrith. The southern end, thank you. Here comes Balgowan, bowling to Aitken. And short cover, interestingly, just went a little bit straighter just before that ball, and Aiken's again picked him out. I reckon no whatever lie, Aiken's hit short cover 15 to 18 balls this innings at least. Here comes the bunny hop. Just off your screen. In here comes Balgowan. Slower ball there. Little off-spinning slower ball. Got to have those in your armoury. Aiken, just a little short single there because he didn't hit it straight to the fieldsman, takes the single. Ferguson running quickly. Aiken to 16, Ferguson is 7. It's 8 for 162. North Sydney don't want to give overs up here. They really want to bat out 50 no matter what score they get. Little quirk in the rules of playing conditions of cricket. If you get dismissed before the 50 overs, your net run rate's actually taken on 50 overs. You get a benefit for skittling teams. Early. Ferguson, no foot movement at all. Bunts it back down to short cover. This would almost be long vest weather if you were playing in whites, I tell you. The old cable vest would be useful out there today. Southeasterly breeze has been in all innings. Ferguson on strike to Balgowan. Slow ball. Just rolled. That was the one where he bowled it down the inside of the ball in a leg cutting action. Balgowan's got one ball left in his set. He has 3 for 30. So he and Nichols have bowled, taken 6 for 60 odd between them. And I just wonder whether Aiken will be a little bit more comfortable pacing 7 or 8 overs than seam rather than the spinner. In comes Balgowan. Straight drive and gets a single. Balgowan finished 3 for 31 off 10. Well done to Balgowan. Superb spell. Aiken 17. Ferguson is 8. UTS North Sydney 8 for 164 after 42 overs. And it is Lennox. Working on a bit. It's sort of a half mullet there, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's sort of an apprentice mullet he's working on. There were some good mullets on. I'll tell you what, at Panthers after the grand final that I saw on the Sunday and Monday, Jeffrey. Goodness me, lots of mullets flying around.
So many of them were good ones.
I have no hair, so I don't talk about that. I can't complain too much. Commentating the Hawkesbury Football Club, they've got some Olympic gold medal classes, I'm telling you, out there at Benson's Lane. Holy cow, there's a couple of them that have just... They're cultured, their mullets. They're so good. Aitken choking guard again. So Lennox has changed ends from when he bowled this morning. He's using the 5 men on the boundary. He's only got 4 and he's got a short fine leg in as well here. I'll run through the field for you in a second with the new bowler. And Aitken gets a full toss and if he did 2 yards either side, that 4 straight to the fieldsman. So offside field. Orthodox third man. Point. Cover sweeper. Mid-off. And is Kirkham down here? I'm just doing my counting here. 5 and 4. I think he is. I think there must be a long off in front of us. And then there's 1, 2, 3. No, yes, there is. Long on, mid-wicket, deep square, and short fine leg. Yeah, there he is. He'll actually field this one. So he was literally right on. We're obscured from that fieldsman. So just through the field again. Third man point. Cover sweeper. Short cover and long off. Then long on. Mid-wicket on the ring now. Deep square. And because of those 5 men out, fine legs come up inside the ring. So 3 men on the offside fence. So you would think that the line from Lennox will be outside off stump. Full, very full. Ferguson has to jam down and it's still 8 for 165. Now, I know this is a long way away, but there's a Penrith will be thinking, especially if they get a good start, they'll be thinking a bonus point here today.
Possibly if they get these last 2 wickets quickly.
If they get them quickly, and that is not a difficult target, really, but it's that's right. It's in the playing conditions, and it's certainly within their scope at the moment. Full again, straight bunted. Ferguson gets it to long off. Seen a lot worse number 10s than Ferguson. And looks like he can hold a stick. He likes to hit straight, Ferguson, and that's a good start. Aiken back on strike. He's 18. Ferguson is 8. 8 for 166. Ferguson is 9 now. I think as the score matriculates over on Frogbox. Short. Aiken gets that one past the fieldsman this time. Authentic cut shot. Just the single. That was the effort ball from Lennox. That was a yard quicker. But Aiken dealt with it comfortably. Plays at this level and above. It's so comfortable on the back foot. In comes Lennox. All the fields within the ring are on the ring. Very full again. Another full toss. Straight down to Kirkham at Longmouth for a single. And that is over. 4 singles off the over. Lennox has 1 for 24. Score is 8 for 168 after 43 overs, and we think that it'll be Grant to resume to take up this spell at the northern end, and in fact it is. Now Grant can actually bowl out, can't he, Jeffrey? 44, 46, 48 and 50. Thank you. Can Lennox bowl out? Okay, so yep. So we think that Kirkham might be done for today. And Becker's got a fistful left as well, hasn't he? Yeah, good. So Grant to come on. Ferguson's got singles almost at will straight down the ground. The short cover has come noticeably straighter with the 5 men out. I would say he's 8 to 10 yards straight. He was at the white dot before. He's much straighter now. You can actually see him on your screen. In comes Grant, bowling to Ferguson, 8 for 168. Driving nicely. They thinking of 2. Yep, Aiken in and out the blocks. Quick has to go. Tell you what, direct hit at him in trouble, but well run. Double to Ferguson. He's into double figures already. 8 for 170 now. Ferguson to 12.
Partnership building.
Yep.
On 32.
They needed him to get him into 200s, really. Very full. I would reckon that Penrith, if anything under 6 to 6.5 over, would generally at least think about a bonus point. I suppose a win's a win regardless how you do it. But so that's the beauty of the bonus point, is it does open up opportunities for both sides. In comes Grant again. Again, hits that gap. That's what you have to do. To be fair, Ferguson's done that since he came in. He's hit a lot of gaps. He moves to 13 now. UTS North Sydney, 8 for 171. Aiken on strike once more. It's a fully. Whips it off his leg. Out to deep forward square for a single. Eight for 172 now. And even now, Penrith are looking at pretty much 6 and over though to get 2 quick wickets if they want the bonus. Ferguson again, he just loves hitting that ball straight down, particularly inside out. I would suggest to you that he plays golf with a slight fade the way he's hitting that ball. Another single. 8 for 173 now. Penrith aren't too worried at the moment about giving away singles. Not with this field. Aiken again whips that off, starting to hit the gaps a bit more now. Single to forward square, and at the end of the over, Grant has 1 for 33 after 8. UTS North Sydney 8 for 174 after 44 overs here at Bon Andrews Oval. David Redden here with you on Bears TV. You can hear us talking up here. David, I've got company of David and Jeffrey up here in the scorers area. Talking cricket, talking footy, talking whatever. It's been a lovely morning.
No politics.
That won't happen.
No.
It's not a place. This is sport. We can talk any sport we like up here. It's not really a wise move speaking in politics, to be honest with you. People aren't interested in your opinions about footy and cricket. They are, not about politics. In comes Lennox again. And I was thinking about running on the misfield, but didn't. Beeline double-decker bus over there on its way to Mona Vale Village Park bus exchange. In comes Lennox. Again, hits short cover. Lennox bowling pretty solidly here. He's got an effort ball. You can hear him give that effort. He's also possesses a pretty handy leg cutter when he gets it going. That seam would have flattened out a lot, however. 8 for 174 still. Yorker length. Bunted to mid-wicket, no run. In comes Lennox again. Aitken needs to get off strike. And does with the trouble if he hits. No, he got that ball to Lennox's left side and he couldn't turn himself around. Pretty clever single from Aitken, actually. Aitken now 22. It's taking him 65 rocks, but he won't give away his wicket. That's one of the features of his long career, is he does put a price on his wicket. Fully. It was almost knee-high, that fully. One to go on the over. Top of the knee roll, that full toss. Eight for 175. Last ball, the 45th. Having a big hoy at that one. Straight back to the bowler. No run. Lennox has 1 for 25 off 6 after 45 overs. UTS North Sydney 8 for 175. Might just do a quick check of that North Sydney Penrith score out there for you. Penrith in a bit of trouble. 8 for 121 now in the 42nd over. Matt Jenkins is 3 for 2 for Everett Oxenham. 2 spinners there. 8 for 121 Penrith. And both Centurions are out for St George. St George 3 for 278 after 47.5 overs. Okay, Northern District still not out of that one. Single to Aitken down the line. Getting out the 2 century makers when they did was important. Eight for 176 here. Excuse me. Ferguson can't beat mid-wicket. No run. Same field here. 3 men on the offside fence. Long off. Deep cover sweeper and third man. And on the leg side, the short fine leg is in. And it's deep, square and long. Can't beat short cover again. Ferguson is 14, Aitken 23. In this, one of the features of the second half of these innings has been how Penrith have really dried up the boundaries today. Done a good job. Ferguson was going to hoy at that before he hit it. Gets a thick inside edge, goes straight to square leg. And to be fair, as David has pointed out more than once, so when you're hitting to the leg side, batting at this end, you're hitting downwind. Even a three-quarter shot, you're going to get over that fence. In comes Grant, bowling to Aitken. Full toss. Can't beat straightish mid-wicket. I know he was a world-class cricketer, but it was one of the things they said about Gordon Greenidge in the early part of his career for the West Indies, is the amount that he hit the field, and then as he got older and wiser, he would pierce gaps regularly. Aiken's got to go here. That was gone. That time, Grant did beautifully, just get around and turn around on his right arm. Aitken was gone for all money. That's the end of the over. 8 for 178. Grant's got 1 for 36 off 9. Aitken has 24. Ferguson has 15. There are 4 overs left. I think when you watch players like Stephen Smith and Joe Root and Virat Kohli, their ability to pick gaps is second to none. Who's Grant's going to finish one short, is he? But Lennox can finish off at this end, can't he? He can bowl 47 or 49, yep. Aitken ringing his bottom hand there. Really went hard at that ball. Got it on the bottom of the bat. No run. He'd have, honestly, he will have very sore hands tonight. And in this weather, they're not much fun when they're getting whacked at you. Lennox, he's got sort of a 2/3, 3/4 mullet working. Oh, Aitken straight down the ground. On the first balls he's hit in the air today. Single, he's 25. Ferguson's 15. 8 for 179. Still working with 3 men on the offside fence. Bowling to a 5-4 here. And they're making it difficult for Ferguson to hit boundaries straight down the ground. He's got to almost take them on aerially. Yorker length into the gap. Single to Ferguson. Well bowled Lennox. Eight for 180 now. And again, now Penrith need to score at 6 and over now if they're to get a bonus point when they have their turn with a stick. Fully, bought a lot of those. Aitken thinking of 2, and a misfield, and 4 runs. I think that's Aitken.
Bounce off the
Yeah,
wicket there.
I think that's 4. Is that Aitken's first boundary? Aitken gets his first boundary, courtesy of if he bounce off this slightly bumpy surface. 8 for 184 now. Aitken on to 29. Works that deliberately, very fine. Should be a double. And the misfield makes it easy. One to go in the over. It's been a good over for the Bears. 8 off it so far. Aitken to 31. Ferguson 16, 8 for 186. Or outside edge, you won't get there. Takes it, drop, and then they quickly run 2. Very good running and a very good over. 10 off that one from Lennox. He has 1 for 35 off 7. Aiken is now 33. Ferguson 16. And it's 8 for 188 after 47. And as Jeffrey has pointed out, this will be Grant's last, meaning that you would think that Beckham or Kirkham, I reckon Beckham might take the last ball, last over. Balgowan and Nichols, of course, have bowled out today. Ferguson, who's done a good job. How much is this part? 37. This is now a substantial partnership. They've certainly dug deep here, the Bears. Ferguson gets a little Yorker length ball, can only get it at mid-wicket. And speaking of the Bears, interesting news from the NRL during the week that they might have lost. They pulled their bid in Perth. A lot of corporate dollars in Perth for rugby league, just quietly. Single for Ferguson. And one of the reasons they want to play rugby league in Perth is it opens up all sorts of opportunities on cable. They have triple headers on Saturday nights. 5:30, 7:30, 9:30 Eastern Time. Aiken on strike again. Oh, that's close. Yeah, that hit him. That was knee roll stuff. 8. So Aiken misses one, a slow ball, and his long vigil ends at 33. He's got them into the game, though. He's done a job. He actually has done a job. 33 off 74. That's 9 down. Grant gets his second wicket. It's now 9 for 189. 15 balls left, possibly in the innings. And the last man in will be Jack Atkinson. Callum Hill, top score 36, and Robert Aiken just out for 33. LBW. And if Atkinson's got the brain in gear here, he'll be trying to push Shingles and get Ferguson the strike, because Ferguson has actually done a solid job.
I think Atkinson hit the winning runs off the third last ball.
You may need to hit that bottom button that says select new batter.
Didn't stick.
There you go, all done. Done the whole inning. You're doing this easy. He's 17, Ferguson. Jeffrey? Okay, down to the numbers 10 and 11, sorry. Atkinson on strike. Gets another fully. That was almost thigh height. Just straight back down the ground for an easy single. And this is what I'm sure the North Sydney Brains Trust all want, is Ferguson on strike. The way Ferguson's hitting him, his target areas are straight over short cover, and quite possibly straight back over the bowler's head. Both the long off and the long on, particularly the long off, is wide. Field changes. Lennox comes into short third man, and mid-wicket goes back. When they've got a short man in the third leg, this often means there'll be a slower ball. Let's see what happens. No, full pace ball. Are they thinking 2? They are not. Ferguson a single. Field changes. Lennox goes back to third man. Mid-wicket comes into the ring. And again, Atkinson's just looking to... His only targets here are a block or a single to get Ferguson the strike. Well, that's what the suggestion would be. And he goes the block. Does his job. He's still there. They've still got 12 balls left in their innings. 9 for 191. Lennox for his last, and suspect it might be Becker to finish off at that top end. We'll wait and see. Grant finished again, tidy figures, 2 for 39 off 10. It's 9 for 191. Lennox for his 8th and final over today. He's bowling to Ferguson. And gone. And they lose 11 balls. Ferguson going the Hoy, caught behind. So all out 191. Penrith will resume their chase after lunch at 192. Lennox finishes with 2 for 35. Ferguson the last man out for 18. Atkinson remains 1 not out. So 191 is the total. And Penrith saved themselves 11 balls. North Sydney, from where they were at 617, won't be too displeased. And we'll come back after a lunch break. Back here to Bon Andrews Oval. Nichols and Balgowan, the stars, 3 for each. Callum Hill, 36, and Robbie Aitken, 33, your top scorers. We'll have a break for a while from commentary. We'll join you later on. Make sure you tune in later on today. Catch up with you soon. Bye-bye. Bye for now.
Yeah, put Callum Clean and Scott Jobling batsman.
And then just choose one of the guys you think are one of the bowlers.
Callum King and Scott Jobling.
And then choose. And then you'll choose the bowler. Choose that. Bottom right hand one. Down here, action. There should be a break in there. Down the bottom. And put in lunch. I think it's 40. Is it 30 or 40 minutes?
45 minutes.
I think that's a proper break, yeah. Umpires will come up and
And you
say,
finish
what time is it now? 13:26.
124 minutes finished.
124. So theoretically, 45 to theoretically about 9 past 2, theoretically.
So it's just, I guess you can't guarantee the security of anything that's not nailed down in Sydney. So
Yeah.
I'll be back before.
Right up. You enjoying it?
Yeah. I love cricket, cricket traffic. Dad played first and second grade for Sydney Uni in the 40s. And
Okay.
first ball in first grade was against Mossman, and he said he had a very fine edge on the ball that had him in front. And it was big appeal. And Stan McCabe was a short mid-on, short leg, turned around and said, "Not out, he hit it."
Well,
Wouldn't happen. Would it? Played with who's that left-hander who he and Bradman got the first 3 for 400 or in England, in the final day they scored 400 or 300 on the last day.
I thought that was Ponsford.
It was Bradman and
Harvey?
older left-handed.
Arthur Morris.
Yeah, Arthur Morris. He played with Arthur Morris or against him. He was at the Sydney Cricket Ground on the day that Bradman and Sydney Barnes both got 234. Barnes got out on purpose.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, we'll see you after lunch.
Shall do. stretch at least, I think. Nice.
Howdy. Well, am I allowed up here if I don't make any noise? Thanks.
Be careful of the dust over there. There's quite a bit they haven't cleaned up here at all.
It's always bloody dusty, isn't it? Dust ball. Right. Chuck this in for a bit. Such a flow. Right. Dusty as shit.
I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Did you take an Aurora Australis shot last night? Where from? Pretty spectacular. You and what? Oh. They're pretty spectacular. Congratulations. You must be thrilled. Oh, okay. But you must be thrilled with the result. Okay, congratulations. And just to communicate with you, just a reminder that we depart on Tuesday afternoon after my work day. Well, UAK is actually in the line Tuesday afternoon, and on Thursday I'll obviously be working, but I'll make every effort to work from home, and we'll do a couple of sunrises in the next period to get you up to, so you go away from sunrises and be happy again. Okay, or happier. At this stage, things are pretty pear-shaped at work, so please don't pencil that in yet. Okay. Things are very difficult, that's all. They're expecting lots of problems at graduation and things like that, and it means that this will be a flow effect. The guy's going to be on the floor all the time, but you know what to do after. Okay. We'll do the best we can. And you'd like Ty on Thursday night, is that right? I'll find the names of the place and book them. Okay. Alright, take care. Love it. Bye-bye.
worries. No problem. Thanks for.
That's a pleasure. It's great. Thank you so much. What I'll do is because I'm doing a game at home tomorrow, I'll wear that tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I buy a baseball cap? Are they available to be bought?
I'll just give you one.
You sure?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. The ground next to North Sydney Oval doing some commentary today. Bon Andrews. Listen, I wanted to share something with you. I did two T20 high level women's games yesterday. In the second game, I was the scoreboard operator. And 7 overs into the ACT innings, they said the ACT has given you a team sheet with the wrong numbers. And we had 2 batters completely around the wrong way. And one was out by this stage and one was batting, and we had them turned around. So I'm on the scoreboard, and all hell broke loose because we had to go and backtrack. Anyway, during the middle of a T20 game, I had to delete 9 overs of batting, which were completely while the game was going. And it's the high of this, and then we had to turn the scoreboard off because the scores were wrong, and then the scoreboard would turn back on. And this is it. It's the highest pressure I've ever had scored in that. I was the scorer. I apologise. I said it was not your fault because they gave us the wrong numbers. I eventually solved the problem through going back, and I had to do the innings from scratch. I had to believe 50 or 60 balls, whichever 50 balls. But it was the highest stress and pressure I've ever been under, ever in my life in a sport. Or in sport. Yeah, I was. My blood pressure would have spiked badly, but I got it done. I just knuckled down saying to him, I'm not on solving the problem. I did. I felt pretty awkward, so I apologise, mate. Just the match referee was coming in his course for us into our communication with players. They had more calls. That's a serious problem. And to have to go and do that, I'm glad I knew what to do. What I had to do. Michael, yeah, it wasn't much fun. Wow, yeah, one year something next group league and then tomorrow we're got Sydney 220 minutes finals and I've got one game here and then back over to Collingwood going to do something. But yeah, Dad, no, because we were given the wrong player numbers. They gave us an official team sheet and it's stuck with play numbers. That doesn't, when you don't know the players, it doesn't help. How are you, Patricia Jones? I'm sorry I got you on duty. I needed to. As soon as I saw where you were, the call didn't go too much. As soon as I saw where you were, I thought, oh, okay. Yes. Oh, very good. And did you ever see the day where a team batting first in a test match and they 5 and 6 and they lead by an inning? And all out 220s lead all time. Jack Leak for that done. Crazy, just unbelievable. So I'm glad I touched base, and I believe you got the crossword out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Good, Dad. All right. Okay. No, I didn't hear that. Bit. Sorry.
The answer was
Star Wars. had a lazy 700,000 or 800,000, like you've recruited to, who, if you had someone come available to that Penrith side for next year around the chaps, who would you go after? Who wasn't a Penrith? Who from another club? Who would you think would be welcome in the Penrith job?
If I was going after anybody,
Would you go after Payne Haas?
I'd go after Payne Haas, yeah. To replace it. If you put Payne Haas in that side, my God. Yeah.
Because the Hobbits become a world class.
Oh, they are, mate.
I didn't realise how good a footballer Spencer Lenny was until he played State of Origin for New South Wales.
Yeah. But he's not a, we can play starting front row, but he's great in the value, unfortunately for him, as a bench player. That you come off and then all of a sudden after that first season,
Him coming
and then
out
all of a
to
sudden he's coming off like that, you're at 100, and he just drives, his leg drive is unreal.
It's incredible. And he's not a big Polynesian man. He's not. He's a
well,
he's a,
but he's
well,
strong.
he's built like an 80-minute back row.
Yeah, that's right. So, yes.
Is he Windsor Wolves, St Mary's, or Penrith Juniors?
St Mary's.
Another one from the factory.
Well, that's what happens. St Mary's is the biggest club in Penrith Juniors.
St Mary's, they're bigger than Windsor Wolves.
Oh yeah, yeah. And they get all the good young players.
Jerome Lewis is St Mary's
He
Juniors.
is St Mary's Juniors.
What?
Toto was.
Crichton?
Crichton was St Clair, I think.
Okay. And I know that Cleary was brothers Penrith because
Well,
it's
definitely brothers, yeah. My old club.
Who did Mitch Kenny play for? Is he from?
Mitch Kenny's.
Elsewhere?
No, he's Windsor. Mitch Kenny's Windsor Wolves.
And I know Dylan Edwards is actually from Dorrigo.
Yeah, Gary Village, that one, yeah.
And Yo St John's at Dubbo.
Yep. And Martin's tomorrow.
Tamora Dragons. That's from where I was brought up in Dorrigo. Do you remember Graham Ollie, who played for Penrith?
I do.
Graham Ollie's from tomorrow.
Yeah.
So is Chip Cameron. Oh, you got the best seat in the house down here. Jeffrey, opening bowlers will be first Harry Lee Johnson at the southern end, from what I'm told, and Jack Atkinson the Polly at the top end. But HLJ will be the first delivery of the innings.
So who was it? Johnson first?
Not that Johnson, this one here, Harry Lee Young.
Lee Young,
Him, and then Atkinson in 51. That's what he just said to me.
I reckon there's about 15 years difference in the average age for these two teams.
It's a very young Penrith side.
Oh, very, very young, yeah. Colo, I think, is the captain. Sammy Grant's 24, I think.
How old's Balgowan?
Balgowan's 28, 29, somewhere in there. The rest of
Becker?
Becker's only, he's captain of the PG side.
Lennox?
Lennox is only he's PGs as well. Should be 20, I think, maybe.
And a first grade at full strength at the moment today. They're pretty close to full strength.
Ours. No, Lydia's not playing. Didn't play today. So the keeper we've got here is not our normal. He's normally the third grade keeper.
That's my voice.
Yeah, I'm just watching a replay, so it did come up.
Lennox or
No, Nicholson.
Nicholson.
Just the spinner. when he bowls,
Oh, the Jaffa.
Yeah. Oh.
You got it there?
Yeah.
Can you replay it for me?
I can.
Remember going off.
Yeah. Oh, mate. What you can do about that? Just looking back, couple of catches on here too.
And where?
When he goes in the they hasn't put in some of the catches.
Hey, can he edit the
Yeah, you
sheet?
can go back.
You can, yeah, I couldn't. I'll do it with you. How about you and I do it?
Yeah, school calendar.
And there's an edit for each one, just missing, isn't
So
there?
you just go to
There should be a point here, so we all see. Yeah, okay, so
down,
they're all, oh, no, here we go, it's Gardner.
Gardner was called Astor. Actually, they both called Astor.
Now,
Yeah, Gardner and Ferguson were both called
Gardner,
Astor.
Gardner. So this will be the edit, maybe, fielder. And Astor, the keeper, is that right? Must be automatic.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, it's not. select which one you want.
That's right.
Actually, no, just one more. Yeah.
Stop it.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, so 29 is.
And jogging. Oh no, Aston is opening. Sorry.
So that changes jogging out. It's changed better.
I'll tell you which one's facing.
Astor replaces jogging, now, doesn't
Jogging,
it?
yeah, I wasn't sure.
Okay. And the other batsman is Callum Keane.
Yes.
In 17.
Yep.
And we've got Dave told me below that the bowler should be Lee Young, but I'll put that on here. So I'll do this.
Yes, right.
So I'm just going to sit.
Do you think that any opening bowler will be opening at this MDM window?
Sorry, I'm just going to do two of these things, so I'll just get myself set over on this corner.
Yeah, Kane will be facing up.
Okay, so change strike. Welcome back to North Sydney Oval. I think 88 is Harrison Lee Young. So Lee Young confirmed, Jeffrey.
Yep.
Lee Young confirmed from the southern end. So I'm back here in chase of 192. Penrith are just about to start their innings, and it's not actually Keane. I think is that Astol on strike? No, it is Keane, and left-hander, beautiful.
Both left hands, actually.
Okay, so it's Callum Keane on strike. Leo Astol, the keeper's gone out to keep, to bat opening at the other end. And it's Harrison Lee Young's with his skipper at the moment. Looking at the left-handers field, we've got a fine leg and a third man, both orthodox. I'm assuming, is he going to bowl to a 6-3 or he wouldn't bowl to a 7-2, surely. So mid-wickets in there off the block. Yeah, I think. So I'm assuming we'll have a mid on here. There's two slips. What appears to be a wide gully. Cover. There will be a mid on, so Aitken comes across. So it's mid on, mid-wicket, fine leg, all orthodox. Two slips, gully. Orthodox third man, point, and a wide mid off. So there's a big gap at cover there, where all systems go. Welcome back to Bon Andrews Oval. Penrith are now in chase of 192, where all go here. Up into the hip. And a dot ball to start. One ball gone. Lee Young into Keane. Beats him all ends up. That's a beauty. Bit of an off-cutter there. Saw him bowling in practice in the warm-ups, and he got a reasonable bit of clip about him. Lee Young. Again, this big gap at cover there. They want Keane to drive. Two slips, gully, almost a point, and then a big gap to the skipper at almost an extra cover. Driving, didn't get it, straight back down the bowler. No run. And gentlemen, do you think, given the state of the game and the sun coming out for the first time, do you think there's a chance that Penrith might be interested at a bonus point here?
I think I'll wait and see how it starts.
Okay.
They can get away to a quick one maybe, but I think the first
Only then,
priority
yes.
I think the first priority is they need to win to lose the first two games. They definitely need to win more than
Dropped it. That ball's dropped. She's given that out, and she's given that out. So the umpires immediately changed their decision.
Yeah.
The umpire gave that out, and then the ball squeezed out. So that was clearly hit.
I don't think his reaction is very happy. I think it's come off his thigh, hasn't it?
Sequence was there. Judged to have hit the ball. Keeper, the ball spilled pretty much when he hit the ground. Umpire didn't see the ball, gave it out, and then immediately reversed the decision. That's out. Keane gone. That's a beauty from Lee Young. Caught behind the keeper's Neville. And just a beauty. Squared him up. Off cutter from Lee Young. First wicket of the innings. 1 for none. Keane gone for naught. The numbers there on your screen. on there, 26.
Oh,
Penrith, 26. You should have him. There he is,
oh,
26.
Sorry, yeah, got it. Sorry. Having a senior.
New batsman is Jobling. And for the first time today, a wintry sun comes out. There is blue sky over to the east of over towards Taronga Park Zoo. To the right-hand side of the screen, there is quite a bit of blue sky, which would be nice. It feels like about 2 hours ago was 10.3, if I've listened to Jeffrey correctly. Did that catcher go in? Did we put the catcher in as Neville? Did you?
Yeah, I said wicketkeeper.
Oh, that's interesting. It hasn't come up as such.
I think when you hit wicketkeeper, you then got to hit fielder.
So
You were
just-
actually still nominated fielder.
So just go back one. Just go back one and do it again. Yep. And then just do it. Yep. So keeper and court keeper, and then choose Neville's name. There he is up the top. Up the top, isn't he? Over here. Yep. That will apportion the catcher correctly. That's what happened in the Penrith innings. Is you've got to
Okay.
Jobling. There's a cancel button. Remember, beautifully bowled, right on target. First rock to Jobling. Actually, we've got. Yeah, you keep going. No, can't just cancel for a minute.
What change? What's that? Jobber.
Jobling's the batsman. Yeah, better.
Oh, okay. Did you make that note? Yep.
No.
No. Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. She's missed one. Hold up. So, you guys return to score sheet. That's over. So return to score sheet, and then don't end over. Go and hit plus.
Yep.
Okay, and a dot ball. That's the over. It's a 7-ball over by everybody. Okay.
Square leg was asleep as well. Oh, sorry. No offence intended.
Yes, just be careful.
That's right. No. Everybody's here.
I could say something very rude about South Sydney fans, but I won't. Oh,
I understand. So who is this bowler?
that's Atkinson.
It's good.
Doesn't really know how to hold that very much. Leo.
Driving first ball for Atkinson, very full straight to cover.
What's the move to the angle
Those two messages from me and Sarah Berman. You're involved in it. Have a read. Another dot ball.
No, thanks.
And I'm not sure what's going on with the live coverage here. We've got the circle of death on my screen. I'm just wondering if we've had a problem. Just hope that's okay for you all.
Now it's going.
Thank you. That's, and over the top. That might actually be 4 ones again. The wicket is.
It's going to be interesting.
Jeff casting his slight aspersions as to the keeper's batting ability, but it could be an interesting period. Could be interesting.
He certainly will be trying to move the score along. He's not one to
Sit back. That is a very good cricket shot. That's a proper cricket shot. Loaded up early, but got it in the screws and a beautiful straight drive. You didn't see the signal. He'll keep on signalling. That's their instructions. They will keep going until they get the acknowledged, and that's what he was doing.
The light on the grandstand faulted.
Another good shot, and that was actually an average misfield from Lee Young. That ball didn't wobble. It looks like some slight internet issues here at local. I say yes. Jeff's confirmed that you can still see our coverage, which is great. Such a wonderful resource to have the live streaming through Frogbox. Keep on working on my connection here, gents. Oh, lovely. Another lovely shot. That might not go, though. Didn't get all of it. Astle, and he's made 10 this over so far. Nice square drive.
11 off.
Just a score check for you. We've got Astle on 9 off 5 and Jobling's 2 off 3. Back to Lee Young, wicket taker in the first over. Oh, that is a clip. Goodness me, he's got good hands. Holy cow, that's a good cricket shot. Just clipped that purely to mid-wicket fence, and it rocketed to the fence. Another boundary. Early scores here, 1 for 15 after an early. Penrith starting to get some. You know what? After 10 overs, it'd be, if they could be at 70 or 75, they'd really consider it. Long way to go yet. Umpire says no. My concern was slightly down leg, I thought. Astle's 13, Jobling's 2. He does have fast hands. That clip was, his hand speed was excellent. Fully, and he got most of it, and it's 4 more.
That 4.4.
Yes, clip. Then the shot that he missed, they went for LB. Then that one, so the 4.4. Goodness me, some sunshine.
That's nice.
It is. It's quite pleasant here. Not too bad anyway. Oh, mind you, I've got a jacket and a vest and a cricket towel, so I was not going to muck around with the weather today after being ill for a while. 1 for 19's the score. Oh, that's way up in the air. That's almost impossible in that weather to catch, in that breeze. No, I don't think it is. 2. Yeah, 2. 2 runs with a big top edge. It was, mind you, it was there to hit. It was just Lee Young decided to test the middle of the pitch. That should be wides, I'd reckon. Wide, so you hit the wide next to it, that's it.
Is that +1?
Yeah, that's +1. Just make sure it says 2 wides. Okay, so cancel it. And go again wide on the side button. No. And hit plus. Let's see if that works. 2 wides. There we go. Yep. So that's the actual run score. Another dot ball. Yes, jobbling on strike because of the changeover. Lee Young bowling at a good clip. Inside edge onto pad. That might be a double, actually. He's got that to the ring, and it's a comfortable do. That's a big over for Penrith. I make that 12 off the over. 4-4-2-2-2. Yes, correct. 14, my bad. 14. He has 1 for 14. 20 what?
25.
That's not what this says.
What does it say?
It says 23 frog box. For some reason, it hasn't picked up something. Oh, it just went over. It just changed then. It was picked up. But the funny thing was, you know why? It said 3 overs after the 6 actual balls have been bowled, and then picked up the extra delivery. That's what happened. But it did say 1 for 25 after 3 for after 3. Back to Atkinson at the top end. Astell to continue. He's 19 off 9. He's giving them a good platform here. Having a glash at 1. The funny thing is, if you really have a lash and you get that big edge, it's very hard to stop boundaries. This is the shortest boundary down. To your bottom right of screen is the fence, instead of being curved at this corner, comes across straight because of that freeway. So it's very short to the bottom right of your screen. Atkinson again. And a wide called. Two slips, gully point. Now the short cover's gone in, where, in fact, that player at short cover's getting towards where Trezise was in the first innings. Hoying a short one and gets it. Gets it on the inside third of the bat and gets it to the square leg fence for 4. Another boundary to Astell. He moves to 23. Jobbling 4. 1 for 30 now. Yep. So, and because those covers will be being put out tonight with big cricket on tomorrow. Straight driving a full toss, straight to mid-off. When I got up this morning at Palm, there was no water on the road at all. It was dry on the northern beaches. What about out your way? Had you had any rain out west? No, okay. Just on your right here, you got a bit of spider web, David. I'm pleased we've got cricket, to be honest. It's great. It's great to be here. Full toss, that should be out. And that might be the skipper, I think. So the catcher is Hill. Astell does his job, 23 off 13. And we're disappointed he got out on a rank knee-high fully. So hit fielder. Hit fielder. And next. And the new batter is number 23. Lovely. Yeah, that's the key, is with the keeper or the catcher, you must choose a couple of choices, who they are, then it doesn't automatically go to the keeper.
It's funny that you have the wicketkeeper registered. Is that because you can change wicketkeepers?
That's exactly what happened. That's an update. It didn't used to be that way. You'd press the keeper to only give you one choice, but it doesn't do that now. Jeffrey, are you pleased to know that live scoring's got the catches in there?
Nice. How many balls? 10?
Scorecard. 13.
Balls through 23, striking at a rate of 176.9. Oh, I don't know. I'll push that button instead of the.
Yeah.
So,
Just wait.
yeah,
Just wait for that. Which one did you press?
up there instead of the cancel button.
Okay. Just wait for a minute. Okay, now press this one because that's the game. Repeat that. Dot ball.
Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Open them back. Okay, so dot ball.
There should be 5 balls gone in the over. Is that right, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All set.
So, how did you get back into the game? So it was going back one level into play cricket, was it?
Then
Yeah.
it went back. It went back. You went back. That's right. But I hadn't ended the session, so I was still able to get into it. And that's the end of the over. A wicket taking over for Atkinson. It's 2 for 30 after 4 overs. The run rate's good, but North Sydney have struck with a couple of early wickets. Yes, you have to actually end the session and log out to get out of the game. We hadn't got out of the game. It's still available to us.
So what happens if, say, no one's available to do this? Does you can end the session, but say someone comes back for the last half hour, is it?
If you've missed it all out, you can't. You go and do it at night on the computer. You go through another admin. You go to admin and you can update the scores, and that's tiresome.
Yeah.
It's a really tiresome job.
I mean, you don't do it.
You got to enter everything in it, and it's slow, and especially if you've got lots of grades, it's tedious. Lovely shot, straight to backward to gully, no run. However, if you have a 2-day game and someone inputs the scores on the computer after day 1, you can come back in day 2 and pick it up on here. You can do that. Which, because there's a lot of people that just don't do this play HQ. Works on the clever little single. That might actually be a double here. Although we're thinking about it, Hills really move quickly and saves a single. 2 for 31 now.
Who bowls spinning for North?
Good. Well, Aiken will bowl. He'll bowl slow. He just bowls slow little cutters and mediums. Threw the bat out to hang the bat out to dry there, and luckily got a single out of it. Cornwall chases some first slip, just the single. Becker off the mark in streaky, what they call a streaky single. That one.
Second slip or first slip and then off to the single.
And the guy sore hands too. That would have stung on a daylight today. In comes Lee Young again.
Oh,
Bowled him. Another wicket.
good side.
That's a Jaffa. That's an off cutter. Lee Young strikes again, and early polls here for North Sydney. Penrith are now 3 for 32. We'll have a short break and be back with you in a second. You've got the numbers, yes, you're right.
What is it, 24? It's,
Skipper,
Michael Collins.
Oh, it is Collins, is it? Yeah.
Even closed.
Just running while Collins comes in to bat. Randwick Petersham 7 for 272. Manly in early trouble 2 for 11. Campbelltown Camden made 3 for 280 against Wests. Bailey, the great Bailey Bella, who's a real talent, he made 81. And West in reply are none for 55 off 9, if you don't mind. Sydney 9 for 257. Fairfield Liverpool none for 17. St George 6 for 299. Northern District none for 30. And Northern District came back very hard late there. The East New South Wales Uni score hasn't been updated. I'm wondering if it's running. New South Wales Uni all out 147. Sutherland 4 for 237. Sydney Uni 1 for 2. Mosman none for 41, chasing Blacktown Mounties 182. Parramatta 3 for 76, aren't too far away from beating Hawkesbury 128. Gordon 223, Bankstown 2 for 44. And Penrith ended up 9 for 172 out there at Howell and North Sydney's none for 4 chasing. There, that's all in first grade in the Belvedere Cup. Collins onto the front foot, punching down the ground. His opposing skipper Hill scuttles across and keeps it to a dot ball. Played that a long way in front of his eyes that time, Collins. That bat dead set looks like a toothpick in his hands. He's a big man. Bet you he hits him a long way with when he gets going with those long levers. That's an underneath edge that's missed. How that's missed the stumps, I don't know. And it's 4 runs. Collins off the mark. Eventful over from Young. 6 runs and a wicket. Young has 2 for 20 after 3. And Penrith 3 for 36 after 5 overs. Good run rate, but it's cost him 3 wickets. Atkinson in from the northern end again. After the last run fest here, this is a bit for a battle between bat and ball today, gentlemen. Beauty. They're up for caught behind. Batsman none moved. Umpire did not want to know. The bowler wasn't that keen, to be fair. It was all behind the stumps. No one in front of the wicket was up. It was all the slips cordon. That must be my Bears hat. Would you mind? Thanks. No, first slip is not pleased. He's adamant that was out. Becker's still there. Wearing the famous number, made famous by Michael Jordan and LeBron James, 23, and Buddy Franklin. Beautiful shot. That should run down the hill. I think that'll go. Oh, he's kept that in. Oh, yes, he has. That is a great chase out to that boundary. Yep. 2 to Becker. Still this consistent sou'easter today. Has not stopped all day. It's come from the one direction all day. It hasn't varied. Those trees have been pretty much the same all day near us. Full one. Becker digs it out to backward point. You heading to Raby tomorrow, Jeffrey? Have a look.
I'm not sure yet. Might be there.
Have Campbelltown, Penrith got the morning set or the afternoon set tomorrow?
First game.
Morning set, okay. Nice little clip off the legs. Mid-wicket can't stop that Lee Young. And it's a single to Becker. And just a reminder for those of you listening, North Sydney and Parramatta tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock live on Bears TV. And the early game, Bankstown Sutherland, which was going to be replete with some serious talent. Both games will. That game's also being broadcast at 10 o'clock. That game at 10 o'clock is at Bon Andrews here. But the afternoon set, if you're in the area, North Sydney hosting Parramatta, that's over at headquarters at North Sydney Oval, the magnificent North Sydney Oval. Atkinson into Collins. Just a bit short. That meant that Collins could let it go. And then the finals of the Kingsgrove T20 competition next Sunday, the 20th of October. Morning, afternoon, and then a night final. All at North Sydney Oval. That's a lovely square drive. Just wondering if that might... Oh, he might get this one too, guys. This time he can't. Collins a lovely square drive and squeezes it out for 4. He's hit 2 boundaries, Collins, but that one was an authentic cricket shot. The other one was pure luck. At the end of the over, Penrith, after 6 overs, he's 3 for 43. So going at 7s. Regular boundary hitting in this innings so far. And the interesting thing from my perspective is whether the rescue job mounted by Aitken and Ferguson in particular will actually get them enough runs to win this game, or whether it's slowed them down enough for Penrith to chase them down. Be really interesting. At least they've got the runs on the board, I suppose. Becker was on the front foot when that ball was bowled. Lee Young in again. Short. Got a very bouncy action. Looks like a real athlete. Big shoulders, and he's quite uses that right shoulder. It's quite powerful, but he's got light feet. Runs in with a not a long run up by modern standards. And again, a sustainable action. That's 4. Forget it. That's downwind, downhill. Lovely shot, Becker. Shows you the margin for error.
He hasn't lost any pace since the under-10s.
He was always slippery, was he?
He was always quick. John's 22. So
He's the same age.
yeah.
You know, he's faster than medium. He's not quick, but he's faster than medium. Well defended, straight back down the pitch. Just be interested to see if Lee Young is thinking. Becker's basically sitting on the front foot waiting for him. Just be interested to see if Young wants to test him out and try and get him on the back foot. Becker's very comfortable on the front foot, but see if Young can get him to get the ball up around Sticker's height, maybe even a bit shorter. And again, Becker's just waiting for that. That's 4. That'll get on the practice wickets. Forget about it. But as you could see there that he's setting up, you could actually see he's setting up for front foot shots, and he's backing that Young's going to give him things in his third of the wicket. And I'm just wondering whether Young is considering just ripping one into his ribs and see if he can get him perhaps even playing in front of his body. 3 for 51. Becker is 12. Collins is 8. And boundaries happening regularly here. All of a sudden they need 141. So Cornwall comes out a second slip. No, not Cornwall. That's Aitken. Cornwall stays at first. Again, sitting on the front foot. One to come. Young, actually, at the moment, bowling to a most unusual field. He's bowling to a 7-2. And that basically tells the batsman he has to bowl outside off stump. Anything even close to the stumps, he's got runs. A big ring of fields on the offside. So he's bowling to a 7-2. I'll go through those in a minute with you. Oh, there's the short one. Goodness me, he wasn't comfortable, was he? The thinking cap was on there from Young. Very well bowled. And Becker squeezes out, ekes out a streaky single. After 7 overs, Penrith are 3 for 52. That's a very hard shot to play, the pull shot off the front foot. And I don't think that's the last time you'll see Becker get targeted with a short one. He's got a lovely technique in the front foot, but this pitch is good enough. There's enough in this for bowlers to try things. Becker's 13, Collins is 8. Becker retains the strike. Atkinson and again from the northern or smokestack end. That's out. Jaffa from Atkinson. Genuine ball moving away. Becker playing a defensive shot and gets the outside edge. That's 4 down. 4 for 52. Atkinson has 2. We'll be back with you in a minute. New batsman is Jack Trezise. Atkinson has 2 for 23. And every time Penrith start to hit boundaries, North Sydney hitting back. 4 wickets in the first 8 overs. Callum Hill will be very pleased. And all of a sudden now those late innings runs looking very, very important. In comes Atkinson. Good leave. That's a good leave, first ball. Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne, they often talk about they love good leaves early in their innings because it tells them their eyes in. And when you inform, that's correct. When you know when to leave it, you're able to judge the pitch. And they say that of all the wickets in Australia, that is the best to judge. It's Brisbane. That's the best. It's the truest pitch. Another leave just a bit short there, but not too short. And interestingly, Brisbane's one of the only pitches in Australia that's no longer drop-in. And that's why it's such a consistent... All the others have changed. Sydney is. They actually put a different covering on it. It doesn't get knocked up as much. They put a covering of grass on it. But when Adelaide went through its renovation, Monaca's not. Monaca's not a drop-in. When they play there, it's permanent. But everything else, and even Bellerive is now, because they play footy at Bellerive, because they play footy there, yeah. And the Queensland Cricket Association were horrified when they were talking about the Olympic Games development, that they're going to lose the Gabba for years, they're going to rip up the square and all these things. It's I actually don't know where those Olympic Games are at. I reckon they're a lot short of money.
Wait to see what happens after the election.
All that. Correct. We're talking about politics. Want to make a statement? That's right. Correct. You wouldn't want to be a country that's reneged on a Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games within 4 years.
You promised it whole, you got to spend the money. Can't do it on it.
Close to politics here.
We can close, but yeah, talking about sport. Not talking about sport. But Olympic Games is a very difficult way to make money these days. Just short of length again. That's a good over. Atkinson dialed back the length. That's a wicket maiden. 450. If you think how much money the French spent on the River Seine, and it was still a toilet for the triathlon and swimming. Won't have that problem in Los Angeles because Los Angeles is a coastal city. Go out to sea. Cricket at the Olympic Games in 2028, T20, top 6 sides in the world will be playing. That will be fabulous. They'll play some of that cricket in Dallas. They've got a purpose-built stadium in Dallas. Lee Young back on. He's got 2 for 29. They've left a couple of good balls go lately. He is he lets them rip, Lee Young. Sharp enough. And of course, the swimming at the Olympic Games in LA is being held at a football stadium, SoFi Stadium. So the opening ceremony and then the swimming at the $5.8 billion SoFi.
And they're doing the swimming will be in the second one.
That's because the athletics and the swimming rotate every Olympics.
No, it's always the swimming's first, but they've had to do it so they can convert the actual stadium and put the swimming further in.
That might be leg buys, guys, and it might be two.
2 leg buys.
Just waiting on the. She's got a hand out.
It's 2 leg buys.
When we were a lot younger, they actually rotated the swimming and the athletics. When we were a lot younger, they would change them. Each Olympics.
Yeah, it's been swimming first week, athletics second week, which one I like it
Yeah.
now. They're having to do it because of the stadium. It's,
That's the
the
problem.
athletics is being held at Coliseum.
Where
They held 84 Olympics
and the 32 Olympics.
and the 32, yeah. So.
Oh, perfect length from Young onto stickers. Yes, but you're right. When we were much and when I was younger, they would rotate them every time. But now they're doing things differently. Like the Paris Olympics, the swimming was in an indoor football arena, and they created this extraordinary. Like I've never seen swimming crowds in my life like they were in Paris. It was unbelievable. Oh goodness me, that's 2 underneath edges from Collins.
I think that was supposed to land on the freeway, but he just
Yeah, that was a freeway ball for all money.
won, was it?
Yep.
Sorting single was important.
It also helped that the best swimmer in the world's a Frenchman. Marchand, he's something special, that fella. To be able to win gold medals in butterfly and breaststroke at the same Olympics is, when they are completely different strokes, is extraordinary. Four for 55 here. Tough period for Penrith. Much better authentic shot from Shazais. Goes back, rotates on the back foot, and gets it down to fine leg. He's off the mark. Collins is 9 with 2 underneath edges. And a lovely square drive for Collins, or his 3 scoring shots. Well, Sydney not worried about the runs. They've got 4 poles, so they're almost halfway through them early on. The run rate's fabulous. Just over 6. Oh, that's gone. That might be 6.
It is.
And I would be suggesting to Lee Young, with the height of Collins, that he dispense with the idea of peppering him short. That ball's come 25 metres in off the fence, would you believe? So 8 off that over to the bowler, 10 to the team, and the score is 4 for 62 after 9. Collins is 15, Trezise is 1. Did Penrith seconds go close in either of their 2 first games of the season? Did they go close? Didn't? No.
First week I was 110, I think, and they got 4 down.
Mm-hmm.
Last week we got chasing 220 something, out for 175.
At Howell last week?
First one was at Campbelltown.
Right.
Well, I think it was a home game for us, but well, there's that was when they were playing the double headers of the T20 that played out Bill Ball.
Okay. Reckon I might have played cricket against Bill Ball's son. Can he get it through the gap? No. Of course, Penrith's 3 grade grounds are Howell Oval, Bill Ball and Rance Oval. Rance is handily located near a railway station if you've got to catch the train. That's through. Don't think he's got enough. I'm not sure yet.
He just got a hand on it.
He'll can't stop it. He still went through. And they continue Penrith to hit boundaries a lot more, I would even think, that than in North Sydney's equivalent part of this innings. Punish them and hit some gaps here. 4 for 66 is the score. Just about the mildest it's been all day today. A temperature. That's he's dialed his length back there, and immediately it's more difficult for Tresize to hit the cricket ball. That was a beauty from Atkinson. His natural length appears to be just back of a length. That length that Paul Rifle loved to bowl for Australia. Those of you that have watched Rifle play in what was a reasonably impressive Test career, just loves that back of a length. Not there. He's bowled that too full.
I was watching that famous one day against South Africa.
And he's the one that puts the ball over the bar.
But he dropped another one. I mean, sorry.
He didn't have a good day with his head. No, didn't. No, international Test umpire. Lance Klusener in that game hit the cricket ball, I reckon, as hard as anyone's ever hit it. He whacked the bejesus out of the cricket ball. It's still one of the more remarkable games of cricket I think I've ever seen, that game. 4 for 66 after 10. There's the first power play done. North Sydney can put 4 back. I don't think they will. I think they'll continue attacking. With this pitch drying out a bit, I would think that North Sydney know they have to bowl Penrith out. Standing umpire's just got a signal from a square leg umpire. There's a power play coming. Change of bowler, I think, too, down here.
It looks like Johnson. It's just turn around.
He's 16 or 18, isn't it? 4?
Yeah, it's Ferguson.
Ferguson.
Of course.
Just waiting for the power play symbol here. Change of bowler first, and there should be a power play symbol come now. There it is.
So what was this?
A couple of leaves in there, and he beat him with it. All ends up with one as well, I think, at the end of that last over. So Ferguson, to see how comfortable Collins is. He's now gone to a 6-3. There's been a forward square leg in mid-wicket and a fine leg. There's one slip, a ring of fields on the offside, and a third man. Wide to start. So yes, orthodox third man, backward point, cover point, shortish cover in the box. Rob Aitken in his usual position at mid-off. Mid-on, a wide mid-on that is, forward square, and a relatively fine leg down there at one of those beautiful trees. You can see where he is. You can see how fine he is on your screen. Ferguson in again to Collins. Full. That might go. He's got that wide enough. Yep. Errant from Ferguson, and Collins with that sort of a field had all sorts of room. Another 4 to Collins. Dealing in boundaries at the moment.
His elbow again. He had a lot of taping on it earlier, and he's been playing with it ever since he started this over.
He's struggling with that. That's where the baseballers have that Tommy John surgery. That's that ulnar ligament. You hope he hasn't done something there.
Really struggling with it, though.
First slip comes out into mid-wicket now, falling to a 5-4. No slips now. Full and straight to the fields at mid-wicket.
Is it a game first grade, I think, isn't it, Fergus?
I'm pretty confident Ferguson's played first grade. I think I've called him in it. Both I think I've called him in PGs for North Sydney as well in the past. But he is being worried quite significantly by that his bowling elbow. Is that a leg off his pad? Yep. I just saw a little deflection. So no wide. Holy cow, this is a really busy part of Sydney. There are cars. There's so many car movements around where with the freeway, entrances to freeways. It's just busy. Just across the harbour. The coat hanger's pretty much about 1,500 metres to just past where Rob Aitken is down the bottom of your screen. On to stickers. That's a better length from Ferguson. Callum Hill's asking Ferguson to pretty much target the stumps here with a 5-4. Aitken a deepish mid-off in his usual position down in the bowlers. Giving words of wisdom. Cover point, backward point, third man's his offside field. And the cover, of course, in the box, shorter than the other fieldsman. Collins gets to the left of Rob Aitken, and that's an easy single to mid-off. Collins is into his 20s now. He's 20, and Penrith are 4 for 72.
Why is the same event 4?
No idea, actually. That's a good question. Oh, short. That's the second time Chazais has played an authentic hook shot. And gets it down in the Australian method of hitting the hook shots down to the ground. That's a single. After 11 overs, it's 4 for 73. Wide 4 ... 1-1. It's got 7 on the screen. So it goes wide 4, 3 consecutive dots, 1-1. And it looks 7 to the bowler. And it looks like Atkinson's continuing at the northern end, guys.
Yep, 4 for 73.
So what happened was we might have looked at something in the fourth over and it's recognised that. So Atkinson it again to Chazais. That was a good lead because that ball came back in. Atkinson, a traditional plummy seamer who can seam it around a bit. Either way. How interesting it is to watch an English Test side for the first time in a generation without Anderson and Broad at the same time. It is quite different. That next Ashes series next year is going to be immense. But I think that Wood's got to play 3 at least 3 tests. He's that good. Lovely drive. And that he got a hand to that for sure. It might be a double, I think. Yeah, because he had to stop the ball and dive. 2 runs to Chazais. Penrith going on at a merry rate here today. 4 for 75 in the 12th. And, well, I did say around 70 after 10. They've 75 in the 12th. They've actually got a show at this if they really put the foot down. But the whole thing is wickets. I reckon 1 or 2 more they'll put the shelve it.
These two have to bat long.
One of these two's got to make a half century actually. But yes, with 18 overs after this one to get 117. It's not outside the realms of possibility. It's still a pretty fair chase. Again, the wicket, it's settled. There was a few popping earlier, but that's knee height to the keeper. And cover's going to go back. They're going to give away that single if they have to. Encouraging Atkinson to bowl outside off stump. Very straight defended. So it's fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on for North Sydney, and then mid-off, shortish cover sweeper on the fence. A backward point, that's not a gully, first slip, and a third man. Oh, it's a 5-4 field at the moment. And in fact, there is no fine leg, it's a 6-3. Yeah, my bad. I just counted 6 men on the offside, so. The old draw shot. 4 for 77 off 12. They're going in to run a ball, and here comes the helmet. So spinner's coming on now, I'd imagine, if the keeper's going to the helmet, which is now a playing condition in most forms of cricket.
It's compulsory now.
It wasn't last year in all cricket. In some cricket it was, but there was mixed rules. Ryan Campbell, the former West Australian and Australian keeper, was the first keeper I saw who actually wore a baseball catcher's mitt, the helmet, when he was keeping for Australia in Western Australia. Well, of course, that's now illegal.
So how do I change the bowler?
So you just go and hit his name, change bowler.
Imagine young Ferguson, his elbow.
Or the fact that they wanted to get the spinner on.
Spinner on, but I think his elbow was on.
Called Gardner playing a few times last year, guys, and everyone, and he was quite impressive. Got a couple of good. So he's a Pom, that's right. He came back this year. Some talented offies at North Sydney. Oxenham's another one. Collins brought forward. He's saying that ball's drifting, which Gardner will get. Again, the offie's bowling at the right, correct end. Nichols was superb this morning. Will Collins take him on? Yes, he uses his feet nicely. Straight down the long on to Rob Aitken. I don't reckon that Collins will die wondering with Gardner. Trezai's back on strike now. Got to slip in for that slider. Oh, up-ish. Harbour Bridge to a certain extent, so just the single. Down to Aiken again. Collins hasn't hit at boundary for a few minutes. I'm just wondering if he was thinking freeway here. That's not out. Caught behind, not out that the bars didn't come off. They were up. They must have been close to a wide. He took that very wide. I think the bat hit the ground, personally. And and Collins is continuing to say that Gardner's getting a lot of drift. On the back foot. Good footwork. Out to the sweeper at point. Just the 3 singles off Gardner's first. Collins retains the strike. He's 22. Trezai's is 11. 4 for 80 after 13. Keeping it around that 6 and over. Reminded they need over 6 and over to get themselves the bonus point. Think you might see a diet of slow bowling for a while here. And as David has been mentioning particularly early on today, the interesting thing is with Aitken bowling from this end, Collins is to the leg side hitting downwind. And I would think that Aitken will try and do everything he can to bowl full. Collins is waiting. If he bowls anything short, it'll end up at North Sydney Oval the way he's hitting them. So let's have a look at the field here. I can't believe he's got no one behind square. That's interesting. He's got a third man, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Mid-off, short extra cover. I think this... Is he going to go into a deep slip? That is an interesting field. Why has he got a third man? He has to. He's got his mind to a 6-3 with no one behind square on the leg side. First ball's right on line. So again, the field mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and no one behind square on the leg side. Mid-off, short extra cover, a gully, a third man and they're almost one behind the other. That's odd. Point and a cover sweeper.
It's frozen.
Just let it.
Fat finger problem.
Another dot ball. Aiken getting his length right straight away. Yes. And that third man, he's seen that the third man was basically behind the gully, and he's moved his brother a lot squarer, so he's almost a deep backward point. And the gully's going to come straighter, so those two, they've just found out that the two fields were almost one behind the other, which makes no sense. 4 for 80 is the score. Collins just waiting for anything short. It's trouble if he keeps going there. Atkinson straight back to the keeper. It was actually his call too. It was behind point, technically.
3 dot balls is probably the longest stretch of dot balls we've had for a long time.
Lovely bowling from Aiken. First 4 balls have been pretty much on the mark. That was a ball of Yorker length. Collins is 22. Trezise is 11. It's 4 for 80. Just going with 3 men outside the ring at the moment. Again, a good length. Short cover, no run. So far this over, his length and line have been immaculate. It's almost taking away hitting on the leg side for Collins unless he takes a risk. Again, Collins takes off. Yeah. And the backup from Gardner saved 4 more runs, I reckon. One to Collins to finish. A terrific first over from James Aiken. He has none for 1. Run rate slowing slightly. It's 4 for 81 after 14 overs. Collins maintains the strike. And I just think he's itching to get at Gardner. Once he gets an idea of what he's doing. For 24 balls, you said?
24 balls, 23 runs.
Oh, it goes way back on the back foot. Gets that. That might... Oh, just right. Pretty good effort out there, actually. And he's hurt. He's hurt on his shoulder. Is that... He's not well. Is it 39 or 56?
It's 4 runs.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 4 runs.
Sorry.
It's 39. Whoever...
Yeah.
That's not Aitken, is it?
That's Cornwall.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought he'd done his shoulder when he dived. Let me tell you, Tony Cornwall's a tough man. He must be hurt if he's showing being injured. He's going to stay out there. Or has he been sent off the field by his skipper? No, he hasn't left the field of play. Unless, he's asking for a sub. Now he's off the field of play, but he's on the boundary, so he's actually staying out there for the moment. He's definitely staying out there, so he's continuing on. Collins gets the boundary he's been after with Gardner. Now he's got room to manipulate singles for the rest of the over if he wants to. I still think Collins wants to get after him. For the first time, it's that was terrific footwork from Collins in the back foot because he actually cut that from not far away from the line of off stump, and he got it behind point. And they've moved Cornwall much squarer as a result. Okay, here we go. Cricket again. After him again. That's 4 more, I reckon. It is. Successive boundaries. After a little slow period, Collins resumes this rapid scoring rate from Penrith. And everything I'm seeing at the moment shows me that they are definitely interested in a bonus point. And I reckon they're 1 wicket away. So he goes around the wicket. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Defended. Does take away a lot of methods of dismissal going around the wicket, although it does restrict his shots. LB's almost now completely out of the question. Collins just bunts that to mid-on, no run. When you're bowling right arm around the wicket to a right-hander, they can pretty much step across their stumps either side and hit you square the wicket without danger of getting hit on the pads. Driving, that's 4 more. That is the best shot of the lot. That is an exquisite inside-out off drive. You could see him use his hands to manipulate that ball. Remember how we were talking earlier on, guys, about the amount of times that the ball was being hit to the fieldsman? What Collins did then was he used his hands to manipulate the ball in and hit a lot. That's just a beautiful cricket shot. So slip comes, causes a change in the field. James Aiken comes out. So now there's these 2 covers, which we spoke about a couple of hours ago. There are 2 short covers. Full. Oh, that is such a clever cricket shot. Well fielded, actually. Keeps that to 1. And that's a big over. 13 off the over. 4 for 94 off 15. So they've got it above 6 again. And Collins is 36 now off 30. Trezise is 11. Partnership, please, is already 42. Just wondering if Callum Hill's considering asking for a sub for Tony Cornwall out there. I actually think that that's the conversation. I think that's what's happening at the moment. I think Cornwall may be coming off. I don't know. Oh, that's kept very low. And he somehow squeezed it to the left of Gully. He kept his head over the ball and he managed to just get some bat on that. I've got no doubt that Collins would. It's trying. The thing is, Aiken hasn't made a mistake yet. Every ball's been there or thereabouts in the right area. Almost put a handkerchief over his gripping. He hasn't dropped short and hasn't bowled too full. Straight to mid-on, but he was off as soon as he hit it. Collins doing this well at the moment. He's looking dangerous. So they're under 100 runs off 15 overs to get the bonus. And I think they'll have a bit of a chat. If they have 4 down at drinks, that'll be the serious conversation, I reckon. Again, Trezise having to defend. Aiken's vast experience, giving them no width, and he's bowling a perfect length. And of course, with the keeper coming up, they can't really use their feet to him.
Might just play that classic sheet anchor roll and let Collins keep doing the score.
Or do exactly that. Just
few singles around. I feel Collins isn't doing anything serious.
Just a moment. This rapid partnership of 46 off 51 balls has taken the game away from North Sydney for the moment. Collins has got to keep his head, though. There's runs to be had. That's a lovely shot. Down to third man for another single. We're not too far away from the drinks break, although we've had 4 straight overs of spin bowling. We'll probably get to 17. We started at, what, 8 past 2?
Probably one more enough.
Okay. And long off drops back to give them the single. There are 5 in the ring, so they've got plenty of fieldsmen. On the back foot, Trezise comfortably out to the sweeper. And that's the easiest 6-run over you pretty much ever see. No risk taken. And they keep their run rate matriculating. And they've reached 100 inside in 16 overs exactly. So off 14 overs for a bonus, they need 92 off 14. 14 sevens and 98. So it's just over 6.5 and over. And right now, that's within their grasp.
Probably 1 or 2 wickets.
Correct. I think they're in front now though.
Front in the game, I think, yes.
I think they're in front of the game.
But another wicket will turn things around very quickly.
So there is the sub. Okay, there is the sub. I actually may have, I've got a list of players and I'll just see if I've got him as my list. I'll tell you who he is. So Cornwall's gone off after that hand injury. And I'll try and get you the replacement. In comes Gardner again. Trezise on the back foot, straight to Aiken.
Back over the wicket side, that's it. Well played.
Played that very late. Sorry, guys. In the listing I've been given, I don't have a 48. I apologise. I've tried. That's all I can do. Yep. And I'll show you how to do a sub on there if he takes a catch. Okay. Driving. That's for classical cover drive. She did. She did. Do you want to remind me at the drinks break to text Sarah and ask for a lamp for tomorrow if you're here?
Lamp.
You've got to have a lamp to signal them. We shouldn't be waving it. It's standard to have a lamp and a light. Which at this ground's interesting because you've got to put it on a block because of that railing. You've got to actually have it up quite high. But you should always have a lamp. I've got 3. Unfortunately, they're all home because I use them all for scoring and have a backup. Thought there'd be one here. All the first grade grounds have got a lamp that stays at the ground. All of them.
2 flags, you know, a bit of...
No, the lamp, they can't see it. The thing is with a lamp in weather like this, the umpires, especially in weather like this, perfect because they can see. On the back foot. Straight down to long on. And he maintains the strike. And that will be drinks, I'd suggest. So at drinks, the game is very interestingly poised, particularly when you add the extra dimension of the possibility of bonus points for Penrith. Penrith 4 for 105 off 17. We'll be back soon.
Seriously, when I've got backup, might be different if I ran into a problem.
Without wishing to be big-headed, both of us are experienced.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, and that's not being big-headed. That's just like he's a very good scorer. He's first-grade material. sub's name is Thomas, guys. If there's any catches by the sub, Thomas. Finger or hand? They've got North City 3 down, I believe, in the ones. Welcome back. This game's really interestingly poised at drinks. If Penrith want to take 33 overs, they've got a relatively comfortable run chase to go from here. If Penrith want to bring the bonus point in, this gets really interesting. Game very interestingly poised. James Aiken's done an excellent job at this northern end. As we welcome you back to Bon Andrews Oval, David Redden here on Bears TV. Ready to rock and roll now. Nixon Tomko. So in comes Aiken to Trezise. His length and line has been basically immaculate. In comes Aitken again. Well kept Neville. Bowling this nagging slow medium pace. Aitken can't afford particularly to drop in his length. But he's not. He's just hitting the same spot consistently. That one had a bit more life in it. Keeper took that above stump height. If they want to get this bonus point, Trezise really has to get the strike to Collins on a regular basis. Driving straight to short cover. Groundhog Day. Tony Cornwall's injury is a finger that popped out over there at point. He's still down there. Aitken working on a maiden here. Yep. That is a very good over. Leads me to think that not convinced about the bonus point being chased at the moment. They're sticking with Gardner at this southern end. I actually think this Callum Hill wants to take Collins on. He's hitting for a few boundaries, particularly. He hasn't taken him on at all down the leg side, and with the breeze the way it is, it's very light at the moment. Take him on downtown straight and over towards the freeway. We haven't seen virtually any balls even hit the big fence at the back over there today. Gardner goes back around the wicket to Collins. Again, I do think and they've got these two short covers. Interesting field positioning. On the back foot. He's very comfortable on that back foot. He's got very good footwork, Collins. Matriculates a single out to backward point. 4 for 106. I think Gardner, is he going to stay around? He is. And one of the things about a right arm offie bowling around the wicket is that it exacerbates the drift that he gets. Both the line of the ball and the drift can move it away from a right-hander. And that's the problem, is with no slip. 2. And Collins should be coming back for 3. There was 3 there. Yeah, definitely 3. Collins should have put the note in the notebook that the arm wasn't very strong. Good chase, though. 2 runs, Trezise. 4 for 108. Punching straight to mid wicket, no run. Lee Young there at the important position of box on the mid wicket side. Punches to kill it mid off, no run. And with those two short covers, Hill can afford to loiter back here right at the back of the ring. You've got James Aitken at the straighter of the two short covers, and then Ferguson at the square of the two. About 10 yards apart, 10 metres. Trezise thinking of a single. Aitken sharks across, and that's not fake fielding. He tried to get the cricket ball. Throws it up. Easy out. Oh, good. But very clever from Collins. There was a clear touch there, but Collins, and I've just seen that on time lapse. Collins was clearly in. Very, very good running from Collins. Saves his wicket. 3 runs off the last 2 overs only. Penrith going along nicely. They're 4 for 108 of 19. This partnership has put on 56 so far. And Collins now faces James Aitken. And I don't think Collins will leave as many balls go. He's got room to push the ball to the left of the short cover. He's got a big gap in there. Probably only get a single, but he has got room for that outlet single. Straight down the ground, mid-on, scuttles across, no run. Field for you, deep backward square leg, mid-on, mid-wicket. Then a cover, mid-off right back on the ring, short cover in the box. Sweeper at cover, point, gully, which is an interesting position, and a finish third man. Collins on the back foot and hits the sweeper. Our old New South Wales country coach Jeff Cook would always say, if you've got that sweeper there, hit them, hit it hard, hit the ball down, play no risk cricket, and just if they give you that single, take it every time. Trezise back on strike. 4 for 109. Driving. Aitken has the excellent figures of 3.3 overs, none for 8. 8 off his 21 balls. Again, that's better from Trezise. Hits the sweeper. And Aitken doesn't look overly threatening, but one thing he has done is he's given away nothing. And they haven't hit a boundary of him yet. That ball kept a bit low. Collins defended well. Oh, and there's the first boundary of the innings from Aitken. Another inside edge. 4 runs to Collins. Breaks that run of dots and ones, and Aitken draws the false shot. 4 for 114 with another inside edge boundary for Collins. Collins is now 46. Trezise is 21 after 20 overs. It's 4 for 114, so they need almost an unachievable 78 off 10. I think it's pretty fair to say that at the moment they've given that up. Now, is this Rob Aitken coming on at this end? While he's eclectic mix of front of the hand, drifting knuckleballs and offies and slow medium stuff. getting his field rows, bringing cover around from point further around towards more cover point. James Aitken, Rob Aitken doesn't want the two short covers. His brother's going to a short third man. Got a backward point. Ferguson in the slot at cover. Callum Hill down here at mid-off. And then he's got a backward square leg, a mid-wicket, a long on, and a deep cow. 4 for 114. And as I said, Aitken will bowl a mixture of things. Watch for the one that he bowls pretty much out the front of the hand. It's almost like a knuckleball. And his daughter Emily bowls it beautifully as well. Here comes Rob Aitken bowling to his eyes. That actually came out the front of the hand. That's through, is it? Hill has saved a boundary there through desperation. And Trezise does the right thing and gets the strike to Collins. Collins looking at the first half century of this game. He's 4 runs shot shy of that at the moment. That might be out. Oh, gee, how's he kept his back foot down there? Well kept by Newell. Collins indicating that Aitken again got a bit of drift. That was almost disaster for Collins. Drawn forward by lovely flight from Aitken, and just got his back foot down. 4 for 115. Played that way out in front. This time got his bat to it. One of the things when you first face Aitken is that he doesn't bowl that quickly, and you've got to make the pace. He bowls quite slowly. On the back foot, doesn't bounce much. Pretty confident in saying that the bonus point's gone, even though they're in a good position. Penrith just playing to win here. And punching down the hill at mid-off, no run, down into the sand pit. Not an easy place to field today. Collins to 47, Trezise is 22, 4 for 116. That's the leg spinner. Almost a chance of caught and bowl. Hill comes across. It's in mid-on. Interesting over from Robert Aitken. Just the 3 singles off it. Penrith 4 for 117 after 21 overs. I think James Aitken may be having a spell. He is. I think that's what it looks like. No, it's not. It's 18. Johnson. Dylan Johnson. And with the keepers up again here. Looks like he's going to bowl medium paces with Newell standing up to him. Oh, I'm sorry. No excuse. I've tried to get that. I'll try to get that right. It is Neville. I've got his dad sitting next to him. I'm going to get the desk there in a minute. He's been very polite all day, but I'm going to get one. I do apologise.
I used to get Newell at school.
It's a most unusual spelling of the word of the surname Neville. Actually, I've never seen it before. The ex-Australian keeper was Neville, but he was ILL, and you're NEVELL from memory. Peter Neville, who actually shouldn't have been taken out of the Australian keeper's role when he was keeping very well. They didn't want him there because he didn't talk. He was too nice a keeper. And then they brought in the junkyard dog Matthew Wade to replace him. He ended up being a pretty good cricketer, Matthew Wade.
He's got a century in the Tasmanian first grade final at 15.
He talented player, tough too. So Johnson bowling slow medium. Neville standing up to him. Trezise hits the cover and he'll be bruised tonight. That went straight and got him in the gob. 4 for 117. Johnson bowling slow medium. So again, with Neville standing up to him, they can't go out of the crease. Good leave. So did Neville and Lee Young play in the Victoria's PG side that won the premiership last year, or were they too old last year? Okay. That was a huge win for North Sydney. Winning the PGs, that's a big effort. PGs is tough to win. Straight down the ground, lovely. Got the length he wanted and whacked him back over his head. Good cricket shot to his eyes. 4 for 121.
Now, they made the semis the year before in PGs. Got towed up by Sutherland, I think it was.
Yes. I called the semi, and that they beat Randwick in the semi, and Oxenham and Gardner were terrific. Angus McTaggart played that day for Randwick Petersham. They still beat them. They did a great job. And going again, the old, what they say, good cricket followed boundary with a single. Collins, who again hasn't had that much strike in the last couple of overs. Josiah's has actually faced more balls than him. Josiah's is 28 off 49. Doing, as David Neville said behind me, doing a sort of that, Jeff was saying, a sheet anchor roll. And Collins is 47. He's batting at over 100. Still 3 runs short of a half ton. Oh, gee, I thought he might have got a snick to that. No. Too close to cut that one. And the reason he's thinking about that shot is because there's now no third man. Adkins come back into a short third man, so there's no deep third man at all. And that is an interesting choice because he cannot bowl. He pretty much cannot bowl outside off stump. If he gets any width, Collins is going to look to lay him off down towards third man. That's an authentic square drive, and that is 4. And that's his 50. So Collins goes to 51, the first half century of the game. Penrith 4 for 126 after 22. Yeah, I've got that 414, yep. And then comes this intriguing battle with Aitken bowling his slow mix. And watch for the one that comes out of the front of the hand. It comes across as almost a slow wobbler or a knuckleball. West Australian Perth Scorchers cricketer play for Australia, AJ Tye. He's got a couple of knuckleballs. Of course, Tye's a little bit quicker than Rob Aiken, but he bowls that ball with his. If he bowls the ball, if I'm showing the guys here with his ball, with the ball tucked in on his knuckles like a baseball knuckleballer, and Aitken bowls. What Aitken does is he actually bowls the ball. It comes out of right out the front of his hand. It just does nothing, but it just wobbles a bit. Tye was one of the first I saw bowl a knuckleball at first class level. Trezise trying to get the ball down through the 2 third men. James Aitken across.
The baseball catchers have a special glove if it's a knuckleball pitcher.
They do. And knuckleball pitchers can pitch into their 40s because they don't put that much pressure on their shoulder and ulnar ligament. Short, that must go.
That's good. That's could be.
And it stayed inside the arena. And that is the first time they've dropped short in 8-9 overs, I reckon. That got the treatment.
I don't think bonus points out of the question.
The thing is, it's the intent.
I think they're just going to play football on its merits. If it's dropped short like that, they'll hit it.
And that was just a bad ball. That wasn't. He wasn't intending to eye him. But yeah, look, I think that's a good point, David. Fuller, much better delivery. Could only get that to Ferguson at shortish cover. Overrate's going to be pretty good. Full again. Yeah, on the move as soon as he hit it. And with Hill sitting right back of the ring, it's almost an automatic single there. And Collins, sorry, go on, David.
So you just need one huge over, like
A 15 or an 18, yes. Okay, fair enough. They've got 7 this over so far. And just still think Collins has love to launch into the slowies. He does love that back foot cut shot, though. His movement onto his back foot and his transfer of his weight's excellent. Last ball of the over. And just plays a defensive shot. So 7 off the over with the 6 and the single. Score check for you. 4 for 133. And it's no, and it's Lee Young. Can I just do a score check, please?
Yeah, I've got one.
I think there's a single missing in that over. I think the 4th ball of the over was a single to Trezise. So come in. No, don't hit the. I'll show you another one. Hit the dots. Okay, and we can replace event. Okay, hit runs. And one, that's okay, then hit the replace event.
And we'll change the strike.
It'll change the strike.
And then it'll change the ball's face.
It actually didn't change the strike. That's interesting.
So
Then it's a dot. Who's on strike there?
Yeah, now no, it's not yet. To change, so hit this one and change strike. Yep. And for the rest of the over, yes. That's correct, and it now should at the start of this over. Yeah. So that's over. Trezise should be on strike facing Lee Young. Okay, change it. Just hit Trezise's name. Change switch strike batter. Perfect. And the first ball's a dot ball. So 4 for 133. Jeff, do you agree with that? And you're good?
Yeah, dot 6, dot 1.
Dot. Yeah, the 4th ball was the single.
Yeah, it's one down when he hit it.
I think he hit it to Hill at mid-off on the ring, didn't he? Because I think I commented that he's so far back on the ring. Trezise on strike. Shorter, dug that one in, Lee Young. And just a word of warning, if he drops short to Collins, you'll be fetching out the trees out here. And that breeze has come back. We've got that light breeze again now, light to moderate. And Collins is now hitting downwind.
Is he back on to try and get a breakthrough?
I think so. This partnership's put on 80. Remember, they've taken that guy away from them. There's the short one, and there's 4. As I said, Collins is just waiting for that. Lovely shot, Collins. Authentic pull shot. Hit through straightish mid wicket. It's a lovely shot. 4 for 138. His whole game's predicated on being able to go back into that back foot. He's got such good footwork that he can place horizontal bat shots with comfort. That's close. Down, going down leg. A rare false shot. Collins is 55 off 48 rocks. Trezise is 36 off 55. These two have done an excellent job after Penrith were in some bother. In comes Lee Young. Short again. It wasn't as short as Collins thought. And he couldn't get. Could only get it underneath there, Jono. Make sure you're keeping an eye on the T20 scores tomorrow, everybody. Kingsgrove Cup getting into a really interesting stage. The quarters tomorrow. Collins trying to work a single, but hits it straight to backward point to Gardner. No run. That's interesting. Across the road at the at North Sydney Oval, there's been an in-game injury replacement for ACT. Alicia Bates out, Gabriel Sutcliffe in. So under the rules of cricket, that almost has to be a concussion, does it not? Concussion, you can change a play. The substitute is not a substitute, so they're a player. So that's an interesting one. I'm on the WhatsApp group there, and I've just got a message. I was wondering what that was about. Back to Rob Aitken again. Driving straight back down the pitch. Misfield from Aitken, which you'll be filthy with. Doesn't often misfield off his own bowling, let alone anybody else. 4 for 138. Good line of length from Aitken, giving away nothing. Yes. Just happened in the last 10 minutes that it just picked up. Oh, yeah, as you pointed out, David, it abated. That's how it could be out. No, it's 4. Got enough of it. I'm beginning to 4 for 142 now. So they need 50 to win. Yeah, it's beyond them. Trezise is 40. Yeah, they need 10 and over. Hits that very square. Aitken pulled the speed off that one. And as a result, he had to hit it square. Round arm. Well kept, Neville. He knew what what was coming there. Yeah, he bowled. He has what we call an eclectic mix. You never know what you're gonna. It's like the old statement in Forrest Gump. You never know what you're gonna get. That was a leg spinner. That one. Tell you what, there's been some fireys come through here today. That's about the 3rd or 4th one. That's another one. When I drove up to the Central Coast last night for a presentation, there was some serious burning off between Hornsby and Barrow, and it was so thick you could hardly see. Yeah, and it was perfect weather to burn off in. There was no breeze, none. Back to Lee Young. Resumes his battle with Collins. Collins is 55. Trezise has quietly worked his way to 40. These two have put on 90. 50 to get. That was the quick one. Are they thinking of 2? No. Deep cover did his job. And despite the misfield from Ferguson, it's just a single. Looks like Trezise may be cramping. He may need a drink at the end of this over. And perhaps a salt or a magnesium tablet. Back goes square leg to the square leg fence. There is a deep square and a third man. Still, I don't think there's any fine legs. 6 and 1, 2, 3. Trezise, there he is. There is a fine leg. Atkinson. So he's got 2 men behind square on the leg side. Tend to think he might bowl a couple of short ones there. .40. He's actually done a good job, Trezise. He hasn't looked rushed or hurried. He's just nurdled the ball around, taken advantage of an occasional loose ball. Say again. So the 2 loose balls that Aiken's bowled, he's hit for 6 and 4. And if you look at Aiken's figures, the rest of them are very good. But he dropped that one over here to the tree, and then he took him on when he bowled slightly full, and he just got it over hill. Lee Young in again. Well worked. That's all he's got to do. For 144. Lovely little dab down to third man. And that's a much easier shot with the much quicker Lee Young than it is the other slow medium bowlers. All they've got to do pretty much is guide it around the corner. Is that a first grade score? 4 for 77 off almost 18 overs. That's games also that they need just under 100. Plenty of overs left, but they've got them 4 down, Penrith. Could be an interesting finish out there at Hull. Trezise, that's an inside edge. Should be a double. Collins had a look, but he's down the pitch in about 4 strides anyway. Yes, 3 singles and the double. And Trezise is still cramping up there. That right leg is causing him some problems. Just wondering if Rob Atkins going to have a spell here. Yeah, the helmet's gone. Oh, not so sure convinced yet. Yeah, no, the helmet's coming back on. It is Atkins still. I'm wondering if it's worth giving Gardner another crack at it.
That's why they haven't got much to lose.
Sorry?
They've got to take wickets.
They've got, well, if they want to win the game, absolutely. The run rate's too good. Penrith can sit there and hit singles for the rest of the innings and win comfortably. And Collins gets a crack now. So Hill's going to come back. He's got to have 5 in the ring, which he has, because we're into power play 2. We've still got many overs to go. Just see how Collins plays this. He has shown a tendency to play off the back foot. Plays that ball well out in front. The first batter I saw do that at international level regularly, particularly to really good spinners, was Kevin Peterson, who had this technique of playing them a long way in front of his pad to try and avoid bat pads. Round arm, that's a slog sweep, straight to mid-wicket first bounce, no run.
KP played for Sydney Uni.
That I didn't know that.
There you go.
Strauss played for Mosman, I think. Faster one, and that's an easy bunt down the ground, mid-off for a single. Sam Robson played for Easts, I think. Is that right? Yeah, Sam Robson plays. There's a stack of them played out here. Joe Denley played for the Sydney Cricket Club. 4 for 1.
Getting played for Balmain.
He did. Mike Getting, I think, might actually hold the record in Sydney first grade for runs in a season. 1,347, I think he holds the record. And O'Reilly holds the bowling record, I think. 4 for 1, 4, 8. Trezise is 43. Wider one, that was a round arm. Well fielded by Ferguson.
Imran Khan played for Sydney.
He did. Oh, that's close. Oh, it was after the LBW there. Has she got a hand out? Yeah, she has. It's going to be leg by. Aiken wanted that big time. Leg by.
How did they run too?
1. Trezise has retained the strike.
I was out at
Sorry?
the Randwick position home ground out near the east suburb somewhere.
Coogee.
Coogee. And in their grandstand, have a look at the pictures of teams and things, and they had Wes Hall and they had.
I think it must just while you're there, I think it's a change of bowler, James Aitken.
Okay, yeah. They had Wes Hall came out and played for Randwick as it was
Yep.
then, and they also had one of the class Pakistani bowlers, Waka.
Wakha Yunus.
Yeah.
Malcolm Marshall played for Waverley. Malcolm Marshall, who I think is the greatest fast bowler of the modern era. His Test record says that he was. Marshall was frightening when we were growing up. When the West Indies had those dominant Test sides, Marshall was the one.
Such a gentle little run-up too.
Mark Nicholas wrote a beautiful article on it because he captained him at Hampshire not long after he died, Malcolm Marshall, because he died a young man. Yeah. And he was saying how he said that this guy's the best bowler that I've ever seen, and I captained him and he could do anything. He could bowl on dust bowls. He was just he was always at you, and he'd find a way to get you out. Another Barbados product like Ghana. Holding was Jamaican. Andy Roberts was Guyanese, I think. Bishop was Barbadian. Aiken in again. Josiah's can't beat short cover. Watching Holding off the long run was, when you were growing up, was just this whispering death, they called him. Goodness me, he was great to watch. Another dot. Yep. And then there were a couple of complete and utter maniacs, Colin Croft and Patrick Patterson. Both of whom were mad as cut snakes. Patterson was frightening. Patterson went to play for Tasmania, and he didn't like the then Tasmanian captain, Roger Woolley. So he bounced him on dicey pitches, and he broke his hand. In the practice nets, bounced his captain. Is that through? No. The way that field is structured, it's very hard to pierce that exact gap with a short cover because they get so much range in there and hill at mid-off. Four. There's 150. And another single. He's on his motor then, Collins. He had to be. And they've gone too far through, so there won't be an overthrow. Single to Collins, 4 for 151. Just hope that's not an emergency ambulance with the Royal North Shore just around the corner. Thank you. Just I know where from calling footy at Gore Hill, I know where Royal North Shore is. That is a lovely shot. That's one of Chisai's best. That's beauty. Lovely. He's pierced a narrow gap. And James Aiken's that's the first authentic cricket shot he's given a boundary up to today, James Aiken. 4 for 155 off 28, guys. Persisting with Robert Aitken. It might be the time to give Gardner another crack. I don't know. He's rotating his bowlers around, but maybe it's almost time for Gardner. Robert Aitken he's been tidy. None for 15 off 4. Big shout for LBW last over. Collins, that and method of defending well in front of, and when you've got no short leg and no limit off, you can actually edge one in there. There's by playing so far front of his pad, whipping can't get it past mid wicket. It's an entirely different. When you've got blokes under your lids, then you're under enormous pressure because any missed shot, and you're out of there. Throws that one up. Gee, that was clever. He beat him in flight. That was the leggy. Or it's almost out the side of the hand. It's not a full leg spin. It comes out of here. But that was clever, and he beat him in flight. He just jammed down and squeezed it to point. No run. Flatter. And as soon as Collins sees that flatter ball, he's automatically going to hill down here at long off. Single, 4 for 156. That was the leg break that clearly turned away from him. These two have put on a possibly match-winning partnership of 104. Offie. and caught and gone.
403.
Caught and bowled. Aiken doesn't miss those. And Trezise, who'd looked almost untroubled, he's absolutely distraught with himself. That is, North Sydney's needed that for the last 7 or 8 overs, but they do get a break. They break up this big partnership. Of 75, Jeff. So it's 5 for 156, just at the end of the 29th over. And I believe that might be Balgowan coming out. Sorry? Oh, it's Sam Grant in 19, thank you. It's hard to pick him without their pressure bandages, actually. Collins is 60. So at the end of the 29th over, it's 5 for 156. Aiken picking up Trezise, caught and bowled just short of 50. Say that again.
Atkinson has overs.
And that's very good. He's just come on. Well spoken, Mr. Newell.
I think I saw him.
You want to see him? Okay. Yeah, he's got the pressure bandages on all the skins on his arms. So the opening bowler, Jack Atkinson, comes on from the northern end, and 1 or 2 more quick wickets would make things very interesting.
Only need 35.
Yep. Ringing the changes. This is the third consecutive change of bowling from that northern end. Another substitute out there, by the way, as well. Right underneath us at fine leg number 6. We had a 48 in Thomas earlier on. There's another man out there now.
Who's off?
Cornwell with a popped finger when he did that injury. It's a different sub. So that's it's a new sub. I do apologise. I didn't say that right. Cornwell's still off, and it's the second different substitute for him. Here comes Atkinson. Collins back down the pitch with no real power. No run.
Is there a limit on the number of substitutes you can have?
No. Not that I'm aware of. And it looks like that Neville is going to go and stand up to Atkinson. Atkinson's first 2 ball, he dialed his pace back down, trying to induce a false shot. And is Rob Aiken actually advising him not to? I reckon that's what they're talking about. They're worried about the particularly ball sliding down the leg side here. And that'll be an easy single to Collins. Cut shot out to point. Brings Grant on strike. And in goes the slip. So James Atkins going in. That's a good question. And good spot there. It is going in, but that is a genuine catching gully. It'll be stationary, so he's into gully. You'll spew if he hits one through first slip, won't you? Lee Young's moved around. So you've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, well off the square, and a fine leg. Mid-off, short extra cover, sweeper at cover, point, gully, a genuine gully, catching gully, and a third man. So he's bowling to a 6-3, really needs to bowl outside off 4th or 5th stump here, Atkinson. Does. It's got through. That should be 2, really. Despite Aitken made that very interesting. There's a good throw. Good example of a bounce throw there. That was perfect to the keeper. 2 to Grant. 159 for 5. And the key wicket in the entire match is now Michael Collins. Last ball of this over from Atkinson. The draw shot. That was a lovely ball. How he kept it out, I don't know. 1 to Grant. 5 for 160. 32 to get. And the bonus point's now done. So it's just a matter of getting home now. And this is what this is the perfect scenario for Aitken because he's bowling to a new batsman. How are we going? 4 for Nelson, is it? Nixon, Tomko, and Neto in there.
Neto 34.
Yeah.
3 sixes.
How many overs gone, please? Can you just scroll up the other way for me? Thank you. 21.2. So they're 9 overs behind. But that game's behind us due to the wet weather. Where are they? They'd be well ahead on DL, wouldn't they? Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Oh, short. Yeah, David Roger gave us the Duckworth Lewis earlier. And we're past the 15 over mark, so we've got a result regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, so what happens is they print out the score, so what you usually go to what over after 30 overs, you go to how many wickets are there, and you go across to here, and 119.
And that's par, yeah. That might be out. Whoa, wow. Goodness me. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Robert Aitken, and holy cow, this game's just changed. We said a minute ago that the big wicket here was Michael Collins, and he is holed out at long off. Wow, wow, wow. Funny how games of cricket can change so dramatically. Michael Collins holds out after an excellent 60-odd. Lennox to come out and replace him. And persevering with Robert Aitken has shown dividends for North Sydney. Collins caught Lee Young bowled Robert Aitken. So Robert Aitken, 2 critical wickets. He's got rid of the 2 set batsmen, Trezise and then Collins. Out comes Lennox. And I just wonder whether someone will go into slip here. Yeah, there is. Whether Cal Hill might put a couple of men closer in and Aitken. So it looks like there's only going to be 2 men on the fence, and that is at Cow and it's cover sweeper. No, long on's going back, I'm sorry, as we speak. Robert Aitken bowling to Lennox. Defends. And Aitken's got plenty of overs left here. Plenty of overs. Very full. Uses the outlet to the sweeper. Gets off the mark. He's a single. Grant is 6 for 162. So it's 30 runs or 4 wickets. This game's going to reach a very interesting conclusion in the next... Oh, really, the game should be over in the next half an hour either way. Dead ball. Aitken had to stop his run up there. Aitken bowling to Grant. He's on 4. Gets a full ball and gets it to mid-wicket. No run.
1 ball left.
Throws it right up. Cutting and a misfield. 1 and 2. 2 to Grant.
I think you're being a bit harsh. I think it's a good bit of a bobble, but he didn't get his body behind it.
I think your point's valid, but I'll stick with what I said. I think he could have done better. There might have been a slight bobble, I fear that, but he could have got his hands in a better spot. Atkinson to come on, and now Atkinson gets a chance at a new batsman. Grant is 6, Lennox is 1. 28 needed by Penrith and 4 poles for North Sydney. Penrith could easily win this game in singles and twos. They don't need to take a risk. They're so far ahead of the run rate. Although DL would have got a lot closer with that last wicket. Atkinson bowling to a 6-3. And they're persisting with this gully and a short cover who's almost in a catching position there at the edge of the square. Lennox straight to gully, no run. Yes, that short cover that's at the top of your screen there on the right. He is there to stop singles, but he's also there if the catch is spooned. And with Atkinson having Neville standing up, might bowl a few slow balls. Short. Again, work to the outlet at sweeper for a single. You know what? I'd almost bring that sweeper in with this many runs left. I reckon let them try and take you on.
Another wicket's fallen at Penrith. Goes out.
Lennox going onto the back foot, trying to pull. Straight to mid-wicket, no run. Correction, Grant. Low-scoring games are often very interesting, and this one's no different. Lovely shot. Very authoritative whip off his pads. Athletic cricket shot from Grant. That's 6 for 169. It certainly does. That also shows that Grant can hold a bat. That was not a shot of a tail ender in any way. Back comes Atkinson. He's got 2 for 40. Full, that's 4 more. What a stress relief that is for Penrith. Consecutive boundaries to Grant. Atkinson getting the line all a bit wrong there. That was a full toss on leg stump. And that deserved what it got. And out comes Gully. And Aiken will come in, I'm assuming, to mid-wicket, will he, or square leg? No, Lee Young's going to go to mid-wicket, and it's James Aiken's going to go to forward square. Grant's on 14, 6 for 173. Short, work to point, no run. That's a big over for Penrith. 6 for 173 off 32. The overs really don't matter at the moment. Wickets and runs. They need 19 to win, Penrith. And interesting, Robert Aiken gets a chance at having a crack at... Oh, he's off. Robert Aiken's got the hook, I think. Who's he going to do? Lee Young? He's going to his strike bowler. Aiken's done his job. Callum Hill ringing the changes. Just wondering whether he might. Yeah, Hill's got to make a decision here, and yep, Young. I'll agree. Lee Young has to be targeting the stumps here.
He's got a very good Yorker.
He's got to target the stumps. He's not fielding there. I can't believe he's going to field 2 yards in the bat there.
I think he's had a helmet on.
Thank you. Don't know what that was all about. He's going to go to square leg. So that was a little bizarre bit of cricket. He's not going to stand up to Lee Young, is he?
No. He's looking at the score.
He's moving the fieldsman around. He's getting Ferguson a slightly straighter. Okay, Lee Young, this is the pivotal spell of the match right now. Can Lee Young do something here and break through? Bounce up, first ball. That's one over the shoulder. Now, if the brain's in gear, he's got him on the back foot. Now you're firing a Yorker. You've got him on the back foot. Expect the Yorker now. That's standard. Quick bowling 101.
Could be the double bluff.
You reckon another bouncer? I think it'll be Yorker. And it was a short ball actually, short of a length. It wasn't that short.
We have very animated discussions at home about the double bluff because I don't think a double bluff exists. It's either you're bluffing or you're not.
I don't think I'd like to get in that sort of intelligent philosophical conversation with you, Mr. Level. I think I'd get cut to pieces because I'm not a lead elect. You are. That's much fuller. Again, squeezed to Aiken at point. I can imagine a conversation around your dinner table.
So you put the guys down deep like I'm going to bowl a bouncer, right?
And then you bowl a Yorker.
And then you bowl a bouncer, right?
So that's not a bluff.
That's not a bluff. If you bowl a Yorker, that's a bluff.
That is.
Not a double bluff, but people call it a double bluff.
I understand. In comes Lee Young again. Much fuller. Nearly got through. Surviving is Lennox.
He's always had a very good look. I don't know if they get any reverse swing.
The thing is, with a cross breeze like that, it's hard to get reverse swing that tails back in. It's not impossible, but the breeze is against your reverse swing here. And the other thing is, with the reverse swing, it's a good point you make, but reverse swing is often found to be easier on pitches that are abrasive. This is a green. This is a green top. If you come into a wicket in January or February, you go out to Howell or goodness me, Benson's or Raby in 40 degrees, and it's been dry all week. Then you can get the ball to reverse because it's been that abrasive. You can load up one side of the ball. It's a big over. There was a single, wasn't there? So go return. Don't hit the return to score sheet up the top, and just go with your back button. And which ball was the single? The fifth. There you go. 6 for 174 is the score. 18 needed and by Penrith, 4 wickets. Another change in bowler. It is Gardner, I think, looking at the square shoulders. I think this is a brave move, but I would be encouraging him to bowl right arm over. But he's not going to. He's going to bowl right arm around to Lennox. So for field for you. That's exactly right. 3 men on the leg side fence. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and deep long on. Then a mid-wicket and Robert Aiken at 45. And then 4 men in the offside, which are required. You've got to have 4 on the offside under the playing conditions. So there's a mid-off, short cover, sweeper, and backward point. Here comes Gardner bowling to Lennox. Ooh. Did he conjecture about that single? They go back wisely.
Yes, no, wait, sorry.
That's the one. Graham Wood and Rick Darling when we were young fellas, if you remember, gentlemen. Worked it very tidy from Lennox. And to be quite frank, that's all he has to do.
I'll pick up 3 to 4 and over. The way he's bowling. I think Penrith don't have to do it, don't hit it in the air.
Correct. In comes Gardner. Curtails his runner. That really should have been called dead ball, but we'll continue on. He's gone over the wicket to Grant. Ooh. missing the cut. That's the slider. That's the slider that Grant loves to bowl. All kept by Neville. He has got gaps on that offside, Grant, with only 4 men out there. Straight driving. Doesn't get all of it, but down to long on. And as I said, this is sensible. They can get these. Run rate really doesn't matter. When you've lost your first 2 games, run rate doesn't matter as much. Penrith just looking to get it a W in the win column. 6 for 176. One of those players should go across. And they do. Yep. Is that a slip? Yeah, they've got a slip in. I like it, especially with this slider. On the back foot, straight to backward point. To Atkinson, no run. Tidy from this over, but Penrith's done the right thing. They've hit the ball on the ground. Oh, he's dropped him. Oh my goodness. That's over by me. Hang on. I have that as over. We can't say anything. No, we can't say anything. Up to the top, return to score sheet. And keep going with the over. Oh man. So don't end over. Going down to the plus down the bottom right, which we've done before. Plus, dot ball. And that's the over, 6 for 176. Jeff, would you mind putting down a 7 ball over as the 34th, please? On the side column, thank you. 176. Now he can't be bowling. They haven't had drinks, that's the problem, isn't it? Are they talking about drinks? I'm assuming they are. And I wonder if they're talking about the fact they've just called a 7 ball over. No, we can't yell out to them. No, that's exactly right. But we're not allowed to say. We're not allowed to communicate with them. It's got to be one way. If they say to us something, we're allowed to answer. That's it. Sorry, at grade level, that's the rules. You don't say a thing. No. And we're their executive assistants. Young, lovely nudge. And the bobble, they'll take 2. His head not happy. That might have been an unfortunate bobble as well, but his head. I agree this time. I think that 2 to Grant, 6 for 178, 14 to get. Under pressure, but I think it was. That's big.
Why did you even try to do that? That is just an absolute ridiculous shot.
Well, that is interesting. And that will be drinks, I reckon. Yeah, it is. So 3 wickets to get, 14 to get. Do not go away from your screens. The last 15 minutes here are going to get hectic. Be back soon. New batteries, Val Gowan.
178.
Yes.
Thank you.
How's the commentary been going?
I think it must be harder for solo.
It's the second ball.
I really struggle with the out-of-hand book at the same time. Because if that goes off, then you can't focus.
Yeah, I just do both. I just go because I
It's
said,
okay when it works properly.
yeah,
It's good.
because I said when I do Penrith, I do this, do that, and the scoreboard.
Yeah.
But I just do it
It's a
systematic.
lot, though.
I just go book, scoreboard, that, and I just I have a systematic
If you
way of
get,
doing
if
it.
you get your rhythm,
You've got to do that,
you're
and it's
alright.
quite funny. I only have to do one little thing different, and it throws me
Oh,
right out.
totally. If that has one little thing and I mess up the work, yeah, I'm
Oh,
an idiot that can't do both at the same time.
It's like golfing. When you're scoring, especially with multiple items, you've got to do it in the same sequence each time because you get into a rhythm like a golfer's routine. And you're right. If someone comes and says, "Oh," tells you or something, or you get out there, you've got to get back to your sequence. Like I always do this when I'm doing that and that at the same time. That's last. I always do the paper first, and then that last always. And I do. Yeah. And I go down, and then down there. So I go the same way every time for consistency. Correct. I agree. That's the way, same way. And then that, because that's not official yet. That soon. These will be archaic soon. They will be knocked out of cricket soon.
Say that.
They are in other countries. English first class cricket's all on computer. I'm sorry. I'm not saying I like it, but
As long as they've got a system that's never going to crash, but as soon as one crashes, or if the system doesn't work, we all know the computers,
Yeah.
anything can stop working.
and
whatever.
that thing gets overloaded, especially on hot Saturdays. Oh, absolutely.
It depends on how much storage you've got on the actual server. If it crashes,
I really like the concept, but
Oh, it's good.
if it messes up, it's a nightmare when you
I think, and eventually what it'll do is you'll have two pads, two scorers, and whatever you have to put in, and it won't change. And if you're putting something different, it's going to go beep beep beep. Is it wrong?
When we score at country level, we have two people. We often, with a Queensland colleague and I, one of us will be primary, one will be the offline scorer, but we have the same thing. Here comes Lee Young, defended by Balgowan. Important wicket there for Balgowan, for North Sydney. Balgowan comes out to replace Grant, who for some inexplicable reason had a hoy at one when he didn't need to. 14 needed for Penrith, 3 wickets for North Sydney. Young has 3 for 50. He's got 9 balls left in his set for today. Full toss, right at those stumps. David, that was that Yorker, and we were talking about a little while ago. Is it tempting for it? Yep.
Maybe that was just a cider. Going to get it soon.
Mid-off, shortish cover point, cover sweeper, third man on the offside, on the onside, fine leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket, and Skipper Hill right on the ring at mid-on. In comes Lee Young. Again, defended stoutly by Balgowan, straight to Rob Aiken at mid-off, no run. 7 for 178 now. And the breeze only light at the moment. Blue sky over to our right. Again, home in on that Yorker. 3.1 for the dive. And that's the over. So Lee Young's got 6 balls left. He has 3 for 50. Penrith 7 for 178, chasing 192 for their first victory of the season. And North Sydney now 6 for 126 off 25.3. Those lower order runs from Penrith are yet going to prove valuable. Dodrell, 8 overs, 5 for 42 for Penrith. So Michelle for Dodrell, and he got the runs.
Runs at the end of the innings.
So.
Bit of a day.
Gardner in again, and they're persisting with the slip. Lennox has been starved of strike in the last 10 minutes. He's hardly seen a ball. Gardner bowling to Lennox. Not short. Defended by Lennox.
Fast catch off the last ball of that over. Could end up being very crucial there.
Squeezed. That might be a double. And he's coming. He had to run around his right arm. That's why there were two. With left-handed fieldsmen out there, that's only one. Very important double to Lennox. The scoring gets going again. They're 180, 12 needed. Gardner's got to find a way to get that slide up and pick up a catch. Lennox says no, it goes straight to backward point. They just need cool heads here. 12 singles gets them home. Right back on his back foot, yeah. Gardner knew if that hits the stumps, it wasn't hitting him leg and it wasn't hitting off. It's hitting the one in between them. Went right back on his stumps. 2 to go on the over. Much more comfortable on that front foot, isn't he? Just defends straight back down the pitch to Gardner. And oh, goodness me, he hit that again. That's another one. Neville coming slightly up, just slightly quickly. And that was the one they needed. They're right in this, the Bears. Balgowan, oh, you would imagine that Lee Young will finish off here. Yeah, he's lurking with intent. So this will be Lee Young's last. And I would, the way Balgowan's playing, I'd bring in a slip. I'd have a catching mid-wicket and a proper catching mid-wicket and cover, and bowl full on straight and see what he does. There'll be at least a couple of balls targeting the base of those stumps this over. And I'm just wondering whether Lee Young will try him with a chest or throat high bouncer to see how he handles it. Now, Gardner's coming to a shorty square leg, which is an interesting position. Here comes Lee Young. There's the bouncer straight away. But the problem with that is that was a little bit too short. It went over his shoulder. He needs it in at the chest plate, pretty much where the Penrith bands are on that left shoulder, on that left arm. That's about the height he wants it, because he can't duck or sway. He's got to play it in and under the, a couple of inches under the chin, maybe slightly lower than that. That's wides, and Neville stops that from going for 5. 7 for 181. Balgowan's got to know that a full one's coming up soon. There it is. Kept it out. Just the way this is evolving, these last 11 runs, you'd think that at the moment it's going to be Lennox that's going to have to do the multitude of the scoring. Lee Young's got 4 balls left in his set for today. He's taken 3. How he'd dearly love another one. Lovely shot. Straight to backward point. No run. 7 for 181. Another one. That must have flicked his pad because it hasn't been given a wide.
Yeah, it was a definite thug off the pad.
So that's a dot. And because of their attacking start, Penrith can afford this slowdown. Obviously, they'd like to get out of here quickly, but Lee Young is testing Balgowan here. That he's hit that. There's a clear bat sound in that one. Just got an underneath edge right at the end there. Was hitting all three, but unfortunately he's got a bat to it. That's the way it appears from 110 metres away anyway. Yeah, no question in my mind. Last ball of Lee Young set. 3 for 51 for the young Tyro. 7 for 181. 11 long runs to get for Penrith. Just wonder if he'll go again with the Yorker and test him out again. That's exactly what he tried to do. Somehow Balgowan's hung on. Just a wide off that over. 37 overs gone. 7 for 182 now. He's going to stick with Gardner. 181, sorry. Yeah, apologies. 7 for 181. 11 to get. Gardner's going to have another crack here. He has produced a couple of chances, Gardner. It's that slider and that arm ball that's doing the damage. And the slip is absolutely needed at the moment. Just wonder whether Lennox is going to have. It is the sub at slip, yeah. Just wonder if Lennox is going to have a crack at one here. See if they can relieve some tension. Straight to backward point, no run. And Robert Aitken is warming up right in front of us. I'm wondering if he's going to come on to replace Lee Young. Yeah, I think it looks like it.
Of course, Lennox can finish the game with two swings of the bat.
He can. He hasn't played a really aggressive shot at all. A couple of cut shots and drives, but he hasn't played a horizontal bat shot across the line at all. And Jeff was telling us earlier on that he can go hard. So
He's doing a great job. Yeah.
It's second grade cricket in Sydney. You don't want to throw it away. Although that's why Jeff was so cranky at the last dismissal, I'd suggest you. Driving, and that's all he's got to do. Now, Balgowan hasn't faced Gardner yet. I'd almost get someone right in front of his face. Long on's coming out, but I'd attack. They've got 10 runs to play with. I'd get raw. Yeah, I'd have one in it like a short cover and a short cover and that position 3/4 away along the pitch and that short mid-on right in front of where the non-striker is along there because you don't have to have a helmet about 15 metres away. Oh, that was outside edge. That was a beauty. Yeah. This is tense. It really is. That's the single Balgowan needed, although it does expose him to strike. Just hang on a second. I think there's were there 2 singles in that over? Yeah, that should be 183 by me.
Okay, so where was this first single in the over?
The fourth ball.
Should I just go
Just
back?
delete them. Yeah, just delete them and just go back and start again. And one more. Now you're right. So 1.1.
So,
No. So it's you've gone back too far. So dot 1 dot and 1 to finish. So that Balgowan must be on strike this over. 183, everybody. So it's 183 after 38 overs. And here's the test for Balgowan. Robert Aitken's onward to him. They have 10 runs to play with North Sydney. Just let me check those leg side boundary riders for you. So we have a deep cow and a long on and a deep point. I think that deep point's wasted, but we'll see. Slip in here. Short. That ball came out very hard. Aitken's got to get them at a much better length than that. LBW is a definite possibility here with him squaring up. Can Aitken find a way to get his third? Flat, full. Got away with 2 there, Rob Aitken. Lennox needs to get as much strike as possible here. I'll have a look at this to me. Much better from Aitken, right on line. Balgowan defends down the pitch. These last 10 runs are going to be very hard to get it, I would suggest to you. Throws that one up. Gets a bit of overspin on it and it bounces. And Balgowan plays it comfortable in for back foot. 4 balls gone this over. 7 for 183 still. That one, that's his leggy. That's an absolute seed. Goodness me, that's a good ball. You could see it run out and go, just go away from him. Neville taking that to his right. That's a superb over. The last 3 balls, he got it right. You can see the danger he's going to cause. And I'm just wondering whether Lennox, if he gets a chance, will have a crack at one here. He's been very, very patient. It's a maiden from Rob Aitken. He has 2 for 20 off 7 overs. Lennox is 7 off 24. Balgowan is 1 off 18. It's 7 for 183 off 39 overs. Last ball of the second power play. Not that that matters much at the moment. And in comes the deep point, which I think's a good move. Takes away that outlet single for Lennox. It's driving straight to short cover. No run. They're all in the ring except the deep forward square leg. Shorter, flatter, defended from Lennox. On the back foot. That would have been a single in the last over. Another dot. Everybody's on tenterhooks at the entire venue here. Full. Driving. Oh, he's misfielded at the wrong time. There's 2/10 of their runs. Poor from Johnson. He's filthy. That was not a bobble. That was a flat-out misfield. 7 for 185 now. 7 to get. Thrown up. There's a single. Well done, Lennox. And importantly, that should give Lennox the strike to Aitken in the next over. Balgowan's just got to survive here. 6 to win. Balgowan on strike to Gardner. Oh, has it Hoy! Wow. And the single, and he retains the strike. You didn't get all of that on the middle of the bat, but he got enough of it. So that's a single. That's actually a pretty good over for Penrith. 4 off it. I'll just wait for the guys to confirm the score off air. And you happy with that, both of you? 7 for 187 is confirmed by our scorers. There are 5 runs to get. Robert Aitken, who's been in countless situations like this across his long and distinguished career. He's probably got the guy to bowl to that he wants in Balgowan. And my question is Robert Aiken brave enough to throw it up? Third power play is on now. I just wonder whether Aiken will try and get Balgowan trying to murder him here. Throws it up. That's exactly what he did. And he's smart enough to punch it down the ground for 1. 7 for 188. 4 to get. Off spinner. And another single. He was off straight away. I would have done it last over. 3 to get. 7 for 189 now. I just wonder whether Balgowan will go here and try and finish it in one fell swoop. Doesn't. That was the one that Aiken is being brave here. He's not buying flat rubbish. He's thrown that one up again. We're trying to get him in the back foot. Balgowan defends stoutly. Still 189. 4-7. Offie. Full toss there. He was going for the full faster one, and he got it on the outside edge, but he got all bat on it. Still 7 for 189. And Balgowan's done his job there. Robert Aiken, 2 for 22 off 8. Bowled his heart out here. And will he stick with Gardner again? I think he may. Balgowan's survived 24 balls for 3. Lennox, a crucial 11 not out off 30. Is he going to come to that short mid-on position? Yes, he is. There it is. For the check drive, and he's also is Hill going to a leg slip, or is he just moving traffic here? He's in a position that Hill's right in front of us. Yeah, it is. So 3 around the bat, or 3 short now. Hit straight back down the pitch to Aiken, no run. There's the shot. That might finish it. 1 and 2. And it's 2 only. He's kept it in, so scores are tied. That must have been picked up like a metre inside the boundary, that one. Lennox is 1 single away from doing a wonderful, wonderful job. In they come. Scores tied at the moment. And he's done it. Just waiting for the umpire to signal that 4, and there it is. What a performance. Lennox bowled well, finishes with 17 not out. And in an outstanding game of cricket, Penrith win by 3 wickets. 7 finished 7 for 195. Penrith finished, just wait for it. It'll pick up the score in a minute. That's done it now. 7 for 195. Lennox finishes on 17. Balgowan on 3. And that was just a terrific game of cricket. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage here from Bon Andrews Oval. A reminder that the finals are on tomorrow. The first at 10. Bankstown and Sutherland at 10 o'clock here at Bon. And then at 3 o'clock, your UTS North Sydney are playing Parramatta. Thank you to Jeff and thank you to David for their company today. It's been great having him up here to talk with all during the day. It's been a great day up here. On behalf of everybody, thank you again for having us down here to commentate. But again, Penrith win by 3 wickets. For now, from us, it's bye-bye.
Emma, hello.
Now I've got to get my phone because it's two-factor verification for this one. 141. 141. 408. 408.
Oh, thank you very much, mate.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for your company, gentlemen. Absolute pleasure.
Looks like top seed one is as well as 7 down. Yeah, that's 700. Any of those.
Dodgers had a day up.
They need 39. Gems and edges. Ollie Knight. I'm not going to hang around for a while. See you again, no doubt.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Thank you again, though.
Cobweb green up here next time.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, those chairs I don't think have been touched for some time.
Cobweb green and a brush and pan and make it a little bit less Halloween.
Nine. You all happy with everything?
Thank you, sir, for a good
No,
day.
thanks. Oh, really enjoyed it.
So did I ball.
I'll do this for a while.
Penrith game without falling through.
Sorry? Yeah, didn't fall over, which was a really good effort from you, I thought. So I had 164 minutes and 41.3 hours. See you back. See what has been noticeable this year, and I think it's a credit to cricket, is the fact that behaviour on field has become so much better with the crackdown. Crackdown on all the behaviour. We had that James Lennox in the first round. I got hit for 4 and said, just went fuck because I got hit for 4. 1 week suspended since. Leo didn't like his LBW decision. 1 week suspended. Like, they're hitting a lot of the young ones. They're really cracking down on the poor behaviour, which I think's it's probably been many years too late.
As long as it's consistent.
Yeah.
If they're consistent with
Well,
it, then no one, if they set the benchmark and they stick to it and they're consistent,
especially
players will
players,
understand.
See, we had the thing where the
First grade Sydney cricket is, first grade cricket in Sydney is brutal.
yeah, well, last
It
year
is, it's a brutal game. That was a good game.
oh, great game. We had a big, our first grade Northern Districts had a massive big set two last year. And that was the one where Cricket New South Wales and New Wisdom and Chris Green,
Yep.
Luke Hodges, they got both everyone and Ryan Gibbs, there was suspension. So our guys got Chris Green was to play in the one day final. So they put his hearing off until after the one day final. So he won. I mean, how can you do that? Because it suits you to do it.
The credibility that rugby league got when they stuck with their guns and suspended a Sofa Solomon.
Yeah.
Right, that's credible. That
That's right.
shows that they are fair income.
Don't go down to this thing of players, oh, it's a grand final, he shouldn't miss it because of that. No, he shouldn't knock people out. This isn't a dog off leash park as well, is it?
I'm sorry?
I said, this isn't a dog off leash park as well, is it?
I don't think it is.
I've been down, went down to Tunks, was it Tunks? Yeah, just down the road here. I think one year, and I reckon Didn't look like there was anyone there, and I reckon the umpires went like this at the end of the first day, and by the time the bails hit the ground, there was 20 dogs on the ground. And people everywhere, it's where they all come from.
Thanks for your
All
company.
right,
I hope you didn't mind all that and the
Mate, I
commentary
didn't
and all that.
actually, it was very interesting. It was good.
You probably disagree with some of the things I said, but I don't.
No, I don't actually. No, I didn't. You make your observations and you just call it as you see them out there.
I have an advantage in that because I've done quite a bit of this and I do footy in the winter. You build up your confidence, and I've seen so much cricket, particularly limited overs, that you get to you can see what they're doing, and you can not predict things, but you can see, oh, okay, they're doing this, they're doing that, and you can say, look, here's some options for them, things like that. And,
Yeah, well, as you said, you were talking about bringing in that short mid on.
bizarrely, they did it.
2 overs too late. I thought 2 or 3 overs too late, probably. Yeah. No, it's good.
I am very much to follow. Cricket New South Wales will be able to do the big finals next week with Penrith, and I'm going to be
Oh, nice.
tomorrow I'm looking forward to it, but that's on this program.
Yeah, next week will be on the actual channel. You'll be able to watch it
On something.
they might even have it on cable. If it's no, it's not Cricket Central, is it? No, it's here.
No.
No, they can still got the cameras, they can still do it.
Oh, absolutely. They can.
Yeah, from here they can, yeah.
Not a problem.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
Lovely to meet you again.
Right.
And, I look forward to seeing you again. What's your last name?
Come on,
David Redden's my name.
Red. No worries, Dave.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much for your money.
Thank you.